be able to see what's going on outside because we'll have this going our majority of the time, just like that. And you can see that the weather hasn't really done much here. So I don't know who's viewing, but thank you. Welcome. This is what we're going to be doing tonight. So I will be monitoring the chat. And when I see more people come in, maybe I'll pop back in at that point. But you know what? Until then, here you go. Once again, whoever's joining us, thank you. Welcome. We're going to keep this up as long as possible. Weather conditions with power and, things like that, internet and stuff like that. So, yeah. So that's Orlando live feed right now. And we'll go from there. So, there you go. Hey, Kenneth, what's going on? How are you? Running on. Appreciate you being here. I don't know if you've seen what we said before. We're just going to kind of keep this going until, whenever it decides to end or whatever, or if we lose power or anything. So appreciate you watching. So what I'm going to be doing here every once in a while, just so in case everybody missed, I'm going to be popping in and out and go from there. If there are any updates, say this, all the bridges in Tampa are closed, so it's on its way. This over here is a live view from Orlando, so there you go. We'll be back. So here's another thing that we're going to be doing here in a few minutes is because honestly, right now I'm eating for this um for this whole live stream. So we're actually going to be taking this stream mobile here pretty soon as well. And when we take it mobile, we're going to walk around and show you different areas that we're going to be concentrating on, and basically a pre-storm situation that's going on here. Go from there. Um, I'll be back to you guys in a little bit. Hey Gargo, what's going on? Thanks for chopping in. Yeah, we're okay. As you can see, so far nothing's been happening here, but we figure get a start on this and see where it goes. This way, you guys all can see the progress of this. But I appreciate you jumping in here. So we're actually going to take the stream mobile here pretty soon and go from there. So just hang out with us, and we'll be there. Yeah, we're safe. We're good. We appreciate it, Cargo. Um, for now at least. We'll see. Like I said, we're gonna take this outside here pretty soon. This way, you guys can see what's going on out there. There's a bunch of wind and stuff going on right now. I know it doesn't really look like it in that live stream going on here, but there's a bunch of wind. It's picking up. It's on and off rain right now, so we're good. We appreciate you joining us.
a direct hit, just like the rest of us. They have all the great information that our meteorologists and everybody else have been putting out. But they do want to caution everybody, don't zone out and not take this thing seriously. The secondary effects can still be serious. We heard from a number of officials, along with Mayor Dimmings, and also some representatives from Duke Energy, from OUC. They said, look, we could still see down power lines. We could see some other serious weather effects from this storm. So be prepared. As for shelters, they do have shelters open. They'll remain open until 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, unless something more serious happens and they need to be extended. But as of right now, Mayor Dimmings urging people, if they need to go to the shelter, go. If not, you can just stay home. But the options are there.
In terms of our shelters do remain open. As of about 2:30 today, we had 78 people in our general population shelters. In addition to the general population shelters, our shelters for people with special needs, they remain open. The good news is that not many people have gone to those shelters. We have approximately 10 people who are in the shelters for people with special needs. We intend to leave the shelters open until about 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The mayor also said they are sending 25 firefighters up to the Big Bend to help with what is expected to be some catastrophic damage up there. Whatever is needed, the county is trying to help. As for school, we did hear Orange County Public Schools will be in operation tomorrow as scheduled, and so will any after-school events. Look, I'm the sports guy. I was ready to ask the question, but football is on as planned, at least for Orange County. That is, if each school decides that it's safe enough to do so, they can decide on their own to postpone. But as a whole, the county is ready to get back to normal tomorrow morning unless something major does arise. For now, at the Emergency Operations Center in Orange County, live, Darren Stoltzfus will send it back to you.
All right, Darren, thank you. And speaking of schools, all of them were closed today because of Helene, and some have chosen to close tomorrow.
West U's Megan Mulatto is joining us live in studio with the latest. Megan.
Yeah, every school, including colleges in Central Florida, were closed today, and some have chosen to stay closed tomorrow as well. Here's the list that we have for tomorrow's closures. We've got Florida Virtual School, Marion County Public Schools, Polk County Schools, and Sumter District Schools. As for colleges and universities closed tomorrow, we've got the College of Central Florida campuses, Eastern Florida State, Florida A&M University, FSU is closed through Sunday, Marion Technical College and Polk State College and Santa Fe College are on there as well. And we do want to note that students in Osceola County also have the day off tomorrow, not because of the weather, but because of a pre-scheduled student holiday, giving teachers a professional study day. We'll, of course, continue to monitor those closures and bring you any updates, and they're also running at the bottom of your screen as well. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you very much. Hundreds of power crews, meantime, from Duke and FPL are on standby at the Pensacola Fairgrounds ahead of the storm's landfall. That's what you see there. A look at the power outages across Florida right now. 60,000 across the state have lost power. At last check, Lee County has the most outages at 13,000. If you do lose power during the storm, keep your fridge and freezer closed so your food stays cold. Unplug appliances and electronics, including your internet modems and TVs, to avoid problems if the power surges when it comes back on. But don't turn off utilities unless you suspect damage or local officials tell you to do so explicitly.
All right, we want to bring you out live now to a picture that we showed you last hour. Take a look at this. This is the Howard Franklin Bridge. This is in Tampa, and FHP has now determined that this road is closed. This is all a result of the storm surges that you're looking at here in this live picture. The water is just crashing into this bridge. They are telling people that it is a dangerous thing to drive over this, so it is now closed. You do see there is a car driving across it right now, but they are saying that drivers need to go another way, find an alternate route. And if it's not absolutely necessary, stay off all of the highways if you can.
Yeah, that water there is Old Tampa Bay connecting. This is the long bridge that connects Tampa to St. Pete. So it's a main thoroughfare in the entire area right there. Big bridge, as you see people trying to still make it across. But as you said, technically it is closed.
All right, stay with us. We have much more to come here as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene. We're going to get another look at the forecast, and we are going to give you a look at how our local counties are preparing. Stay with us.
And welcome back, folks. We were watching this line of showers and storms on the eastern side of the peninsula. Now, lo and behold, here we go up towards Osteen into Volusia County. We have a brand new tornado warning. This one will be in effect until 4:45. Here's the biggest concern with this particular tornado warned thunderstorm. It is moving incredibly fast now to the north-northwest at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So this is something we're going to have to watch extremely carefully. It is not a whole lot of time, heads up time for folks in DeLand back towards Orange City. I'm going to zoom in here real close. I'm going to have Cam go to the wall, and I'm going to drive this here for her. There's Bowdoin. There is Alabama right now. There is Lake Helen. The area that we are watching is right down in this corridor. I'm going to kind of go ahead and pixel query where that couplet is. It's right about in there, just north of the Bowdoin area. 22 gate-to-gate wind shear, about 45, 50 miles an hour there, Cam. But again, the thing we're going to have to watch here is the forward speed. It is moving at approximately 40 to 45 miles an hour. There's a couple of towns and cities for you that, Cam, if you want to go ahead and read some of them.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Moving so fast, Tony, that it's already, if we can get links 1 behind me here, Tony's going to run links 1, and as I track out this tornado warned cell here, if we can get back onto links 1, I can track out the cell here. So this is the cell just northwest of Bowdoin here, and it is moving rapidly to the northwest at 45 miles per hour. In fact, Tony, it is moving so fast that in the National Weather Service discussion, if we can get links 1 behind the chroma key wall, we are expecting this to actually move over Deltona by 4:30. Tony, that's only in a few minutes. That's just how rapid this thing is moving. I know you're getting a little closer look at the couplet of the rotation there. If we can hone in a little closer over into Osteen. So National Weather Service said it was right over Osteen. That was when it was just issued momentarily. And here's a look at some of the towns that are in that area, including Doyle Road. Taking a look, if we could ping some of those winds, Tone, to see how strong they are right now. About 30. You know what? Is that bright bandy, or is that 80? Actually, 84 there, Tone. 84, you're reading that right. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're talking about winds of 84 miles per hour in this storm here. As we take a look at links 1 here. 36 out towards the west, and we are seeing this move rapidly to the northwest at about 45 miles per hour. So this is a tornado warning in effect here for central to right there, Volusia County, right, and some of the roads that are impacted right now. Let me try to read some of these. Howland Boulevard, Humphrey Boulevard, India Boulevard. If I'm reading your town or your street level, it's already there. This is it's moving so fast that it's likely already over. And we still see that really strong couplet. So this where the red and the greens are touching right now, right by Old Train Road, and also here, if we can get once again links 1 right behind me instead of links 2, we are watching this couplet really still holding together, unfortunately, as it moves to the north and west. So Tone, if you could take it over, it looks like they have a better shot with links 1 behind you there, taking a look at some of the rotation here.
Just take WSI1. We can control what's going on. So WSI1 would be the way to go, guys, because I can route links into WSI, which makes it so much easier for you guys there. And all you need to do is put her at the key behind WSI1. So the rotation tracker is the big thing. The reason why the winds are so strong today is the forward speed, 40 to 45. You get any wind gusts now at 40 miles an hour, you add the two together, and that's why we're getting some incredibly strong winds. There's a rotation tracker. You can see there's a rotation right over 415. Old Train Road, there's Howland Boulevard, India Boulevard. We take a look now at Cortland Boulevard. That is the corridor where we're watching the wind here. So what I'm doing here is using the Melbourne radar. Again, the tornado warning does remain in effect until 4:45. Every time I put the fan on, it's moving so quickly. So I think I'm doing you a better service by not even putting the towns on because these are moving so quickly. The one other thing that we can do, I was watching Eric and Kellyanne this morning looking for some debris, because sometimes that's a better indicator in these storms of what is developing and potentially heading with that storm. Look at how fast this is moving. That is just incredible. It was over Osteen. It is now moving to the north-northwest. Lake Helen, you are just about to get into the core of it. If I go ahead and ping a couple of winds here, you'll see that we've got up towards Casadega. The combination of the forward speed and the wind within the thunderstorm itself, 57 to 62 mile an hour wind gusts, that is going to cause some damage. The rain rate here is decent. Remember, we're talking about a tropical system. so we don't have any hail. It's a warm core system, so we're not going to have that issue there. But there's Lake Helen. There's a look at Casadega. That's going to be the corridor here that we're going to be watching and analyzing here very carefully. And if I back it out just a little bit, I'm going to make sure that I don't go too fast, kind of keep it nice and slow for folks at home. Now we also have to watch what's going on there, Osceola, down towards Mims, and then over towards Titusville. A couple more cells here near Courtney, also looking very, very interesting. There's Cocoa and Rockledge. So I think we really have to start looking at now the entire band on the eastern side of the peninsula near towards I-95. Looking ahead, Pearson, this could be on track to head your way. But again, the biggest concern is that cell now just east of Deltona, right over Lake Helen. I'll go ahead and kind of switch to the velocity product here from the Melbourne Weather Service office. And you can kind of see some of the winds there. Look at that, 57 right over Lake Helen. Up towards the land, 62. The strongest winds are just southeast. And again, just above the surface there, 83. That might be a little bit hot, but the bottom line is there's some incredibly strong winds with this particular thunderstorm that is showing some rotation. There is no confirmation of anything at the ground, so I want to make sure everybody's crystal clear on that. Barron Button here doesn't show a whole lot, and it doesn't do very well in a tropical environment. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch. All right, I want to see if we can bring Cam back in, get her back over at the key there, and maybe just kind of let her do a little bit of what she's been doing. There's the velocity winds product. Go ahead.
So Tony, if you can run it for me on, we're going to put links 1 behind me using WSI2 in the background there. So still with the Doppler winds, I wanted to put out that cone again, Tony, because this is just moving so fast. Maybe we can give it a little bit of lead time and maybe start the cone more towards Lake Helen, and then have some of these town names ping up just because it's moving just so fast.
Yep.
So here are a couple of communities that this tornado warning cell is about to move over. So I'm going to step out to the side so you can definitely see your names here. So Conrad, this will be right over you folks at 532. DeLeon Springs 522. North DeLand, this tornado warning cell is about to move over you folks at 504, and also DeLand Highlands 503, Deltona Park Estates about 459, Cypress Lake Estates about 501. Because this is moving so fast, when Tony puts the squall line on, I would actually deduct a few minutes off that time that I just said, because it's going to be a tad faster than that squall line, because literally as Tony is drawing that squall line, it is moving so fast that it actually rings off of the warned polygons there. So you can see he's pinging at 35. So this is moving at 45. And again, here are the new rounds of towns, a lot of towns. So if you see that time, I would deduct 2 to 3 minutes off of that. And that's when it's expected to move over your neighborhood. So Lake Helen, this is basically on your doorsteps right now. Daytona Park Estates, 448, and DeLand Highlands about 451. But again, deduct like 3 minutes off of that. So 447. So Tony, taking a look at the debris tracker here, this is what one of our dual pole radars. And what this essentially does is take a look into this system, and it looks at the shapes of what's in the cell. And if there's something that looks a little bit off or that's not the same, usually is indicative of a debris ball. And right now we're seeing just a little bit of bright there, the brightness by Lake Helen, Tony.
Yeah, it's not as well defined as what they had this morning, but you're absolutely right. There was,
definitely.
Yeah.
It's definitely not what Kellyanne and Eric were tracking this one, but there is a little bright banding there that could be indicative. It's not the greatest signature, in my opinion, of indicating.
It looked better east of Sanford at the beginning of that look. This is only a 15-minute look. There it is right there.
There was it right there.
Said,
yeah, if we can go. Yes, if you stop the loop right east of Sanford, see how there's that brightness. Likely, if there was any rotation that may have hit the ground or may touch the ground, it was just east of Sanford. I would say east of a Lake Monroe there, where you see that little bright banding. That is indicative of when the radar looks at the thunderstorm cell and it sees things are different objects or different sizes, it causes that little bright banding indicating a tornado is possible. So watching that, as we take a look at the rotation tracker, the shear.
And there you go. Oh, sorry for the echo, but we're taking this outside and on the go. Let me get you all adjusted here. All right. So we're going out. We're going to see what's going on outside. Turn you around. Settings. And you can see Jess is with us too. And the dog. So we're gonna head out to the golf course and see what's going on here. We have debris. Well, is that a cat out there?
What is that?
So,
Might just be like Spanish moss.
oh yeah, that's Spanish moss. Okay. Okay.
It definitely was there a little while ago when I put that on.
Yeah, I know. So Jess, I want to head down here to the other tree. There's a bunch of debris everywhere. Like a lot of this all wasn't here not that long ago. You can see all right here. You hear that wind? Spanish moss. Look at the sand just blowing off the that's crazy. See the sand blowing. Woo. Yeah, it's safe to say the golf course wasn't open today. Man, look at all the debris over here. It man. Man. Yeah. This golf course is gonna be annihilated later.
I can barely hear you when you're so loud. So
What?
sorry, people, if you can't hear us. It's real loud out here.
She's loving it. All right, you know what? Let's not go to that tree. Go over by the lake and see what's going on over there. Because they, yeah. Woo. Why? That's right. The wind will fix it. All right, sorry about that, guys. I hit the wrong button before. Back out. All right, we're going this way. Let's go check out the rest of the property. And you see just debris everywhere. This debris situation is only going to get worse as the night goes by. Like, look, these trees, they're pretty sturdy though. Where the heck did these two go? Let me see if I can go find them. I think they're still on the golf course. I have no idea where they went. No clue. Maybe they went back inside.
You told me to come inside.
No, I didn't say you to come inside. I said that I was going over by the lake. All right. All right, she's leaving the dog at home now. Sorry, everyone. Jess is the slowest person in the world.
Offended.
You're welcome.
Just has to handle all the real responsibilities while Danny just holds the camera. So
This is my responsibility right now. Just documenting the trees. All right, let's go check. Just to see where the lake's at right now and how much rain we actually get. Wow, I actually see waves on the lake. We never see that.
that's a pretty chill.
It's very chill. I mean, look, you can still, the sun's still out too. Yeah, it's very weird. It's not going to be there much longer, I'll tell you that. This wind like picked up really strong within the past hour. Yeah, look at all the waves on the lake right now. It's crazy. It is a very quiet lake. It's just normally a very quiet lake. Again, you can see that like all that out there. It's definitely blowing in. Ooh, I almost fell in a hole. Yeah, I almost fell in a hole. Yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting.
Well, we didn't have rain yet.
I mean, we had a little bit. Like, it was just a misting, but yeah. It is humid as all heck out here, though. Oh my God.
Or as windy as it is.
Yeah, it's really humid. All those poop bags are gonna fly away. That's gonna fall onto that truck. That's hanging on by a limb.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't it. That was acorns. There's a lot of acorns around this place. Like, all this stuff wasn't here earlier. Yeah, there's a lot of debris on the ground right now. Oh my gosh, this guy needs to get that off that thing quick. That's not going to be good. That's not a good situation right there. And if they're keeping that thing there like that, that's going to end up on the ground. Hey, you know what? Not my problem. Not my problem. Ow!
You got hit by an acorn.
Acorn just hit me.
When the wind first picked up, it was like an acorn shower.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, this stuff right here on the ground, you would think it's just like leaves and stuff. No, all of this is actually acorns. All acorns. You can hear them. And back around. All right, we're heading back in. Are you locked in on us? It's facing me. You're good. She locked us out of the house. Not really, but. All right, we're back in. All right, well, we'll do that again soon. And we'll go from there. Every once in a while, we'll take that walk and do that. So we'll go back to what we were doing here before we took that walk.
Feet tall and part of the limbs are hanging over your house. The concern right now is that some of these trees could become uprooted. And so you have to be aware that is a possibility. If you have a garage and you can fit your vehicle into the garage, probably a good idea to put it into the garage. You're not sure where some of these limbs and where some of these entire trees from the roots down are going to topple over. So be careful. 911 will respond. That is the message that we are getting from Seminole County at this point. We're live in Sanford. Greg Fox, West 2 News.
All right, Greg, thank you so much. Really good advice from Seminole County officials there. Guys, we have a long way to go tracking this storm because we are still hours away from landfall. Really good job, guys, by the way, with the tornado warning. Thank you so much for keeping us all safe here in Central Florida and our families. Update just came in, Tony. You're going to break that down for us. We had a few changes.
Yep, forward speeds a little bit quicker, a little stronger, 125 now. So 130, of course, to cut off as you move up the next notch there. So we're getting closer and closer. So Dr. Brennan put it on the table. I asked him that flat out a little while ago. He said it's still there, and we still got some real estate for this to increase. And we're seeing the winds increasing here, Cam.
I mean, that's why we had that tornado warning in effect already. We have some rotation, and unfortunately, the tornado warnings may increase as we go into the evening, especially as we tap into some of the feeder bands of the system. And as Tony mentioned earlier, winds are starting to increase. We're getting 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts already in some areas, and again, that's going to increase as well as we go through the evening. Yeah,
not to take it back, you guys, but for some reason, I just went back to 2007, was it, the Groundhog Day tornadoes in DeLand, and how those just kind of swept through the area so quick. A lot of damage. It was hundreds of homes that were damaged in DeLand in just quick moments out of nowhere. So just the power of what we're expecting, and that was inland as well.
Well, this is the thing that I'm most concerned with today.
I want to say thank you, everybody,
The
for
forward
watching
speed,
right now.
30 to 45 miles an hour. Then you take the
Stay
wind
safe.
with
Live
the
stream
thunderstorm on top of that, 80, 85
So if
miles
you're
an
in the
hour,
area,
just
you're
above the
back,
surface, or maybe
what's
coming
going
down.
You have
And
anybody
you're not
down
getting
here
a
on
whole lot of
vacation,
lead time.
please share
That's
this
the
with them.
scary thing. So
Share it
you
out.
have to have a weather radio. You have to have it on your phone.
Interested in
Just
what's
be
going
weather radio.
on
All right, we got to rock and roll.
this
There's the 5 o'clock advisory. North
hurricane right
northeast
now.
now
Sorry,
is
I said
23.
tornado.
Pressure's
We also
951
got live
millibars.
stream going.
And you can see how things are moving along.
and we're gonna keep the
5 o'clock
back, and I will
at 23 miles an hour. You're going to be knocking on the door there of the coast very shortly. There's the hurricane warnings. There's the tropical storm warnings now, the entire peninsula. We are not shaving anything down south just yet because this is a very large wind field. So we had the one tornado warning on the eastern side. We've got a new tornado warning now on the western side. Plenty of wind reports coming in along the east coast. Plenty of wind. Look at that, 50, 60, 67 mile an hour wind gusts there, and in around Pinellas County, and in around the Tampa Bay area. And then in our vicinity, we are talking about winds of 35, 45 miles an hour. You can see all these wind reports coming in back towards the coast. We're keeping an eye on the radar. Clearing out now for Brevard County as this band is lifting on up. Northern Brevard County, you're still in it. Oak Hill, New Smyrna Beach, you've got some energy there. Then up towards Palm Coast and Shell Bluff, wind is picking up here. Not seeing any spin in and around Melbourne, but sustained winds here very close to about 30 to 35 miles an hour. The wind gusts have been even higher than that, anywhere from 25 to about 40 miles an hour here across Central Florida. So we will continue to watch this going forward. Again, Cam is keeping an eye on the wind and the storms as well with me. And joining me now is Cam for an update.
All right. Let's take a look at your county by county updates, starting with the I-4 corridor as we head into Seminole, Orange, and Osceola County. We're talking about wind gusts around 55 miles per hour. Some areas already starting to see 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Additional rainfall about 1 to 3 inches with some isolated amounts of 4 inches or higher. Out towards the east in Flag Revolution and Brevard counties, we are expecting the worst of the weather to be tonight. A wind gusts around 50 to 60 miles per hour because we've already seen wind gusts around 47 to 48 in Melbourne and Palm Bay. We are looking at an additional 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. Rainfall amounts are not going to be as high now because you just saw earlier that tornado warning. These thunderstorms are moving rapidly. They're moving very, very fast, about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So because it's not going to sit over any particular area for very long, we're not expecting flash flooding to be as big a concern as we had previously mentioned, but still that possibility as well. And finally, as we take a look at our counties, worst the weather will be tonight with wind gusts as strong as 75 miles per hour, max wind gusts outside of Marion County about 65 miles per hour with an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain expected. We'll have more coverage on Helene coming up in a few minutes.
All right, guys. Hope everybody's good. We're just gonna pop back in here as soon as the live stream from the news comes back. We'll try to do it this way every once in a while. I'll come in and give some input, but yeah, as of right now, it's not doing anything really here right now. It's just really windy. So, I also got the news on behind me, and I'm not gonna lie, editing videos at the same time here. So, I don't know if you guys seen it, but we actually been keeping some videos going on. So if you're in the area and you need some entertainment, because right now I can tell you, is HHN's canceled tonight. Mickey's Not So Scary canceled tonight. So if you're in the area of Orlando and you need some entertainment, and you were going to attend these events tonight, go ahead, watch our playlist, watch this live stream. Hop in and out between the both of us. My live stream and then the playlists and stuff like that. We did a bunch of
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from Wesh 2.
Tracking Helene as the hurricane strengthens in the Gulf and gets ready to hit Florida.
You've got a powerful hurricane that's strengthening and speeding up as it moves towards the Florida Big Bend coastline. So it's going to be a really dangerous situation.
Water already starting to creep over the seawall in southwest Florida and in Tampa. And in Titusville, a funnel cloud spotted just as a tornado warning was in effect.
What we're saying to our residents is you got to stay vigilant at this point.
It doesn't matter if it's category 1 up to a category 5. You make sure to take every storm seriously.
Wesh 2 has team coverage with crews fanned out across the region and in the Panhandle as Florida braces for Helene.
Live right now at 5 o'clock, Helene's force is being felt along the Gulf Coast. These are live pictures from the Sanibel Toll Plaza. Sanibel, as we know, took a beating during Hurricane Ian just a couple of years ago, back in 2022. Now it is starting to feel the impact from this Category 3 hurricane.
Yeah, that area right there just took a beating, as you said, Michelle, and just crumbled, really. They just rebuilt it. Meantime, at any moment, Governor DeSantis will give an update from Tallahassee. This is a live look right there. At
you notice on our last camera also,
see there as Helene makes its final march toward the Panhandle, the Big Bend area. When that news conference starts, we'll bring it to you live here on Wesh 2 and Wesh.com.
And just into the newsroom, a new bird's eye view of Helene. Take a look at this. NOAA just posted this video on social media showing its hurricane hunters flying into the storm this morning. So this aircraft named Miss Piggy helped collect data that will help improve intensity forecasts. And that is so crucial as we forecast these storms and we get the information out to you.
Yeah, speaking of intensity and information, we just got the 5 o'clock update on Helene's power and path. Thank you for joining us here at 5 o'clock. I'm Jesse Pagan.
And I'm Michelle Imparato. So we do want to get right over to the chief right now. So Tony, can you break down that 5 o'clock update for us?
Yeah, I want to show you the eye of this storm here from the Tampa Bay radar. I'm going to switch on over to the other side here. This is impressive. Again, the wind speeds are increasing. Look at that eye now, due west of Tampa. It is accelerating more and more quickly now to the north. We're up to 23 miles an hour. The winds around the eye wall there are up to 125 miles an hour. So that's a very, very impressive looking storm system right there. Let's go ahead and switch it on over. I want to show you the cone right now, and you can see what's going on. There's Helene moving very, very quickly there towards the northeast at about 23 miles an hour. The pressure is about 951 millibars right now. And as this thing continues to accelerate, we're going to have a hurricane pushing into southern Georgia and then weakening as a tropical storm as far north as Atlanta, Georgia. So there's the.
You're in the Georgia area. I know some of you guys
maybe scraping on the eastern side of the cone, but pretty close to dead smack in the center there. You can see the bands that have been coming on up. These are the ones we're watching. The core are going to miss us. It's what develops on the eastern side of the core that could get us into trouble. Tropical storm warnings from Jacksonville all the way down to Miami. Now, you're looking at this and you're saying, Tony, why are there still tropical storm warnings all the way down into the Keys? Talked about that large wind field. Normally, we would be cutting those back, but because it's such a large wind field, we're lingering them a little bit longer down towards the south. You saw those wind speeds there approaching 65, 70 just offshore. I just had a chance to take a look at some of the wind speeds there towards the center of that circulation. I'm pinging 90 to 95 miles an hour right here on the eastern side. And look at the winds here into central Florida. We're already running 25, 35, even close to 50 miles miles an hour. Just had a wind gust at Melbourne's International Airport as that came through to 47. Getting a break now, but we'll continue to watch the bands over there in the Gulf. Nasty little thunderstorm with gusty winds near Oak Hill. And last but not least, up towards Palm Coast, Shell Bluff, and Marineland. Cam, we're going to have to watch those as they move quickly to the north. If there's any good news, I think the flooding risk is going to go down because these are moving so fast.
That's right. So we're expecting a general 1 to 2 inches of rain. Some areas out west could pick higher amounts because they're moving so fast. However, that threat for tornadoes is going to stick with us through tonight. Though, unfortunately, that's why all of Central Florida under tornado watch through late this evening. We've already had a couple rounds of tornado warnings already in Brevard and Volusia counties today. Tornado threat, you can see level 2 out of 4 for Central Florida. Several spin-ups are expected, especially as we go into late this evening, as we tap into some of the more of those feeder bands associated with Helene. We do have a bit of a higher, slightly higher risk for folks along the coastal areas of St. John's and also Flagler counties, though. You can see the risk for tornadoes a little higher for those folks. Here's a look at our futurecast tornado threat. Here's a look around at 5 to 6 o'clock tonight. That threat is definitely there, and it's going to be there through late this evening around 9 to 10 o'clock. Overnight tonight, even as you're sleeping, notice around midnight to 1 a.m., we're still going to see the possibility of a couple spin-ups as Helene makes landfall. That's not uncommon with a landfalling hurricane to see more spin-ups. And then as we go into tomorrow morning, we are going to see that threat for severe weather diminish. Here's a look ahead the next 12 hours. We are expecting the inclement weather to really increase later on this evening into tomorrow morning. By daybreak, though, I do think conditions will improve. So that's why you notice red icons for tonight indicating a first warning weather night. This is when we'll see the worst of the weather. As we get past about midnight tonight into sunset, we should start to see conditions improve as Helene lifts north away from us. And then, however, though, we're still going to keep those rain chances around even into the upcoming weekend. Coming up in a few minutes, I'll talk more about the county by county impacts we're seeing some adjustments now with the fast forward speed. Coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Cam, thank you. And now that we have an update on that forecast, I want to get you back out into our local neighborhoods. Over in Lake County, we're closely watching the St. Johns River.
Yeah, it's known to rise during and after major hurricanes, pushing flood waters into homes. So West 2's Haley Crumbo home live along the St. Johns River in Astor again, where we're already seeing some high waters. Haley?
Yeah, that's right. At this point, we haven't seen a ton of rain since getting here, but Astor doesn't really need it. You can see there's already about 8 inches of water here. You can see this home back here, their driveway totally flooded. And this actually isn't just from yesterday and today. They've had a really wet September here in Astor. So if we keep moving over a little bit here, you can actually see a canal and the St. Johns River just beyond. And in speaking with the county, they say right now, this river is at moderate flood stage. They are expecting some rise as Helene moves through. But again, we haven't seen a ton of rain yet. So people are kind of bracing for what's to come at this point. The county wasn't expecting this to reach major flood stage, but some people just aren't going to be sticking around here in Astor to ride out the storm. But if people are stuck anywhere in the county, they do tell me that they're going to have high water teams stationed on both ends so that if anyone needs help, they can send out those teams to get them. If people don't want to stay home, they do have a shelter right now at the Leesburg Elementary School. Live in Lake County, Haley Crumble home, West 2 News.
Thank you. Now with Helene picking up speed in the Gulf, time is just about out for folks in the Panhandle to either get out of town or get to their safe space.
West 2's Justin Shecker is live in Crawfordville in Wakulla County, which is preparing for the full brunt of Helene. And Justin, people are taking this seriously up there.
They are, Michelle and Jesse. We're actually over by the Shields Marina here on the St. Marks River. Now check this out. This is the boat ramp, and the water is already rising from the St. Marks River as I take a step through this puddle here. Now we talked to the owner of this marina a short time ago, and we walk over this way. Back in 2018 during Hurricane Michael, he says the storm surge reached about 10 feet high on this wall. Officials are warning this could be double that at 20 feet high. Take a listen now what some of the marina's owner had to tell West 2 News.
Well, they're saying 20 feet. I don't think it'll be 20, but we had 10 foot of surge during Michael. I'm thinking it may be probably 12. Yeah, if it gets any higher than about 15, we're going to lose some boats. Well, I'm not going to stay at a Cat 3. I've got things to do tomorrow besides going to my own funeral. So I'm going to leave, but I'll be back right after the danger leaves.
So right now we're stationed here again along the St. Marks River in McCulloch County. Now next in the neighboring county, Taylor County, there was a really grim warning from the local sheriff there. Again, the mandatory evacuations are in place, but he's telling residents who stay behind to take a permanent marker and write their name, birth date, other important information, just in case the worst case scenario where rescue teams have to do recoveries and notify loved ones. So again, the local sheriffs, emergency officials here in the Panhandle, the Big Bend, they're taking this so seriously. They're warning the residents, if you stay behind, make those markings on your body just in case the worst scenario plays out. But you did just hear from the marina owner here in St. Marks. He is going to go back to his family up in Tallahassee to be safe. But again, the warning is out there and time is running out to evacuate before we see the worst from Hurricane Helene. Reporting live in McCulloch County, I'm Justin Schecker, WESH 2 News.
Justin, stay safe up there. Thank you. Helene's presence is being felt along the Gulf Coast right now. But as the night goes on, Central Florida will start to see more rain and stronger winds. You're taking a live look back in Lee County at the Sanibel Causeway, where that bridge is taking a beating as the waves are just pounding right into the causeway.
A couple of tornado warnings along the west coast of Florida as well. Some bands around that area that could be heading into Sumter County in those areas. Our meteorologists will be tracking all of that coming up next.
Okay, there you go. There's our. We got a neighbor walking around outside too. That's funny. So there you guys go. That's what they're saying right now. Just a sit and wait. A lot of things popping up all over the place right now. So as far as when it hits here in Orlando, we're not sure, but you know what? You guys stick with us, and you'll be the first to find out. Really, because. See, it's windy as all heck right now out there. No rain, but it's coming. It is coming. So please share it out. Share this out. Let everybody know what's going on. I'm actually watching other streams, working on some videos at the same time. Appreciate you guys sticking around and sitting this weather out with us. At least we're home. We're safe. We're not doing nothing. So we're good. We are good. Okay. Again, if we're not on stream, if I'm not on stream, or Jess isn't on stream or something, you guys can still put stuff in chat. You can let us know that you're watching us and leave your comments to what's going on screen and stuff. Look at that wind right now. Wow. Wow. Those trees normally don't blow like that. But we're here, we're hunkered down, we're ready to go. See where this goes. So you can see right there in front of the garages and stuff too. I wonder if that's going to flood there tonight at all or what. But we'll find out. We should find it. We should be back here with the news momentarily. Because I know on the TV behind me, they're back on right now too. So. You see, we got our snacks and everything. We're good to go. We're ready. Also, if you guys are in Georgia, stay safe as well, because your guys are going to get it.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
We are keeping tabs on this shot right here. At any moment, Governor DeSantis could give an update from Tallahassee as Helene makes its final march towards the Panhandle, the Big Bend area. When that news conference starts, we'll bring it to you live on WESH 2 and on WESH.com, as you see there. That is the live shot of the podium where he's
obviously we will be giving you that live press conference as well.
I want to give you another live look outside. So this is not in our area, but this is to the north and west of us. This is video from Carabella, Florida, where, as you can see, Helene is already pushing some water inland and flooding a dock and several of the streets in this area. So Carabelle sits right along the North Gulf Coast next to the New River. So ample opportunity for Helene to continue to send water in. And Jesse, we are just going to be checking different spots out in Florida throughout the evening here. And because we've been saying how big this storm is, we're going to see a lot of the same footage: flooded streets, docks, and coastlines.
Yeah. I mean, as we've been seeing on the radar and showing you at home, Helene is parallel to Florida right now, and since its size is so big, we are starting to feel all of those effects from it, pushing that water inland, especially on the West Coast, bringing those couple tornado warnings on the West Coast as well. So we're starting to feel it for sure.
And the good news is leaders are prepared. Orange County just gave us an update on their preparations for Helene.
Yeah, West 2's Darren Stoltzfus joining us live with what Mayor Demings had to say. Darren?
Yeah, hey there, Jesse and Michelle. We were hearing from Mayor Demings and other officials here at the Emergency Operations Center in Orange County not too long ago, and the big message from them was to still take this storm seriously. Look, they don't expect a ton of damage from direct impact, but the secondary impact could still be something that plays out here in Orange County, but they are prepared. We heard from officials from OUC and from Duke Energy saying, take some common sense. Electricity and water don't mix, but make sure that you're paying attention to your children and your pets as you see still water. If you see downed power lines, if you see trees that are down, just be prepared for situations like that and report any downed power lines to 911 or to the power companies. Now, as for shelters, there are still shelters that are open here in Orange County. And Mayor Demings said people are taking advantage of that, and that is an option if you feel like that is necessary.
In terms of our shelters do remain open. As of about 2:30 today, we had 78 people in our general population shelters. In addition to the general population shelters, our shelters for people with special needs, they remain open. The good news is that not many people have gone to those shelters. We have approximately 10 people who are in the shelters for people with special needs. We intend to leave the shelters open until about 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
So Orange County is actually where Universal.
Now, Mayor Demings did also say if something did happen that the shelters need to be open longer than that, the county is prepared for that. Leaders are prepared for whatever comes from Helene, but they are expecting things to get back to normal tomorrow. School will be in session, barring something changing overnight. Football games tomorrow night, any after-school activities, those are still on countywide. You see the sports guy in me starting to smile from that news. As far as anything that could happen, could be canceled, that would be left up to the individual schools after that. The county's also preparing to help the area up in the Big Bend. 25 firefighters are headed up that way to help with what is expected to be some catastrophic damage in that area. But as for here at home in Orange County, be prepared. Stay vigilant. Don't get lulled into sleep by this, but also just be prepared for any secondary effects that could come from this storm. Live in Orange County, Darren Stoltzfus. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Darren, thank you. Bringing back our team of meteorologists. We've been going, keeping track of
Also, what we need to remember
Cam, you were talking about county by county. That's pretty much exactly what we did when that tornado warning popped up for Volusia County. You guys tracked it pretty much live on air. And that's just the start of what we could be seeing from Helene.
Right now, we're getting a brief lull in activity, but Tony is tracking some of the bands that are just as far west that hopefully, as they make it up this far north, don't spin up any rotation or any tornadoes. But that's a possibility through tonight in the early morning hours. I'll go county by county with you and show you what you could expect at home. But one good tweak that I did make, I did lower the rain amounts. I'll explain why in a second.
That's interesting. So, Tony, is this storm picking up some steam here? Is it moving faster?
It is 23 miles an hour. It seems to be picking up a mile or two with each additional hour we go in time. So hopefully by 6, it's at 25. And then hopefully by 8, 9 o'clock, it's making landfall and weakening, but we'll have to watch that storm surge. We do have multiple tornado warnings on the west coast of central Florida, and we'll have to watch that. I'll show that to you in the radar presentation. Boy, I tell you what, Cam and I and Marquise, we have been watching these weather cams all day, and you saw us tracking that tornado warning cell a short time ago and just keeping up with how fast they're moving and having to update the estimated times of arrival. Boy, that was a chore today. And we're still keeping an eye on these wonderful looking tropical skies out there right now. The sun beams in through them, creates some beautiful hues out there. For those of you that are fancy with the cameras there, you can see Cat 3, we're up to 125 with the 5 o'clock advisory. No changes in any of the inland tropical storm warnings. There's the center of our circulation now. On the right side of that very thin cone now, still looks like it's going to make landfall just a little bit east there of the Big Bend. Those squalls are coming in along the west coast. We're getting some of the far outer bands that just came through the eastern side of the peninsula, and there you can see all of the tropical storm warnings. Very large wind field now extending well to the south of the storm. And that's why we have not discontinued any of the tropical storm warnings all the way down to the Keys. Here's a cool look at the eye of the storm now, almost due west of Tampa. 1 band, 2 band, 3 band, and a 4th band. That's the one that just produced the tornado warning in Volusia County. So really, for me, the theme with this hurricane so far has been the outer bands have been the ones that have been bringing Central Florida the issues.
We're not on screen either.
Had the issues this morning in Brevard and Volusia. We just had one there in Volusia County. Now we're going to have to wait and see how these bands rotate northward now as this continues to lift from south to north at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. All across Central Florida now, wind gusts are at 35 to as much as 55 miles an hour. We have these local storm reports on there. We're going to start seeing a lot more of those. Those are peak wind gusts. I'm going to start down south, getting a break there in Brevard County, off towards the west. A couple quick showers here. Over towards Polk City, nothing that we're too concerned with. Leesburg, Claremont, you're in good shape. Over towards south and west of Sumter County, we're keeping an eye on those tornado warnings well off to your south, and we'll keep tabs on that. This big band is about to pull off the coast there of New Smyrna Beach. The camera there was rocking and rolling up towards Flagler County. No rotation here, but some really good wind and a whole lot of rain coming on down. This will be in and out very quickly here within about the next half hour. With more in a storm, I could bring you back, Cam.
That's right. Let's go take a look at your impacts county by county together here, starting from west to east. We'll head out west towards Marion, Sumter, and Lake and Polk counties, where I just tweaked some of these numbers. So the worst of the weather is going to be through about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning for you folks. Wind gusts as strong as 75 miles per hour there in Marion County. The rest of the counties, including Lake, Sumter, and Polk, I think we're expecting winds more of 65 miles per hour. Now, I did dial back some of the rainfall amounts, so about 2 to 4 inches of rain, but some isolated areas could pick up about 5 inches of rain on top of everything that we've seen already. Now let's head out to the east. We are expecting some pretty heavy rain for Orange, Seminole, and Osceola counties, about 1 to 3 inches of rain, which is a bit less than previously forecasted. And one of the reasons why I did slim back some of the rainfall amounts is what Tony just alluded to earlier. These rain showers and thunderstorms are racing. And when they move at 40 to 50 miles per hour, it doesn't allow a lot of opportunity for that rain and the water to accumulate. So rainfall amounts will be dialed back just a tad. Wind gusts around 55 miles per hour in the Orlando metro from Seminole County down into Kenansville there in Osceola County. Expect sustained winds, though, roughly 30 to 40 miles per hour. Out towards the east, we've seen some pretty gusty winds here along the coast or in Melbourne. You registered wind gusts around 47 miles per hour. We could see gusts as strong as 60 today for folks along the coast. Rainfall amounts, again, on the lower side now, about 1 to 2 inches of rain. To me, the biggest threat as we go through the next several hours through about midnight to 2 a.m. will be the tornado threat. We've already had a couple tornado warnings already. We're watching tornado warnings down south near Bradenton. We're going to continue to watch that to see if that trend lifts north into our area. For areas along the coast, your worst of the weather will be about 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Plus sustained winds about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Again, watching that threat for tornadoes because the last couple of warnings we've had, even all along the coast there in Volusia and in Brevard counties. Here's a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. So we are going to see impact weather through about early tomorrow morning. And then after that, as Helene lifts off to the north and east away from us, conditions will gradually improve. And those rain chances also start to lower as well. Look at that. By next week, rain chances only about at 40% coverage. We'll have more news for you and continuing coverage of Helene coming up on the other side of the break.
All right, well, there we go. This is what we're looking at so far. As I said in the comments here, the sky is starting to look pretty dark. Yep, that wind's starting to pick up more. But we're good. Just want to know, leave you guys, I want to, come on, guys. Let's have some chat here. If we get more people in here, I'll definitely be able to interact more with you guys. So let's do this. We can make this into a normal live stream at the same time, We can have some fun and still watch what's going on. So, but until then, hopefully after dinner and stuff, when things start picking up, people want to see more of what's going on and stuff. So we'll see. We shall see. But I see there's two of you here. I'm pretty sure I know who two of you are. Well, one of you are. I don't know who the other one is, but I appreciate at least two of you guys watching. Check this out, guys. Please, 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 if you're coming in, share it out. The more people that see this, the more that people are informed, and we're good at that point. Not just for me, but for you guys as a whole. So, and that's what is more important, is you guys as a whole. I also have commercials turned off on this, so you guys shouldn't have to deal with that as well. So, I mean, unless you guys want commercials, then we can do that. But hopefully not. All right, we should be back with the news here momentarily, because they're back on the TV behind me. Wait until you guys hear what's coming up on this. This is crazy. Another neighbor coming home. There we go.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Welcome back. Take a look at your screen. This is a live look in Cedar Key where you can see waves are already flooding parts of the area. And Jesse, we took the shot not long ago, and I think those waves are even rougher than they were the last time we took this shot.
Yeah.
The telephone poles in this area have storm surge markers, including a record-setting one. So that was from Adalia last year. It was 7 feet. There's a solid chance that Helene could smash that record in the coming hours. The National Guard has moved along with other first responders. They've moved into the area to help protect and help anybody out after the storm.
Yeah, you're so right. Those waters look a little bit gray,
Right,
a little bit
they
more
do.
rougher. Yeah, and a little bit higher. It's a lot closer to that deck in that building right there. We've been keeping tabs again on this possible press conference. We're expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis giving us an update on what's happening as Helene gets closer to the Big Bend region. Of course, Tallahassee up there as well. So it's, they're also keeping tabs on it. Again, we're going to keep an eye out for this one. We will be right back.
That was a short news break. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll be back to that in a minute. But all right. Sorry, guys. I'm also over here doing video editing as well. I'm trying to watch other news updates in case I see something that they're not saying on the news as well. I'm trying to get you guys as informed as possible here. But DeSantis is about to hold his briefing when we come back from that break as well. I see a bunch of other people ready for him. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put us back to that because that's more important to me. This way we can hear what he's saying and what's going on throughout the state.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage.
Yeah, whoever's joining us for this, thank you.
And I'm Michelle Imperato. We are still waiting to hear from the governor. He is
back
going
to
to be holding
me
a press
after
conference. As soon as he
these
does walk up to the podium, we
news
will bring it
briefs.
to you live. But first, we do want to get another check of our forecast here with Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi and meteorologist Cam Tran. Guys, we've been following this hurricane for weeks, but the one thing about hurricanes is we have a lot of time to prepare for them. But when we have severe weather within the hurricane, it comes in an instant. Not much time to prepare at all.
Especially when a storm is beginning its acceleration northward like today. That, it was amazing helping Cam out and driving for her, the tools that we use, and having to shift the skits or the measurements of estimated times of arrivals so quickly. I don't ever remember having to change it that quickly in the 20 years that I've been here.
I mean, literally by the time Tony drew out the squall line, which is a line that tracks out where the cell is going, by the time I could even read off the towns, it was already at that town. Like, that's how fast these storms are moving. So unfortunately, we are expecting that severe weather threat, the possibility of tornadoes, to linger through tonight and into the overnight hours.
When people are sleeping.
Correct. So,
and we've been looking at all kinds of tower cameras and roadside cameras and whatnot. And our producer Jason made a comment a little bit earlier, a few minutes ago, when we were looking at one camera over downtown Orlando. He said, "Look how quickly those clouds are moving."
yeah.
And
Jason's
so you
absolutely
can
right.
you can just look up and you can see that there's something afoot up there.
There it is.
Fast.
Daytona Beach. You couldn't even see those buildings literally here just a couple of minutes ago. That's that other band that produced that one tornado warning there in Volusia County just a short time ago. All right, there's Helene now. Winds at 125 here at the 5 o'clock hour. A forward speed of 23 miles an hour. A distance of about 90 miles to the coast there. So you're looking at 4 or 5 hours until landfall, 4 to 5 more hours to potentially get a little bit stronger. And the other thing that we always like to do is line up the center of the eye with the radar with the cone to make sure there's no turn, no wobble, and sure enough, it's right on the middle or just the right edge there of the cone. So feeling more and more confident where the hurricane warnings are is where landfall will be just a little bit later on tonight. And all the way down to the Keys, because of this very large wind field, even though the storm is well north of the Keys, we still have those tropical storm warnings. Just to kind of put some perspective here. Band 1, Band 2, Band 3, Band 4 about to move off the coast. Tornado warnings coming ashore now in and around the Fort Myers area. We're watching that. This is the eye, the velocity product here from the Tampa Bay radar. I just pinged 115. It just moved again, so unfortunately you're not going to see the 115. Trust me, in that white 115-mile-an-hour winds on the northern side of that eye wall. Very, very impressive. And just to the east there by about 40 miles, we're pinging winds of about 65 to 70 miles an hour along the west coast. We are looking at tropical storm force gusts here in central Florida. We had a 47-mile-an-hour wind gust in Melbourne just a short time ago. We're getting a little bit of a breather here now in the metro areas. Showers about to move off the coast there of Palm Coast. And you can see just north of Palm Coast with that cell, a brand new tornado warning just on the outskirts of our viewing area and lifting on out. So, Cam, we're continuing to monitor and watch these things, but there's that tornado warning cell we were looking at just to the north of Flagler County.
Yeah, it's in St. Johns County, so barely just the north of Palm Coast there. On top of the tornado threat, we're also watching the storm surge as well. Look at the wave heights with Helene. A sign this is a strengthening system. Wave heights as strong or as high as 36 feet. It's a wall of water that eventually has to go somewhere. Even the wave heights along the coast starting to build there in the double digits at 18 feet, 14 feet there just off the coast of Tampa. So again, that water has to go somewhere, and we're expecting storm surge in the Big Bend region to be as high as 20 feet out there. At 20 feet, that is water that will get up to the second story floor roof. So just to put that in perspective for you, but even in Tampa, we're expecting storm surge up to 8 feet there. Fort Myers, about 7 foot peak storm surge. Even along the coast and the first coast, we are expecting storm surge as high as 3 feet. On top of that, high surf advisory in effect for all of our coastline areas through tomorrow. So in terms of Helene and its impact, we're already seeing it right now. Quick and heavy moving showers and also a couple of isolated spit-ups can't be ruled out. This evening, the storm will arrive. That's when we're watching the flooding risks as well as the wind and severe weather risks. I think that's going to carry over into tomorrow morning, where we're going to expect some strong storms around, and we're also tracking some very heavy rain. But the good news, as Tony mentioned earlier, these showers and storms are rapidly moving to the north, about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So we're not expecting anything widespread in terms of flooding, but we're still tracking it out together, though. Coming in a few minutes, I'll talk more about the wind impacts we're expected to see. Come here.
All right, Cam, see you then. Seminole County may have to deal with tropical storm force gusts for several hours tonight and into early tomorrow morning.
There's also a chance for tornadoes, as we've been saying. West 2's Greg Fox just got an update from emergency leaders in Seminole County. Greg, what's the plan right now?
We're inside the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center, and it's at a level 2 right now. So let's give you an idea of exactly what that means. We've got some folks over here from Public Works and Transportation. They're making sure that information is conveyed to the people that need it. Health Services over here on the left. Over there, we've got public information. You can see those traffic monitors in the background because they have had some traffic issues already. And actually, Helene has not made landfall or really even given us the worst of what it's going to give us yet, but they are keeping an eye on the traffic situation there, and they will do that as they go along. And then, of course, over here, they've got different television stations, of course, including West 2 News and our first morning weather team, letting folks know exactly what's going on. Alan Harris, the head of emergency services here, give me some idea of what people should be doing tonight when you're hoping, obviously, that they shouldn't be out on the road.
Yeah, we're hoping that people will stay at home. It's going to deteriorate as we get into the late evening. Power could be out, traffic signals out, and it's very hard to see if a traffic signal's out if you're driving around and you can barrel through one accidentally, and that's where we've seen a lot of collisions, and we've even seen death in previous hurricanes. So we're really hoping people will stay home, and if you do have to travel, be very careful about power outage, traffic signals. If the traffic signals are out, 4-way stop is very important. Also, look for localized flooding, not only just because your vehicle can skid, of course, but because the road may have washed out a little bit and could cause damage to your vehicle, or you can get stuck as well. So want people to be real safe.
As photojournalist Jake Arthur gives a continued look at the room here, I noticed that the table behind us is empty. We're not doing mass sheltering, so explain that versus what we would have if we either had a Cat 2 or 3 that's coming right through Central Florida.
Yeah, if we had been under a hurricane watch or a hurricane warning, then we would have been opening up emergency shelters. So while the shelter teams were on standby, and they still are on standby, and we actually have 5 shelters that are on standby to open in the event that there's a tornado or something like that, then we'd be able to move people quickly to the shelter. We didn't really see a need at this particular point because we're only going to be about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Well, we will have power outage. We're not expecting a lot of damage from wind structurally.
And obviously, if people call for help, if they dial 911, you're going to do your best to get there. At least right now, it looks like the wind conditions will allow you to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have multitudes of different types of vehicles. As I mentioned before, actually, when we were just chit-chatting, we actually have responded in a fire engine during a hurricane. We actually gave birth in one. So we will find a way to get there. It may not be in an ambulance, but we will get there and we will treat a patient.
All right, Alan Harris, thanks a lot. Seminole County Emergency Operations will continue to bring you updates from here throughout the night. In Seminole County, Greg Fox, West 2 News.
Greg, thank you. Now at this hour, parts of Marion County are still under a hurricane warning.
West 2's Tony Atkins is joining us live in Denellen tonight, which is included in that hurricane warning. And Tony, this could be one of the areas in Central Florida that get hit the hardest.
Well, Michelle, when we planned out our day, we wanted to make sure we went over to the western end of Marion County, the part of the county that is expected to be hit the worst. And when we made it here about an hour ago to Denellen, our first stop was here at this popular bar and grill called Swampy's. And I want to show you just kind of why we chose this spot. We're right beside the Rainbow River, and you can see a few folks here just taking in the final moments before this storm makes its way through. I will say, since I've been here, it's been an hour now, and the gusts have really picked up. You could feel the air. It's much cooler. And people I talk to here at the river, they say this is actually pretty high for what the river, in terms of levels. And you can see right there, it was actually a little higher just before. You see the watermarks there on the trees. Now, people here, they say they are a little concerned, as this storm makes its way through, about how high it could be. They say when it really floods, it actually it rises above the concrete that you see right here. But again, Denellen is about 20 minutes away from Westport High School, and that is the spot in Marion County, the one school that is open as a shelter for people who may need it. Now, we have been looking at our West 2 app, monitoring the radar. It appears that these clouds are moving in. The wind is picking up. So we're going to definitely be out here in Denellen, all across town, keeping an eye on weather conditions and rain as this storm makes its way through our area. For now, reporting live in Marion County, Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
Tony, Helene has already triggered a couple of tornado warnings in Volusia County.
Yeah, the most recent one just about an hour ago. There's a good chance we could see more before the night is over. West 2's Kristen Lago live outside the Emergency Operations Center in Volusia County with an update on conditions there. Kristen?
Yeah, hey guys. It's actually we're more inland now. So at the operations center, we haven't experienced too much of those heavy wind gusts, but that is absolutely not the case along the coastline. That's where we really saw the bulk of what they're saying will be tropical storm force winds throughout the evening. I want to show you that video from earlier today along the beach. Heavy winds, high surf. A high surf advisory is in place, and everybody is sort of urging residents to stay away from the beach at this point. Although residents not necessarily heeding those warnings. We talked to a few of them that were in the water walking alongside it. They told us that they've lived in Daytona Beach all their life, and to them it's just another storm. They want to get out there and see the wind and the surf. However, county officials again encouraging everyone to stay away. They expect as Hurricane Helene progresses to see even higher wind gusts, and that could create really hazardous conditions along the coastline.
We started seeing those impacts here this morning. The surf has picked up. The tides are higher. We're looking at extreme high tide conditions. The surf has picked up quite a bit. We have the wind conditions have picked up. We are flying that red flag. We did close the beach to driving because of the extreme high tide, probably around 11:30, and we won't reopen today. Our plan is to try to get the beach back open tomorrow as soon as we can. But we have to make sure everything is in place. All the assets, the traffic lane signs, and also our conservation poles have to be established before we can open back up to driving.
So, of course, safety of paramount importance. You heard her there. The driving lanes to all of the Volusia County beaches are closed. However, I want to remind everybody that, yes, the pedestrian access points are open. They can't close down the beaches entirely, but it is not really safe for you to go out right now, and it will continue to not be the safest place to be as this storm progresses. They expect the winds to increase. That is what they're really focusing on here. Not so much the rain, but the wind as being a major concern. In Volusia County, Kristen Lago, back to you.
We do want to get you back out to some live pictures, but I think they just dropped out for us. But we were going to show you what it was looking like over in the Tampa area. Kristen, thank you so much for that report. Stay with us here on West 2. We're going to bring you more news from around the state as we continue to track Helene.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Kristen Laga was just live from Volusia County, obviously our east coast, and she was talking about their main worry there is not so much the rain, but the wind. And we've been seeing wind gusts up to 35, 45 miles an hour along the eastern coast of Volusia County.
Yeah, we want to take you out live to WESH 2's Luana Munoz, who's up in Flagler Beach. And Luana, you seem to be under one of those feeder bands right now, under one of the squalls. Tell us what it's like out there.
I would say definitely, Michelle, in the last 30 minutes, the weather has really changed out here. Wind gusts picking up. Sheriff Staley said that we should be seeing wind gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range, but he's not too worried. He's just saying, you know, nobody panic. We're going to see these tropical storm like conditions out here. I'll let you guys pan over here so you can see the surf, the beach. You can see just how choppy it is out here. Earlier today, when we were out here with our camera, we saw some people kind of walking along the beach. It was just a little bit windier. There was obviously some very choppy surf out here, but nothing too severe, nothing too extreme. These are people out here in Flagler that have survived many hurricanes. One of the biggest ones in recent years was Nicole. That's when they saw a lot of flooding in their homes, so they're not expecting that. We heard from Sheriff Staley today say about 1 to 2 inches of rain at the most from this storm system, from this hurricane. But here's one gal that was with her family. Oh, all right. We're going to send things over to you, back to you guys in the studio as Ron DeSantis, our governor, is starting to speak right now. I'm guessing they pulled out.
Actually, we just lost that signal. So the governor is speaking, and he is going to be giving an update on the preparations that are happening around the state. He has been doing this every few hours just to keep us updated on the help that's on the way as this storm is approaching Florida. And the good news is Florida's been through this before, so we do a really good job at preparing for storms like this. We just know how to do it. We get crews in place ahead of the storm, and we just have a routine, and that makes it so much easier because other states don't have that kind of preparation. Let's take you out live.
But most structures in Florida are going to be able to handle the winds that'll be there if you're interior and at a place that is either a shelter or a residence that's built for that. So you still have time to do that now. We thought the storm was going to get here a little bit earlier based on the estimates. It's going to get here a little bit later. So in these Big Bend areas, you still have time. Now, in other parts of Florida, listen to your emergency managers. I know Pinellas County said last call they were going to shut the bridges down to the barrier islands, I believe at 6 o'clock. So people have either heeded that or not. The bridges in the Tampa Bay area, Gandy is about to close. Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell have been closed. And of course, Sunshine Skyway had been closed earlier. So the time in that part of the state is coming to an end. But if you're here in North Florida, if you're in one of those areas, you see the potential for the storm surge, you still have time to do it. So we would encourage you to heed those evacuation orders as appropriate in your local area. You're going to lose power, so you still have time. If you have power, make sure your phones are charged. Make sure you have what you need to be able to get through a period of time where you're going to have an interruption in power. If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that, whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm. If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125 mile an hour maximum sustain right now. Probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a category 4 or category 3, it's going to be a significant storm. And even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that. And this is the type of thing where, especially as that eye wall moves through, you're going to have some serious storms. And there also may be tornadoes that will be spun off from this as well, and that could be producing some of these reactions. If you have really severe weather, and then all of a sudden it gets very calm, that probably means you're in the eye of the storm. So don't go out into that. That eye wall will collapse quickly and unexpectedly, and you will get very bad weather very quickly as well. There's going to be power lines that are going to be down. Be careful about that, particularly in the streets, particularly near your residence. Do not mess with down power lines. Those can be very, very hazardous. The storm is going to hit Florida's Big Bend region sometime this evening, likely around 11 o'clock. It's going to be dark. Don't go out as soon as that storm passes if it's still dark and try to do work around your house or worry about things. Let it get light. There's going to be hazards there. It's just not something you want to be navigating in the dark. When we get into tomorrow, you may have some things on your roof. Just be careful with using ladders. There's going to be groups that are going to be helping people fix their homes in the appropriate areas. So if you're somebody that you may have some physical limitations, don't put your health at risk for that. Watch the standing water. We've already seen a lot of standing water in different parts of the state already. We're likely to see more of that. You never know what's in the standing water. When you have streets that are flooded, don't try to drive through the flooded streets.
Yeah, this is Florida. We
are going to end up having your car stall out, and then you're going to be stuck. Not to mention the hazards of just being on the roads in those circumstances with having accidents. We've been working here at the state, really starting the weekend. Clearly, we did a state of emergency at the beginning of the week. We have 1,100 missions in progress through the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Those continue to be filled, and they will continue to be filled until they're all done. Many of those are more for post-storm resources rather than pre-landfall resources. We do have the linemen staged throughout the state. You have Duke, TCO, FPL. We have the co-ops, we have the municipals. I think everybody's on the same page. As soon as this storm passes, there needs to be a strong effort to get the power restored, and they will be working to do that. And they've done a great job on this in recent years, and I think we've really set the standard here in the state of Florida. We have 130 generators that are at various gas stations. So when they lose power, most of the newer gas stations or the larger stations have generators per Florida law or have an ability to get the power back on. Some of the smaller ones don't. And when you're talking about the Big Bend region, that can be significant. So those generators have been distributed, and we should not see major interruptions in fuel given that. We have all state agencies that are on standby, 3,500 National Guard soldiers. We can surge that very quickly if we need more. Florida Highway Patrol has 200 state troopers that are on standby. They will go and be dispatched immediately following the storm to areas that need help. Florida Department of Transportation standing by, 307 cut and toss crews to get the roads cleared, 120 bridge inspectors to get the bridges back open, almost 700 generators, big 200 plus pieces of large equipment, and then the large pumps, which they have used not just in hurricanes, but in some of the rainstorms we've had where you've seen flooding in recent months. FDOT has used that, and it's been very effective. We have done a fuel mission, even though we've sent the generators to the stations. We haven't necessarily seen fuel shortage, but you do have ports that are closed. So we have almost 500,000 gallons of diesel in reserve that are being brought into the state, 132,000 gallons of regular motor vehicle gas, 36,000 gallons of propane, and 5,000 gallons of jet fuel. So you're close to almost 700,000 gallons between everything we have across the variety of fuel needs. And we don't anticipate having to use all or even most of that, but we want to make sure that people have the fuel that they need, particularly as the storm passes. So if you're in one of these areas in the northern part of the state, particularly on the coast and those low-lying areas that will face the brunt of the storm surge, you still have time, but you got to do it right now. Every minute that goes by, you're going to start to see conditions worsen. You know, I was out, you look this afternoon in Tallahassee, it was honestly wasn't that bad. It's going to get a lot worse in northern Florida as that storm gets closer. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the prep. We've got the assets that are there. People just need to make sure they're making decisions that have themselves and their families' safety in mind. We can't control how strong this hurricane's going to get. We can't control the track of the hurricane, but what you can control is what you can do to put yourself in the best chance to be able to ride this out in a way that's going to be safe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, again for your unwavering support and commitment to the safety and well-being of Floridians. We really appreciate it. As the governor said, we continue to work on more than 1,100 missions, and we continue to fill those. Again, as he said, most of them at this point are going to be post-impact resources that are ready to move into the area immediately. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's West Gulf Coast and Big Bend. Floodwaters are hard to navigate during the day, but even harder to see at night. At this point, it is the last hours to safely evacuate ahead of Hurricane Helene from the Gulf Coast and Big Bend. If you have not already left, you're probably going to need to start looking at sheltering in place. Stay inside, stay safe, stay put. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. The governor has mentioned this. It's going to be dark outside. When it starts to make landfall, the streetlights, the minimal streetlights that we do have in the Big Bend area are going to go out. It is going to be very dark. So please do not drive, do not go out, wait to daylight, and then only drive if you need to. As you heard the governor say, if you hear the tree snapping, it's probably, it's treat it like a tornado. You're in imminent danger of potentially a tree falling on your house. So please make sure you're moving away from the windows and doors and getting to a central point of your home. Protect yourself from the flying debris. Put heavy coats, pillows, blankets, any type of material that you can put there on top of yourself. Make sure you're doing that. That'll help for lacerations again. And again, just do the best you can with what you have right there in your home. Stay put until the storm passes. The governor's already talked about if literally like a light switch, if you got really, really severe weather and all of a sudden it is completely like nothing ever happened, you're 99% sure you're in the eye wall of the hurricane. So do not go outside. Make sure you stay put. We are anticipating the power outages with the storm. Take time now while you actually have power to top off all of your battery chargers. Make sure you just leave them completely plugged in, ready to go until that power goes out so you get maximum use out of it. Backup generators are going to start becoming more and more of an issue. So please, we have done a really good job of reducing the number of carbon monoxide poisoning fatalities after storms. We want to have zero in this disaster. So keep those generators 20 feet away from outside your home from any open doors or windows. Make sure you let it cool down for 20 minutes before you refuel it. And when you can safely do so and get back to an open store, go ahead and spend $20 and get yourself a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside and return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present along with down power lines. If you see dangerous conditions, please call 911 and report them to your local authorities. Residents needing resources after Hurricane Helene can call our State Assistance Information Line, 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. We again have individuals speaking English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole available to answer any and all of your questions. Please be sure that you follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and on Facebook at FDEM as we continue to share important, up-to-date, real-time information. And again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership and your support.
Karen?
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good evening. We've continued very close coordination with Florida Highway Patrol, with Kevin at the Division of Emergency Management, and General Haas at National Guard, As you heard from the governor, we are very prepared for this storm. We have our people, our assets, our equipment staged all within a reasonable distance from the impact area. We're going to be ready to go to work as soon as this storm passes through with boots on the ground. We have shut down all of our construction projects across the state, and all of our contractors also stand ready to support and recover from the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We're beginning to see a lot of local road closures from storm surge and localized flooding. Please remember, you can always check fl511.com for road closure and traffic information. It is going to be your most up-to-date place to get traffic information. As the storm approaches the state, bridges have begun closing as winds increase. You heard the governor mention Sunshine Skyway is closed, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and also Gandy Causeway is closing within the hour. Please, if you see water on top of the road or lapping over bridges, please do not drive through it. It can be very dangerous. We have 120 bridge inspectors ready to go as soon as the storm passes through to inspect bridges and make sure they're safe for travel. We're closely monitoring the major east-west roadways within the storm's path for Hurricane Helene. That's going to be I-10, US 98, and US 19. We're working directly with local utility companies to have a direct line of communication to expedite our cut and toss efforts. A lot of times when storms like this come through, you can have oak trees wrapped in power lines. It takes very close coordination with utilities, and we're ready to do that. The cut and toss efforts have actually already begun in Southwest Florida. The impacts were not that significant where the storm has already passed. FDOT crews have already driven and cleared more than 2,000 miles of roadway in Southwest Florida. So we've already started working. Once the initial response is through, our cut and toss crews will transition to debris removal. And under Governor DeSantis's leadership, we will stand ready, just like with Adalia and Debbie, to support fiscally constrained counties with the debris removal operation. Please listen to your local law enforcement, your local emergency offices. If roads are not safe to drive, please do not drive on them. Water over a road can be very dangerous, especially around culverts and bridges. Every storm season, we see people try to navigate through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath the water. Please do not drive through it. We're going to stay in touch with our airports and seaports. Seaports are closed waterside right now. Airports are going to reopen just as soon as practically feasible. And again, Governor, thank you for your leadership and support.
So we are getting close to having a landfall. I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal Levy, Dixie. That's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm. And so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm. And then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down, you gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case. And just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken. But once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that. Locals have that. and you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed, but it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances, they're going to say, we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen the post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birth date and permanent marker on their limbs.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Too much, or is that fair?
In the chat.
Well, I think people still have time
to
to effectuate an
back outside and take
evacuation
a walk around
in
the
some of those
property.
areas. I mean,
This is-
particularly you look at Taylor County, you look at
and
that
government
eye
over.
is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there. You're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could be 20 feet. I don't think we've ever had 20 feet recently. I know Ian, I think, got to about 18 feet. But even if it's 10 feet, that is really significant. And that will have really serious consequences. And so people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so. And, we've had examples in storms where people were caught in very difficult circumstances. But basically, I think when you call 911 or you call the sheriff's department, they're going to say, okay, give me your name. Where are you at? As soon as it's safe to go, we'll send people. But they are going to wait for it to be safe to go.
With this being a night landfall, how are you guys going to implement those resources right away? You guys are telling people to wait till daylight to go out and survey the damage, repair your property. What's the state doing, especially with people your resources right behind the storm?
Well, I think Kevin can jump in on this, but I'll just say, if you call 911 or you call for help, they're going to go. I mean, if it's nighttime, they're going to go and they're going to try to rescue. It's more a question of when the storm passes. These folks, they can operate in the night, but I would say cut and toss, most of those things are just going to require daylight. Power restoration, the crews will likely start getting there first thing in the morning. I know you have FPL's got a lot of them staged in Bay County. So you may see them coming over to the Taylors and to some of these counties for restoration, but it isn't going to happen at 2 a.m.
And Cody, just a little bit more on the tactical discussion of that, to the point where the governor says we have resources in Bay County. We have a whole lot of resources in the Ocala footprint right now, and even down at Orange County Convention Center. That's where a lot of our urban search and rescue assets are staging. So tactically, how that's going to work is as they start moving into this area, including the FPL resources staged in Waimama and Leesburg area, all of that will start to move with the assistance of the Florida Highway Patrol and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, the DACS cut and toss crews. They will all work collectively as a team to work into the area. We have some of those staged in area right now. For instance, the Florida National Guard Red Horse unit is staged just right up the road at the Armory here in Tallahassee. So again, it's more of like a hub and spoke system where you have necessary resources in strengthened, hardened buildings, and then they'll start working themselves outward from there as teams of state agencies to successfully get to where we need to be. Do these teams have the opportunity to work at night? 100%. Is it safe to do so? Absolutely not. If they can, and within safety protocols, they will work the best that they can. But I really think with this thing making landfall at 11 o'clock tonight, we're really not going to get a cessation of winds to actually get out there until probably about the time the sun comes up. So I think actually in this case, it's actually going to work out to where we're going to get a full day of sunlight for all of our emergency responders to get out there and do really, really good, solid work. And we pride ourselves on being fast. We will have those commodities moving into these areas within probably 12 to 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think the timing is, from an operational perspective, you're going to be able to maximize the response. If the storm hits at 11, you're going to have serious winds probably for several hours after that. And so they're going to be able first thing in the morning, daylight, and they're going to be able to go all day. If the storm hit at 7 o'clock, I mean, not much would have probably been able to get done in those wee hours of the morning anyways. And so the timing is probably going to be good for them to get a whole day's worth of restoration, cut and toss under their belts, and take care of business as best they can. And of course, on the recovery, they're gonna respond when it's safe to do so. I think it's less about light or dark, more about the safety. And this is going to be for the next however many hours. You're going to start to see hazardous conditions. Then when it makes landfall, it's going to be really hazardous.
Governor, I ask you this, I think, every time we have a hurricane. Do you feel like the state has done everything that it can to be as prepared as possible for the storm?
I think every time we do these things, we get better at stuff. And so, for example, we've done these flood protection, debuted that during Debbie. Now we have them around fire stations, utility substations. We have some of the electrical. I mean, the state doesn't obviously run the electrical, but the municipals, the rural co-ops, in addition to the private companies, it's all like, okay, storm's here. We know we got to do. You did not see that in the past. You go back to Hermine. Did you see Tallahassee mobilizing the way it has? No. So I think that we have a good culture in Florida for prep, and we'll see. I think people have. You look at kind of these paths of how they're projecting it, and people have taken it seriously. Is it going to be a direct hit on Tallahassee? Well, the most recent models say maybe it's going to go just east, but you're going to have impacts that are going to be significant. I mean, you are going to have hurricane force winds. If it hits in Taylor County, you're still going to have hurricane force winds in Leon County. I mean, that's just the reality. So I think people have done a good job. I think that they've taken it seriously, certainly on a preparation from power to logistics and then the local governments. And so we'll hope for the best over the next 6 or so hours in terms of minimal amount of damage, but there is going to be damage and there's going to be a response. And I think we'll all be on top of it. All right. Thank you. Oh, and let me just say to our wonderful First Lady, happy anniversary, 15th year anniversary. Spent in the Emergency Operations Center. May not have been what we had drawn up back 15 years ago, but I just wanted to send her my love.
Mary Man knows where he's going to check in first with.
Do what you got to do.
Let's talk now about what he just gave us a recap of, though. The situation in the state is still critical as they are keeping an eye on this storm to see what's next. But given that update from Tallahassee, we expect to hear from the governor once again later on when this storm starts to make landfall.
Absolutely. But we are still tracking Helene every second of the way. We actually just got the 6 o'clock advisory. So let's go ahead and get you over to Chief Meteorologist Tony Minolfi. So what did it show, Tone?
Well, the winds are 125. Remember now, we get to 129, 130. We're right at Cat 4. So we are on the cusp of that. This is accelerating. North-northeast, we're down at 23 miles an hour. And the pressure is still lowering down to 950 millibars. It's a very powerful hurricane. And with a powerful hurricane, the Gulf is usually calm. That is not the case right now. Look at that shot right there over towards Tampa, St. Pete, the Clearwater area, getting, again, right into the eastern side of this storm, and wave after wave now of energy coming ashore on the western side of the peninsula. This thing is right on schedule. It's going to probably make landfall between 10 and 11 o'clock tonight, just east of the Big Bend. Very pronounced, well-defined eye. Water temperatures here are still running now in the low to the mid 80s. Did a little quick math here. You get 25 mile an hour forward speed, a distance of 137 miles. That's about 5 hours until landfall from right now. So your ETA would be right around 11:30. Now, this is the eye right here. I'm going to ask Marquise to kind of ping a couple of these winds here on the north side. I think we're probably pretty close to 120 miles an hour. On the south side of it, 129. There it is. We were talking about that Cat 4 wind speed. That is right there on the cusp of that. While that is going on, I want him to zoom in just north of that tornado-warned cell there. As he goes back towards the other direction, he'll get into that tornado-warned cell.
Okay, here we go. We're going to take a walk. Let's head on outside and see what's going on out there. All right, let's head on out. So what's just funny is that we're actually at a 2 hour and 15 minute mark here going on. And the fact that we did this the last hurricane for Italia, we were actually live for 3.5 hours before we lost power. So sorry that you can see my finger. Here we go. So take a walk back out here on the golf course so we can see what's going on. Oh man, it was not like this on our last walkthrough. So the debris is definitely falling, and its wind is definitely picking up. I want to walk further back this time because I want to show you one of the normal storms that we had here this summer on what actually happened. This is crazy. All this here was not here before when we came out earlier. Just saw some branches fall over there. This is why we're doing what we're doing tonight. Keep you guys informed. I can't see Chad on the go here. If you guys are watching with us, please leave a comment. Oh my God. Woo! Look at all this. Sand traffic flowing. Let it get over to the here. It's going to go to something. The trees like tumbleweeds. Man, this golf course is destroyed. Branches down there. This is nuts. All right, so let's head back over here real quick. None of these branches were down earlier. And it's 4:30 when we went out. And it's 6:18 now. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but and it's not raining yet either. Watch what does, please leave a comment. And so this here is what a Florida storm normally does. I mean, it's typical for most storms, but I'm expected to see more of this around. Let's go take a walk around, see what else is around. Spanish moss everywhere. Spanish moss. Spanish moss. Tell you, palm trees are built like rocks. They don't go anywhere. These are the ones you got to worry about. Oh man, the water out there is still, it's even choppier than before. But I'll show you. I'm not gonna lie. This breeze right now does feel good. A non-stop breeze though. And the humidity is still in the air though. Some more debris down over here. We'll get down that way. Check this out, all this debris over here. This is just the start. Just the start. More acorns falling. Like little missiles around here. All right. Oh man. Just remember what we said earlier, this lake is normally quiet and still. That's what it is now. That's what it is now. It is normally not choppy like that. Looks like there's some puppies out. Especially if we can see the puppies. Debris. Yeah. Puppy sees us. Hi, puppy. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's look at the puppy be. Puppy can play. All right. Woo! So you can see what the wind's doing. There's trees over there. Let's head back. Head back to the studio. Oh, that's the worst type of day. Worst type of day to move over. It's crazy. Some bigger bridges. As you can see, it's not raining yet. I have a feeling that might be changing pretty soon. A bunch of stuff down over here. Well, everybody, it's safe to say Papa John's is still out and delivering tonight. Good old Papa John's. There's the Papa John's driver. Then we'll head back to the golf course. Actually, let's just head back there now. How's it going, sir?
Hey, how you guys?
Good. How are the roads right now? How are the roads?
I'm sorry?
How are the roads? Are they a mess?
The road.
Yeah, you're driving. They're okay right now, or they're getting bad, right? Okay. Thank you. There you go from the Papa John's driver. The roads are getting bad. Ow! Just got hit in the head by something. Yeah, you gotta be careful out here, guys. Gotta be real careful. All right, so we're gonna head back in. Oh, the wind blew that up there. Oh, that can't be good. All I know is if we start seeing blue arcs in the sky tonight, we might be screwed. Because those blue arcs are usually transformers blowing. Settings. Camera, I'm gonna turn you guys back around to me. All right, there we go. Yeah, so blue arcs in the sky usually means transformers are blowing. And that's not what we want to see, because usually at that point you're losing power. So be back in the studio. Here we go. We're back. Get you guys back over to your computer. And we'll be back with you momentarily.
We were very surprised the amount of traffic that was on the road today with, the government closures and the school closures. There was a lot of people on the road. So that was one of our big things, takeaways, just encouraging people just to stay home, especially overnight now that we know that we're going to go into some more wind period and more squall lines. Just stay put, stay with your families, and just ride out the rest of this event.
Osceola County's Sandbag site has been closed today. Schools are also closed today and closed tomorrow as well, not due to the weather, but because of a pre-scheduled student holiday, giving teachers a day to get some things done. Now, Litton says the plans at the Emergency Management Center are to staff down tomorrow as government buildings start to reopen. He says you can always sign up for Alert Osceola for the latest updates. Details on how to do so are on our website, wesh.com. We'll have more updates for you right after the break.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Now at 6:30, hurricane hunters flying over Helene. Check out this bird's eye view of the storm. Noah posted a video on social media. Aircraft named Miss Piggy helped collect data that will help improve intensity forecast.
And a live look at conditions on the ground here in Florida. This camera out of Fort Myers Beach. Helene got upgraded to a Category 4 within the last half hour. And you can see the winds and the waves both really picking up now. I want to go ahead and get you over to Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi. Tony, what's the latest here?
Yeah, so we're getting information on an hourly basis right now. The pressure just dropped another 3 millibars, and the winds are now up to 130. So that makes this a Category 4 hurricane. And the thing that's very interesting to me is that look at the magenta right there. Those are the taller thunderheads. Those are the colder cloud tops, and that's the first time that we've seen that. So this storm is actually not weakening. It's intensifying and moving up towards the north-northeast and accelerating at about 23 miles an hour. So there's a chance that this is going to get even stronger. Remember, it's going to be over water now for about another 4.5 to 5 hours. These waters are very, very warm. And it looks like it's going to be on the right side of that cone. There's the estimated time of arrival and distance now to landfall. 137 miles, 5 hours from now. It should be making landfall, which would put it right at about 11:30 tonight. Now, the thing that's very concerning to me, Cam and Marquise, big band of thunderstorms now coming up from the north. So literally at any moment, it is possible that we could ping a tornado warning here into Sumter County. We do have tornado warnings down here east of Sarasota. There's a little bit of rotation between Ruskin and Tampa. This is all building up towards the north. So we're going to be watching this very, very carefully. For our friends here in Western Marion, Sumter, and on into northwestern Polk. You need to be very, very diligent now with your weather radio there to make sure you've got it on. This is our local radar. Big cluster of storms there on the eastern side. Still watching down to the south. The metro areas are okay. It's north and west, though, up towards Interstate 75 that things are starting to get a bit more interesting, and this is already building up towards Citra, Ocala, and Williston. Cam, that's where I think that the biggest wind and rain and the threat for severe weather is going to be as we get deeper into the evening.
I 100% agree with you, Tony. So with it strengthening to a Cat 4, it's no surprise we're starting to see where those winds really ramp up and will continue to strengthen and increase in intensity as we go through the evening. Here's a look at some of the peak wind gusts just so far within the last 1 to 2 hours. Silver Lake, that's near Leesburg, 54-mile-per-hour wind gust there. Orlando International, 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. Daytona Beach Shores, 48. Melbourne picked up a little over 45, and Marineland, that's actually supposed to be 40 there, not 70 miles per hour. Moving ahead, we are expecting those winds to keep on picking up as we take a look at those recent wind gusts. We are looking at wind gusts around 51 miles per hour here in some areas. We're talking about winds around 60 miles per hour occasionally at the coast. And as we take a look at your tornado watch for tonight, we are expecting most of Central Florida to be under that tornado watch. Guys, I was wondering if you guys can click forward my show for me right now. It doesn't look like it's clicking forward. Thanks. Recent wind gusts, 51 miles per hour, 43 in Melbourne, 36 in Daytona Beach. We are expecting these winds to continue to ramp up as we take a look at Futurecast. As we go into tonight, look at the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in Ocala, 50 in Orlando, 50 in Bithlo, and 50 in St. Cloud. By the time we get into after midnight to 1 a.m., still looking at wind gusts around 40 to 50 miles per hour, so tropical storm strength winds. By the time we wake up and get out the door for daybreak tomorrow, winds will be breezy, but no longer tropical storm strength winds. Tony referenced the flooding. I'll talk more about the concerns for that, which areas will see the highest rain amounts coming up in a few minutes.
Cam, thank you. We heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the top of the hour giving the update. He also spoke about the importance of doing everything you can to stay safe during the hurricane. Things like staying out of flooded streets, staying away from downed power lines.
If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that, whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm.
He also spoke about staying away from downed power lines should you lose power, because you don't know if they are active. All right, guys, it could be a very rainy night for folks living up in Sumter County.
Yes, West Juice tonight, Gabriel is in Sumter County right now with an update on the final preparations there.
Sumter County has Duke Energy's largest staging site in Florida. And really, right now, it's the calm before the storm. Much more quiet today, a different scene from yesterday where we saw all those power trucks slowly coming in one by one. There are 4,000 line workers and about 1,000 trucks, including contractors from across the country, on standby. They are going over their storm plan. They also have tree trimmers, damage assessors, and support personnel on board. For now, the crews are waiting out the storm, and then once it's safe to do so, the workers will be deployed locally or to areas that were hit the hardest, which will possibly include the Big Bend, the Panhandle. But by tomorrow morning, they will have a solidified plan.
We have protocols in place where, we are not going to start work or start restoring power until conditions allow us to. So we know with a Category 3 or Category 4 hurricane, you're seeing trees down, lines down, flooding, and things like that, extreme wind.
Once Hurricane Helene passes, Duke Energy will open more staging sites closer to the areas that were hit the hardest. Reporting in Sumter County, Sonika Brigadicus, West 2 News.
And meanwhile, at this hour, parts of Marion County remain under a hurricane warning.
Yeah, West 2's Tony Atkins is live in Denellen, which is included in that warning. Tony.
Yeah, here on the west side of
And thank you,
Marion
everybody,
County,
for
this is
watching
an
this
area
with us.
that is expected to be
Appreciate
one
it.
of the
Hope
more
you,
impacted parts
are
of the
staying
county.
safe
And I'm
as well.
here standing in near the Rainbow River, and you can see it actually just now, a little bit of rain starting to come down, quite a bit, just slightly heavier than it's been just moments before this live shot. I've been talking to people. They say that this river is a little higher than it normally is. They say that you could sit on the dock here and dip your toe in, but now this water is a little bit too high for that. If you look down the river there at that the stairs there, it looks like part of it is underneath the water. And there were people out here earlier before the weather started to make its way through out here fishing and just enjoying those final moments as the storm makes its way through. But they cleared out after gusts really picked up here in this area. And I also want to show you something that we got from the Dade County Fire Rescue down in South Florida. They sent us some video. They say that they're actually staging in Ocala. So that's about 20 minutes away from Denellen here. And they are in position to respond to flooding or any incidents, any rescues. They say they are training. They have their equipment in Ocala. Again, about 20 minutes away, ready to go should they be needed here in
Kella
this
is
area.
right
And
through
also
Maryland
back
as
out
well,
here
so.
live, if as the storm is making its way through, if you need a place to go, Westport High School, that's about 25 minutes away from Denellen, but Westport High School here in Marion County is the place you need to go if you need shelter as the storm continues to make its approach. I'm reporting live in Denellen. Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
Helene has already triggered a couple of tornado warnings across Volusia County.
Yeah, and there is a good chance we could see more before the night is over. West 2's Kristen Lago is live along the beach right now with an update on conditions out there. We can see the winds really picking up.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I even need to say it, right? I think you can hear it through the microphone and you can definitely see it. The windy conditions have picked up here along the coastline in Volusia County. We're looking at 25 to 35 mile per hour sustained winds. And that's really the main concern for this area. I do want to step aside to give you a closer look at the high surf behind me. We were just at the Emergency Operations Center, and they were talking to me a little bit about why residents should be concerned about this wind. I think it's easy to compare this storm to storms that have already passed through the area, say Ian or Nicole. The director at the center told me this is more along the lines of Nicole because it is a major wind concern here in Volusia County. The major difference, though, that storm was passing through this region, while this time with Hurricane Helene, Volusia County not in the eye of the storm.
This storm is going down the west side of the state. It's going into the Big Bend area. This is a very large, fast-moving storm. The wind field on this is huge, and we're already seeing and have been seeing the effects actually since yesterday. So again, if you don't need to be out, don't be out. If you don't need to be on the beach, don't be on the beach, right? I mean, conditions are just hazardous right now, and we want everybody around after the storm to enjoy our beaches and our weather when it's nice out versus when it's not.
And these windy conditions are expected to get a little worse. They are looking and monitoring at wind gusts that could be up to 60 miles per hour here on the Volusia County coastline. So important to heed those warnings. Stay away from the beach. Don't be like me. Don't be out here on the beach if you don't have to. You can come back when this storm passes through after the weekend is over. Live in Volusia County and Daytona Beach, Kristen Lago, back to you.
Stay safe out there. Of course, we are still monitoring the latest on Hurricane Helene, now a Category 4 storm.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with the news momentarily here, so sorry about that. I had to get up for a second. So yeah, it looks like we're almost into some wet weather here. So it keeps pushing up north here. So all right. We'll be fine. We're indoors. If we lose power, we lose power. You know, what can we do, right? Not much we can do. Sit here, have some fun. That's all. But again, thank you guys for watching. Wherever you are, hope you're staying safe. I know we are. So, not that big of a deal. All right, we should be coming back on to the news here in a second. And once it does, I will get us back over to that. So, again, we'll see you guys here in a little while. Again, also, if you're in chat, talk away. Please, 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 because I'm literally sitting here at the computer doing this, editing videos. So I am looking. I do see you guys. So let's do this. Let's have some fun at the same time. Any questions, we can answer them.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from West 2.
And the Category 4 Hurricane Helene is bearing down on Florida. Believe it or not, behind this cloud of rain and fog that you can kind of see in this picture, that's New Smyrna Beach. There's been poor visibility there throughout the last few hours, only gotten worse as those bands begin to impact our coastline even more. Helene could make landfall in the Panhandle sometime tonight around 10 p.m. We're going to check in with our team of first-rate meteorologists coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, but we are also closely monitoring conditions here in Central Florida.
Our team coverage continues with West 2's Luana Munoz, who's live for us in Flagler County. And you're just north of where Kristen's reporting. Luana, those winds are picking up.
Oh, absolutely. I would say, Stu, in the last hour or so, we've definitely seen these winds really picking up steam here. At one point, I got out of the vehicle, tried to get back inside of it, and could barely open up the door. But you can see people are still out and about. They're walking along the coast, even along the beach area. We did see earlier some people trying to actually get in the water. Law enforcement is cracking down on that. They do not want to see people inside of the water right now, and you can see why. Very choppy out there. Not the best conditions to be in. Very unsafe. And as you can imagine, with this type of wind, they're
Also, I don't know if it
40
matters
to
to any of you
50
guys, but
mile
sunset
per hour
tonight
wind
is at
gusts out here, and 1 to 2 inches
p.m.
of rain. Not
So,
very safe. And
the sky getting darker right now doesn't necessarily
But I did
mean
find this cute
rain
little
is
boy
only
named Nolan, who walked
so
up to me. Nolan Holt here with
that's
mom
going on as
Danielle.
well.
They're out here eating at the only place that seems to be open right now. What are you guys doing?
Well, we just came from the beach. We were walking on the beach.
You were walking on the beach, and this isn't your first time being in a hurricane, right? No. Mom, you guys were recently, Nicole, Ian. Tell me, what was it like? You guys are Palm Coast residents?
Palm Coast residents, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what you guys have experienced in the last couple of years. This is nothing, right?
This right now is nothing. Yeah, typically we get lots of rain, lots of flooding, losing power, but this shouldn't be bad for us.
And you said that mom, your mother lives along the coast here. She had quite a bit of damage. A lot of people remember Nicole.
We have a lot of family members that had damage. Yes, their houses they were gut jobs. So yeah, it did some damage, but this should be okay.
All right, thank you so much, Danielle. Nolan, thank you for coming out here. What do you want to say?
Just pretty much hi, people of America.
Be safe, right?
Yeah.
All right, be safe out there. That is the message that everyone is sending out here. All the officials with emergency management, along with Sheriff Rick Staley. Be safe and try to stay indoors if you can. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio for now. Luana Munoz reporting live in Flagler County. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, you can hear that wind picking up.
You really can. It's not only winds picking up in Flagler County, but across our viewing area.
Yeah, we're seeing wind gusts well over 50 miles per hour already, and we're not really in the thick of it yet. Those winds will increase some areas 60 mile per hour plus as we go through the next couple of hours.
I want to put our western counties on notice.
Yes.
Looking at the stuff on the eastern side of this storm now as it's going just to by Tampa Bay, there's some pretty good wind and rain, and there's some little bit of rotation in some of those thunderstorms just south of our viewing area that are going to be moving north.
A buddy of mine, Yoli, lives down in Kissimmee, but her parents are in Ocala. She's really concerned about what they're going through right now.
Let me show you the camera up there. They're about to get into it. That's the Ocala Square. You can see the palms blowing there, and there's a lot of rain that is just about ready to get into there. It's moving into Denellen. It's going to build over towards, it's coming right up 75, right through downtown Ocala here, probably within the next half hour to 45 minutes max. It is moving very, very quick. Storm motion today, anywhere from 35 to 45 miles an hour. We're getting updates now, literally every hour. And in this instance, 6:20, They did an update at 6:20, which is a little bit unusual, but we have an intensifying hurricane on landfall, and we know that because when you take a look at the enhanced satellite imagery, and this is the beauty of this particular type of imagery, you can see the magenta expanding and trying to wrap around that core. This is not a weakening storm. Now let's take a look now at Helene. As you can see, the storm now building up to the northeast at about 23 miles an hour. Looks like we have a tornado warning there back towards Lakeland and just to the south and west of our viewing area. I'm going to take you to that in just a second. Let me show you what's going on right there. There's the storm. There's that Lakeland. It's just out of our area. But once this gets just south of Sumter County, we're going to stick with that because of the forward motion of these tornado warnings today and the speed at which they're moving. There's the eye, roughly about 5 hours south of the Big Bend area. ETA of landfall probably between 11 and 11:30 this evening. So there's that tornado warned area just west of the Winter Haven area. This is going to move into Sumter County very quickly. So we want to try to give folks here in southern Sumter County a quick heads up. Again, storm movement anywhere from 35 to 45 miles an hour. This is going to jump over I-4 into the western portions of our viewing area. This is just the beginning, what I think is going to be a couple-hour duration.
Realistically, that's
you can
jumping
see the
right
velocity
behind
chronic
Disney
right
area
there,
right
that
there.
little feature there, and you can see there's 75. The overall bowling alley for this piece of energy is coming right up 75. So that's why I want to put Lake, I want to put Marion, and I want to put Sumter County on notice. Notice the winds right here now. Back towards Sumter County and over towards the Tampa Bay area. That's a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust now in the Tampa Bay area. There's that tornado warning about from now to 7 o'clock in that area. And then eventually, if it can hold together and not weaken, it would be in Sumter County after the 7 o'clock hour. So we're trying to give you as much advance notice as possible. Nasty cell there just east of Port Canaveral, the Kennedy Space Center, but I think that's going to stay offshore, Cam.
That's right. This makes sense why we're under a tornado watch through tonight. It's technically till 8 o'clock, but I think the tornado threat lasts until in midnight tonight at least. We'll continue to monitor it for you, but all of Central Florida under that risk. And Tony just showed you there, we do have that Polk County tornado, and we've had a couple other tornado warnings already throughout the day today, one in Volusia and a couple in Brevard County earlier this morning. And so as we continue to look at some of the impacts, other impacts that we'll see from Helene, wave heights starting to build here with Helene. We're talking about 35-foot waves already. And again, that wave buildup has to go somewhere. So we are expecting storm surge to be catastrophic in the Big Bend region. So with a Category 4 storm, we are expecting catastrophic damage there in the Big Bend region. Most trees down, power and water out for not just days, but weeks. And in terms of the storm surge, so 20-foot waves, which is what they're expecting, or storm surge in the Big Bend region, is enough to cover the entire second story floor of a house. So just to put that in perspective for you, but even look at Tampa Bay, we're looking at storm surge up to 8 feet there, Southwest Florida up to 7 feet, and even on the first coast there, 3-foot storm surge. High surf advisory in effect for all of our coastal locations through tomorrow because of the building waves, breakers as high as 4 to 7 feet. As we take a look at your extended weather forecast, the biggest concerns will be from now through the overnight hours. So that's why we saw that impact icon through about daybreak tomorrow morning. After that, conditions will gradually improve. And this upcoming weekend, we are going to keep their lingering rain showers around thanks to that tropical moisture that's still going to stick around even though Helene will be long gone. And then next week, we start to dry things out with lower rain chances in the forecast. We'll continue to monitor any impacts we will see from Helene as things really deteriorate here for Central Florida over the next several hours, especially for the western counties coming up.
Okay, we're back to this, and we'll be back to them in a moment here. And well, things on my end have not changed since that update. It's still dry. So again, 5 of you guys here. Thank you guys for watching. Nobody's been chatting here in the chat, so yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you guys want to see, what you guys want us to cover here, but we're doing what we got to do. We're going along pretty well. Actually coming up on the 3-hour mark here pretty soon. So we will be back to the newscast here in a second. So, but like I said, no changes yet. So there's nothing I can tell you at this point on my end. The only thing I can tell you is more acorns keep falling. So, right. And I think what we'll do is push back to that. And when we get more people in chat, I'll come back maybe. I'm just going to take a little bit of a break here from popping in and talking and stuff like that. I know I've been doing much of it, but it's still, 3 hours in and out. So, I don't know. I'd like to know where some of you guys are watching from. I got 5 of you guys here in chat right now, so let's conversate. Here we go. We're gonna go back. North Carolina. Awesome, Barbara. I hope you're staying safe there because you guys are about to get it really rough as well. I don't know if you're inland North Carolina or what, but please stay safe. When is the storm supposed to hit by where we are?
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene.
So,
Hurricane Helene bearing down on Florida. Here's a live look at Sanibel.
Should be here around like 11ish or so. We're in Orlando, so not many people have been giving updates on what's really happening in Orlando, so that's kind of why we felt that, you know what, let's just do this and go that way. So, Laura, where are you from? Because I appreciate you watching with us here. I hope this has all been helpful to you guys. Barbara, I hope this has been helpful for you too, being in North Carolina. This way you can kind of get an idea of what's going on here in Orlando as well. Oh, you're in the UK. Okay. Well, you're far enough away from this, so you're pretty well far away. This must be crazy for you guys to watch from over there. But yeah, I appreciate all you guys coming and watching this. So definitely do. Like I said, keep watching chat, and we will. I may not hop on. I may overtalk the newscast, but I'm here. I'm watching. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in chat. Ask them, even if it's anything else related to Orlando or whatever else. It doesn't matter. Just let's kind of get this flowing and be informed all together. So, all right, I'm gonna leave you guys. Well, never mind because the newscast just went back to commercial. So we'll keep with me for a little while. And that you can see definitely over in that screen that the wind is definitely picking up a little more. I don't know if you guys were with me when I went out and did the walk around. Yes, we're definitely staying safe here. As you know, I'm inside and doing whatever I got to do here at home. So sitting here, we're editing videos to put up on the channel and doing this live stream just to inform people. And by not you know what, I'm not a meteorologist by any means, but I can, at least show what's going on outside in my area and let the meteorologist talk to you guys through their, broadcast, and I can push it out that way as well. So, but I definitely appreciate it because I mean, like I said, nobody's really showing this over here. They're all showing the coast and stuff like that. Nobody's showing what's happening inland right now. I get it because we're not in the main area, but the last storm that we did get here in Orlando hit us as a tropical storm. and International Drive was totally washed out. So I just feel like you guys see there was a tree branch that just fell on that screen. So yeah, I mean, yes, the upper part of Florida is going to get hammered. Yes. Are we? Don't know. Don't know. We'll watch and find out outside the window. So, but yeah, even though Laura, you don't have a storm, I'm hoping you staying safe as well from whatever you may have over there. I don't know. Barbara, you need to start hunkering down too. Like I said, I don't know what part of North Carolina you are in, but I know you guys are in impact area as well for flash flooding. And we're going to go back to the newscast now because they are back. Leave comments, and if necessary, I'll throw my words in and throw them over the newscast. And I keep talking. But you guys should watch them over me.
Leading to rescues and strong surf and winds in Marco Island.
The storm triggering a tornado warning in Volusia County hours after a funnel cloud was spotted in Titusville.
Not going to stay at a Cat 3. I've got things to do tomorrow besides going to my own funeral.
We have team coverage tonight from Central Florida to the Panhandle as Helene is just hours away from landfall.
We've also got an active Polk County tornado warning as well. Right now at 7, a live look towards New Smyrna Beach as rough surf crashes ashore. Conditions keep deteriorating across Central Florida as Hurricane Helene washes and goes closer towards the Panhandle. Today, we've seen 3 different tornado warnings, especially along our coastline as we get the so-called dirty side.
Oh man,
of the
Barbara,
storm.
that's
Meanwhile, on our
right
state's
there. I
west
know
coast,
coming
we are
down
seeing
off those
cities
mountains
slammed with
and stuff,
storm surge. Let's go ahead and get you over to our
gonna be
first warning
pretty rough.
weather team with the very
Hope
latest.
you guys
Cam?
are going to be staying safe.
Yeah, we had a 6:20 update with the Hurricane Hunter planes flying into the system, and they found winds of 130 miles per hour, which makes Helene now a
Funny 'cause the
Category
schools
4
are actually
system,
closed here
moving to the
today,
northeast
and
at
they're not
23
sure what they're
miles
doing
per hour, and the
here
pressure
in Florida.
dropping down to 945. You can take a look at the
It
system,
all
how
depends on how bad
symmetrical it is,
streets and
indications of
everything
a
are.
very powerful hurricane as it barrels off to the north-northeast, expected to make landfall later on this evening, again, likely as a Category 4 hurricane. You can see we are expecting it to still be a Category 2 storm, even inland over South Georgia around 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. So this is just indicative of the forward speed and the momentum and how powerful this hurricane is. Speaking of this powerful hurricane, look at the wide expanse of wind field associated with it. The yellow, that's the expansive wind field associated with this system. Look how far reaching it is. It goes all about 412 miles across, and it stretches basically almost the entire state of Florida. Take a look at the winds within the system. We are pinging very strong winds. The bright reds that you see there are some of the gusty winds associated with it. Winds of about 97 miles per hour offshore, 84 as well. So very gusty winds associated with Helene as it continues to move more, but closer to the eye, we are pinging winds of 110, 111 miles per hour. Marquise Mita is pinging that for me. Thanks, Marquise. Looking at the wind speeds right now, we're seeing wind speeds in Tampa Bay close to 70 miles per hour already. A bit closer to home, though, look at this 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts already in portions of Lake County. So our western county is really starting to see some of the brunt of this already. Tornado watch is in effect for all of Central Florida through tonight. And to talk more about the threat for tornadoes is meteorologist Marquise Mita.
Thank you, Cam. Now, we've seen quite a few tornado
I think
watches and
sometime
quite a
around
few
8
tornado
o'clock or so,
warnings
we'll
already
take another
here in
walk
Central
outside
Florida
just to see
today,
what's
starting in
going
the
on.
morning.
Started raining
Houston
or what
area
as
coming
well.
across
So 8
I-95
o'clock, we should have
and
another
several
walk
more
around.
still. Just actually had a warning 2 hours south, and that possibly could enter Polk County. So it's a feature that we are going to keep our eyes on. But these outer bands still circulating around Helene. These are fast-moving pieces of energy, and some of them can contain some rotation. So all across the rest of the evening, we'll carry that tornado watch in which the threat is going to be high, not just here in Central Florida, but as you move further north with Helene crossing over that Georgia line tomorrow morning, we could see some tornado threats on the back end of this system here. So across I-95 into our north and easternmost counties, we're talking about Flagler across Palm Coast. That's where we could potentially see a spin up tomorrow. So we'll take you hour by hour, frame by frame with a futurecast tornado threat. The biggest threat that we will see here in Central Florida will be across I-75 as Helene eventually makes landfall late tonight in the Big Bend area. We see that threat jump from a 1 to a 2 across I-75 into Ocala for Marion County. And then, as we mentioned, the back end could possibly see some spin-ups as well. So something that we definitely have to keep our eyes on as we continue over time. But here's a look at that future cast. You see how massive and expansive Helene is, right? Those strong tropical storm force winds will be rushing inland across I-4 overnight. We see those bands of rain still rotating around Helene, and with these strong rain showers, we will see gusts upwards of 35 miles per hour,
So
which
those
is the reason
bands
we
of
will stay
rain
under a
around
tropical
or what's going to probably
storm
be hitting us
warning
here.
here in Central Florida. But your next 12 hours, they shape up like this. Overnight into the 12 o'clock hour, possibly 1 and 2, we'll still carry that first warning weather day icon as we will feel the stronger force impacts from Helene. And then into the morning tomorrow, it's just a first alert weather day in which we do show less significant impacts, still breezy conditions. Rain chances will dwindle throughout the morning. I do believe the wind will be the major impact. And we'll take a closer look at that with Futurecast coming up in the next 15 minutes.
Keith, thank you. Right now, NASA is also tracking Hurricane Helene as it nears landfall. They've got cameras along the International Space Station showing the hurricane. This afternoon, the station flew directly over Helene and parts of the southern U.S. As Helene races towards the Panhandle, people who have not yet evacuated are being told to find a safe place to ride out this storm.
WESH's Justin Checker is live in St. Martin, where the storm will likely have a devastating impact. Justin?
Good evening to you both. At this hour, conditions are starting to deteriorate, but we know the worst is yet to come. In the last 20 minutes or so, we saw an FHP state trooper drive by this marina, reminding any folks left out here, now's the time to evacuate. If not now, to shelter in place. Back in 2018, the marina's owner told us there was a 10-foot storm surge from Hurricane Michael. Officials fear this could be as high as 20 feet. This will not be survivable in places along the Gulf Coast in low-lying areas. I'm actually looking right now. There are two gentlemen standing on their fishing boat over there with a dog. They may be riding out this storm. As for our crew with WESH 2 News, we're going to move further inland towards Tallahassee, the state capital, to ride out the worst of this storm. But we do know they're expecting widespread power outages, down trees, down wires throughout this region. So the Panhandle is bracing for the worst at this hour. And again, we saw that trooper come by just a short time ago to remind people now's the time to evacuate, or really to shelter in place, because we know the worst from Helene is headed this way. Reporting live in Wakulla County.
That dude and his
Justin
dog
Schechter,
were basically
WESH
flipping
2
off the
News.
storm and saying, "You ain't came
Now,
my
many of the
fishing
people
boat."
being told to evacuate don't have to go very far. Right now, many are hunkered down in shelters in Tallahassee.
I just felt like the storm was different. Just gut feeling. It was just different. It's big, its size, the wind speed. I just felt like this was different. It was the best thing to do.
And here in Central Florida, there are shelters in Marion, Orange, and Lake counties. We have all that information available for you on our website, wesh.com. Now we're going to take you to Lake County, where we are closely monitoring the St. Johns River. The river often floods, we know, damaging homes during big storms.
WESH 2's Haley Crumble-Home has been live along the river in Astor Forest. Haley, what's the latest?
So not a ton of rain yet, which is good for now
Hey, Annie,
because
what's
Astor
going
got
on? How are you
plenty
today?
of rain in September. So the
Hope you're
water
staying
levels
safe
are
with the
already high.
storm.
You can see we're on this patio back here and the river, the canal right up to it. But if we take a look on this side of their patio, the river is already, the water is already coming in. Now, I talked with the homeowners here. They actually say that they raised this patio up about 8 inches a few years ago, but clearly it wasn't enough. This actually, as water has receded, because if you take a look at this pool, this was blue.
How the
But
cats
this
doing,
river
Annie?
water came in from the canal, flooded this pool. It looks like this at this point. To give you an idea of how high this is, this boat here, the Clean Getaway 2, the homeowner tells me that when the river isn't so high, this glass here is actually pretty much flush with the bottom of this patio. So river at moderate flood stage right now, according to the county. We have not seen the worst of the rain yet. They are expecting some level of rise. We'll see how much. Now, some people are going to be sticking around and riding out the storm here. And if they do stay, if there are any problems, the county tells me that they do have high water teams stationed at both ends of the county that will be able to help if anything is needed. For now, live in Astor, Haley Crumble-Home, WESH 2 News.
Volusia County has suspended beach driving for the rest of the day while Hurricane Helene passes. Even though the hurricane is in the Gulf, the Atlantic will see rip currents, high tides, large waves, and rough surf. And our entire viewing area is under a tornado watch tonight. Earlier today in Brevard County, near Titusville, a viewer captured this video of what appears to be a funnel cloud. We have reached out to the National Weather Service and are waiting to see if any tornadoes have been confirmed.
We heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the top of the hour giving an update, and he talked about the importance of doing everything you can to stay safe during this hurricane. Things like staying out of flooded streets, staying away from downed power lines as well.
If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that, whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm.
He also had
So
other
Barbara, I
reminders
have
talking
heard
about
something
staying
about
away
that.
from
I heard
downed
that they
power
don't want to
lines should
renew
you lose
their
power. And speaking of power,
contract
here's a
with
look at the very
or
latest
keep
numbers
paying
of
Disney
homes and
basically.
businesses without power right now.
It's been a
Statewide, nearly
rumor going around for a little while now.
288,000
So
customers.
honestly,
Not
I think
people,
it
but
might be the best thing
homes
for
and
them is
businesses.
to kind of refresh
The
that
Federal
area.
Emergency Management is
But
also keeping
we'll
a
see.
close
We'll
eye
see
on this
because
storm and is ready
honestly,
to come to
Islands of
Florida as
Adventure
soon as it
definitely
passes.
needs
The agency also says
something
people
new
need to
going
stay
on
in
in there.
contact with their insurance company,
Especially with Epic
regardless of
Universe
the
opening up.
agency's
Like
response.
honestly, most of Universal needs a refresh at this point, in my
There's a
opinion.
major disaster
So
declaration that will open up more resources. But what people need to do is take photos if there's been damage to their homes. They need to contact their insurance company. They need to gather those important documents. And so all of that's going to be needed, whether there's a major disaster declaration or not.
but this rumor has also
President
been
Biden has
going
approved
around for
emergency
quite a while
declarations
now
for the
as
states
well.
of
So
Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and North Carolina.
The Dr. Phillips Center has canceled all performances today because of the storm. This includes one of the first
and
Broadway
also, if you
shows
guys
this
are in the
season,
area,
Girl
just
from the North
I'm
Country,
sure you already
and
realize
Sean
it, but
Holcomb
Mickey's Not
inside
So Scary is
Judgment
canceled
Live.
tonight, as
Also,
well
Advent
as
Health
Halloween
Schools
Horror Nights.
of the
That's
arts
canceled tonight
classes
as well.
are also canceled.
And the parks
Our coverage
all
of
should be
Hurricane Helene
closed right
continues
now,
as we look at
except
one of our
for
sky
like
cams showing
Snow
exactly what the
Dimension that's
conditions look
closed,
like outside.
and
This is at Naples
Universal
Pier. Where you can
Studios
see the
is
surface
closed right
picked
now.
up, and you can tell which way the hurricane is
So
going
I
because it's
mean,
all
honestly, in my
going
opinion, is if you
one
have
direction.
those parks closed, the rest of them should be closed with it. But I know Epcot's still going because I've seen just recently some live streams going from there, which I think is dumb on the park's ends. But I'm not the one that runs it. Will come back to me for a little bit, but yeah. So, like I was just saying, like honestly, I think that if you closed those, oh, it got windy. My window just shook. If you're closing those parks down for Horror Nights because of safety issues, you really should have closed down the rest of those parks as well. But what do I know? What do I know? I know they took a lot of precautions and took a lot of things down in the parks. Jess was telling me of some of the stuff that she saw, like some of the things that I know that would happen. Volcano Bays was closed for today, which I think it should have been closed tomorrow, and today would have been fine to have open, but I don't think anybody kind of really knew what was going on. Look at those trees blowing. Oh my gosh. So that drinking that you hear in is Leia right now. Sorry about that. But sorry, I hit the mic. Apologize. But yeah, so as far as Marvel, that's been a rumor for a while. So and I think it would be the best thing for them to do. Honestly. Give it back to Disney. Let Disney play with it. Find something else to put there. So, any other questions from anybody else before this newscast comes back on? I appreciate all you guys hanging out, though. I really do. You guys all rock. And what are we going on right now? We're going. What's is funny is because during the last hurricane that we did this, we hit 3.5 hours. I'm at 3 hours and 12 minutes right now, so it should be. I would love to push it past that. Because at the 3.5 hour mark for the last hurricane that we did was because we lost power. I don't foresee me losing power right now because it's not even raining right now. It's just windy. Yes, the wind's picking up, but let me open this door here, and this way you can hear what's actually going on. Turn that down. Like I said, in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll definitely get outside and see what's going on. Let me check outside real quick, see if it's actually. Other than the smell of laundry, nothing. Just laughing at that one. But, all right, so we're back with the newscast, and let's go back to that. All right, we'll see you guys here in a little while.
Storm surge Helene is expected to unleash on parts of the Florida coast in the coming hours.
If it's 20 feet like they're saying, it's going to change the landscape in Franklin County, I can assure you that.
Franklin and Taylor counties are in Helene's expected landfall zone, but for much of Florida's Gulf Coast, mandatory evacuations have been in place since
So let me know in
Wednesday.
the chat
State
if
and
you
local
guys
officials
prefer
imploring residents, leave while you
the
can.
newscast to
Some
be
people
larger,
have made decisions that
or
that
we
they're
want
going to hunker down,
the live stream
even
to be
though
larger.
they were requested to leave.
So we can play around
Regardless
with
of
it.
that, the governor says rescue crews are standing by.
If there's people that are going to be in distress, we're going to be there to be able to assist in those efforts.
Their message now, survival.
If you hear trees snapping around your home, treat it like a tornado. Get to an interior portion of your home, get as low as you can.
Right now, along with Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia are under a state of emergency. In Steinhatchee, Florida, I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
All right, waves already flooding roads in Cedar Key. This telephone pole, yep, it's a telephone pole, has storm
That's
surge
5
markers,
states
including
under a state of emergency
record-setting
right now. That's a lot.
7 feet
Just
from Hurricane
be
Idalia
careful,
last
everyone.
year. And there's
I
a
don't know
solid
why
chance
they did
Helene
not
could
include
smash that
Alabama into
record
that state of
in the coming
emergency
hours.
because
National
it's
Guard has
going right
moved
up
along
that
with
way
other first
too.
responders to protect and help.
Our team of first warning meteorologists joining us now. They have been tracking Helene, obviously, for several hours. Guys, we saw it go from a 3 to a 4 fairly quickly at one point.
Absolutely. I think it was like a 4-hour time period that we were tracking the winds, and then we had the 2 o'clock advisory. Then at the 6 o'clock, it jumped once again. And then 20 minutes later, it became a category 4. So,
And unfortunately, there's still more time for it to really dive into the waters of the Gulf of Mexico and intensify. So I wouldn't be surprised if it strengthened just a bit more before landfall tonight because of just really the dynamics. Warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, not a whole lot of shear or even dry air to really contend or interfere with this system strengthening, unfortunately.
And we're thinking, what, around 11 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, just before midnight, landfall in the Big Bend region.
yeah, late tonight when the lights are out, that's when we're going to see it make landfall, and we could possibly see some spin ups out that direction too. We're going to take you out to our Gulf Coast. I think this is the St. Pete Tower Cam, in which it's tough to see out there. We have water droplets on top of it. The wave heights are crashing into the shoreline right now. So pretty nasty conditions outdoors. And I think the camera picture paints 1,000 words. You don't want to be outside right now because this is what you are walking out to across the Gulf Coast. Terrible conditions for the moment, and we won't only see those get worse as Helene continues to strengthen before making landfall in the Big Bend area. So here's the 7 o'clock advisory. With the movement is towards the north and the northeast. That path hasn't changed much in the last 6 hours, but its speed towards that direction has. 23 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds show 130 mile per hour conditions. And from the 6 o'clock to the 7 o'clock advisory, the biggest change that we've seen is the pressure drop. It's now at 945 millibars. So the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm, and we still have time before landfall for Helene to continue to strengthen. So just want to put this into perspective for you guys. Category 3, that starts at 111 miles per hour. Category 4, 130, that's what it jumped to at 620. But now we're a stronger category for hurricane, and we could potentially see that speed increase before landfall. And it's even maintaining its hurricane strength all the way through Florida, crossing over the I-10 corridor, and then into Georgia. We could still
Why
have a
is it
Category
when
2 on
most
our hand
hurricanes hit,
early
it's
out the
always
door
hit
on Friday
after
morning? So it
midnight,
doesn't look like this
like
system is
landfall?
slowing down anytime
Why do
soon.
they
I feel
never,
like it's doing the complete
ever
opposite.
make
So here's a look at
landfall
satellite and radar
during daylight hours?
inching across that Gulf Coast line. And you see this flash flood advisory across the panhandle of Florida right now. This is new because we've just been training these showers for hours upon hours. I wouldn't be
It's funny
surprised if
because
we've seen already
most
7+
snowstorms
inches of
up
rain
north would
out
happen
that
overnight
direction.
as well.
Another impact that we're consistently watching has been the wind gusts. These are inland observations. We got a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust here across I-75, and we will see those outer bands continue to show breezy conditions right here in central Florida as well. Further to our south, I know we did have a couple tornado warnings across our southernmost communities, and that's because of these pieces of energy continuing to swirl across Helene. Inland, a gust here in Lake County, 52 miles per hour. So super breezy conditions. And oftentimes it's the breezy winds that send trees crashing down. You don't want the debris on the road. And obviously you don't want any power outages. Trees could do that too, crashing into power lines. So flood warning out towards the west. We do see a couple bands of rain now entering Polk County. These are fast moving pieces of showers right now. So the rain possibly won't stay overhead for long just because of the natural speed of these bands across I-75 into Claremont, Leesburg, the Villages. 1 second you have the rain, the next second you don't. That's just because these showers are moving in so quickly. And we talked about the showers across the panhandle of Florida out towards Apalachicola, where we've seen that consistent rain. I was thinking around 7 inches. Looks like our radar indication shows anywhere between 6 and 7. And that's just over the last 12 hours. And we still have hours upon hours of rain still to go. I think the rain is going to be a major impact across the Gulf Coast, where we can mix that with the storm surge. That'll increase the chance for any potential flooding. But Cam, you mentioned that inland, some of our biggest impacts may just include the winds.
That's right. We've already seen some peak wind gusts well over 50 miles per hour. In fact, here's a look at the graphic here showing some of the top wind speeds across our area. We are expecting wind gusts well over 50 miles per hour in some locations. Silver Lake, 54. Orlando International, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts already, 48 in Daytona Beach Shores. Melbourne, wind gusts around 45 miles per hour. Wind speeds right now sustaining coming in the southeast at 25 to 35 miles per hour, but gradually increasing as we go through the evening. Current wind gusts, meaning wind gusts within the last hour, have peaked out around 52 in Leesburg, 43 in Melbourne, and 49 in the City Beautiful. As we continue to track out those wind gusts through tonight, look at this, 71-mile-per-hour winds around 10, 11 o'clock tonight out towards Ocala. We're talking about wind gusts around 50 to 60 in Leesburg, even in the Orlando metro. Then by about 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, we are
50
still
mile an hour
dealing
wind
with
in
tropical
Orlando
storm
is
strength winds.
pretty
Notice
strong.
though, those
So
wind speeds do gradually ease on off
see what
as we look
happens.
ahead for early Friday
You
morning.
see there
Here's
that
look
the
around
storm is
daybreak,
actually
early Friday.
picking up
We
a
are
little bit
expecting winds
outside. So
sustain around 20 to 30 miles per hour
now
and
that
then gradually
nighttime is
easing through the day
actually sun
tomorrow.
has
So
actually
we are no
officially
longer
set.
going
It
to see
was
the
at
threat for tropical
7:17
storm
today.
strength
So
winds, especially by about
we'll
midday
see.
on
We'll see what
Friday.
happens.
Here's a look at your Helene forecast. Right now, fast-moving showers and thunderstorms will be tracking the possibility of tornadoes, especially as we go through the overnight hours. Tropical storm strength winds are expected through the overnight hours. But again, tomorrow morning, those winds will gradually ease with a few rain showers around even through early tomorrow morning. However, we're not expecting those heavy downpours that we are expecting late tonight. But the good news with the downpours that Marquise was tracking, at least though they're moving fairly quickly. So we're not expecting widespread flooding to be concerned. If we do see flooding, it's going to be some localized pockets thanks to the squall and bands moving over the same areas over and over again. Here's a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. So tomorrow morning, still impact morning, low rain chances this upcoming weekend. And then look at that. Finally, we get some drier air for early next week. Rain chances only around 40% chance with high temperatures hovering around the 90s. Coming up in the 7:30 half hour, I'm going to go hour or county by county and track out when you'll see the worst of the weather and how much more additional rain we could expect. Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen, though. They're saying less rain chances coming up, but it's going to be humid as all heck coming up. After this storm, it is going to be very humid. You can feel it outside right now. This storm is pushing some of the humidity out, but it's also dragging a lot of that tropical humidity in. Wow, look at those trees. Oh, man. I don't know what my neighbor's doing out there, but he's hitting his button on the car. On top of those trees are blowing around pretty rough right now. I kind of can't wait till the 8 o'clock hour to see what that golf course is looking like now, because that's where we're gonna go. I'm gonna go back out to the golf course and see from there, because it's pointless to go anywhere else. It's gonna be too dark. We're gonna go out to the golf course, and that's where most of the debris damage is gonna be. Because last time we were out there was a good amount of branches that were down. So, but yeah, any questions, guys? Feel free to throw them into the chat. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if it's a dumb question or smart question. You get what I'm saying here. I'm sitting here with you guys until I say I'm not. So we're going almost on 3.5 hours here. So let's do this. Share this out, please. Let your friends know that we're doing this. It will help out everybody, not for me, but for everybody to be informed on what's going on. All right. We should be coming back on here any moment. Let me throw you back to the news.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
And our team coverage of the storm continues with a look at the emergency response in Seminole County.
As WESH 2's Greg Fox tells us, a blown transformer caused railroad crossing arms to go down near the tracks at 434 and Ronald Reagan Boulevard in Longwood.
Right now, we're at the intersection of 434 and Ronald Reagan Boulevard and the railroad tracks in Longwood. And this and 4 other railroad crossings in Altamont Springs and Longwood were knocked out when a transformer blew earlier today. Now, take a look at
north
this
of
video.
Orlando.
It took them a couple of hours to be able to fix this. And so they were testing the tracks until, well after 6:30 at night. And the Florida Department of Transportation crews want to make sure that they are functioning properly. But again, while they were doing all that work today, they were near some very busy intersections, including one at State Road 436 by the Altamont Mall. And of course, that was causing traffic to back up severely. Now, this kind of a situation is going to play out potentially in other areas of Central Florida where we have crossings. So read the sign, everyone. Do not stop on the tracks. Don't be in a hurry, because you might run into this situation. So what does that mean? It means when you get to a railroad crossing, especially if you're not sure if the lights and crossing arms are functioning properly, stop here until you're sure that it is completely clear for you to cross the tracks. One more reminder. One of the things that we're probably going to have are traffic signals that are knocked out. And it means when you get to a signal that's not functioning like this one is on Ronald Reagan Boulevard right now, you've got to treat it like a 4-way stop and look around you before you proceed. In Seminole County, Greg Fox, WESH 2 News.
All right, Greg, thank you. And heavy winds will be a big problem as Helene continues its track towards Florida.
WESH 2's Darren Soltis is live for us in Winter Garden, where some power lines have also been knocked down. Darren, what are you seeing?
Yeah, hey, they were just off Old Winter Garden Road, which we were earlier up in Winter Park at the Emergency Operations Center. It is much gustier down here. If you take a look behind me, these people are some of the more than 2,000 without power. You have some neighbors out on their porch taking in the entertainment. It is free, and you are without power. What else are you going to do? But it looks like Duke Energy crews are hard at work. They said they first have to get the tree off this power line and then heat seal it. There's a few steps to this. So it's going to be a little bit before these people have power. Now, there were some stoplights on the way over here, just like Greg was talking about, that were out. So proceed with caution if you're out on the roads tonight. There's no rain. We are dry, but this wind is gusting, and it's going to be an issue. I think we're going to see this more and more as the night goes on. But thankfully, these guys are out here. Several trucks, as you can see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as they are hard at work trying to restore power. But yeah, more than 2,000 are without power in this area tonight, and we'll see how quickly they can get things back up, but it's only going to intensify as the storm gets closer and closer. But for now, live just off of Old Winter Garden Road, Darren Stoltzfus will send it back to you.
That's the scene we could be seeing all across Central Florida tonight as those winds begin to pick up.
Absolutely.
All right, coming up next at 7, we are continuing to stay on top of the latest with Hurricane Helene as it starts to push towards the north.
Plus, first responders are staging in Marion County, getting ready to head to the Big Bend to get to work once the storm ends.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Right now, our special coverage of Hurricane Helene continues. Landfall predicted around 11 o'clock tonight in the Big Bend area. It has been a rough day across almost all of Florida between flooding along our west coast and several tornado warnings already today in Central Florida as we get hit with the dirty side, the east side of the storm.
We're also getting widespread impact because of how large this system is. Let's get to our first 20 meteorologists who have been tracking this system for us. Let's kick things off with Marquise Mita. Marquise.
Thank you, Stu. Now, one of the major impacts that we've seen so far here in Central Florida today has been the winds. As you look at the sky, we've got to look past the droplets on the tower cam. Clouds are moving pretty quickly here across Lake County. In fact, just a moment ago, we had a gust of upwards of 50 miles per hour. Obviously, the rain is coming down right now, and you see the waves off in the distance rocking, and that's because just because of the winds that we've seen so far. And those are really starting to pick up within the last few hours. So here's a look at the 7 o'clock advisory. We do still have wind speeds sustained at 130 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we see some faster moving winds before landfall because Helene has continued to strengthen hour by hour. From 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, the pressure dropped to 945 millibars as it stays on that north and northeast projection, about 23 miles per hour. So it's really racing across the Gulf Coast, in which we could see landfall just before midnight. We're going to turn on the storm relative velocity. Take a look at the eye here. You see it moving quickly just off the coastline, in which the fastest moving winds are closest to the eye. We've had some winds registered at 125 miles per hour. Now, of course, inland our gusts aren't that strong quite yet, but we could possibly see some of those towards the Big Bend area overnight and into the morning tomorrow. Also to our south, we are tracking a tornado warning. This is across Hardee and Manatee counties, moving rather quickly, right? These storms, these outer bands, these are moving at speeds upwards of 35, closer to 40 miles per hour, in which they're not overhead for long, but they could head our direction. So across Polk County, we will keep our eyes on that. And Cam Tran, I know that we are under a tornado watch all across Central Florida currently.
That's right. We have to make sure that you have a way to get weather alert through the evening because, again, all of Central Florida under that tornado watch through about 8 o'clock tonight. But really, it's extended through about midnight to 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning because of that threat for tornadoes, even as we go through the overnight hours. Here's a look at when we could see the worst of the impacts in terms of the storm surge. And also, before we get to the storm surge, I want to show you, this is a sign of that intensifying hurricane. Look at the wave heights. 33 to 31 foot waves. All that energy has to go somewhere, right? So we are expecting, unfortunately, catastrophic storm surge for our friends and neighbors up towards the Big Bend region where they could get 20-foot storm surge. And just to put that into perspective for you, that's as high as the second story building. It goes up to the roof of the second floor. So, but keep in mind, even in Tampa Bay, they're looking at 8-foot storm surge. And yes, along the first coast, we could see 3-foot storm surge there. So in terms of a category 4 making landfall in the Big Bend region, these are the impacts they can expect. Catastrophic damage, most trees down, and power and water out, not for days, but for weeks. And you can see the water level, how high it would get if we had a 2-story house. It would definitely reach the roof of that second story. Now, in terms of surf for the Atlantic coast, we are under a high surf advisory through tomorrow. We could see breakers as high as 4 to 7 feet, but we could occasionally get a couple breakers as high as 9 feet. But the good news is those swells should gradually subside as we look ahead for Saturday, and by Sunday we'll see some improving conditions along our beach locations. Coming up in a few minutes, I'll go county by county and show you when we'll see the worst of the impacts from Helene and how much additional rainfall we could see from the system coming up.
Cam Marquise, thank you. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue is in Ocala helping stage equipment for emergency response. The response team is training and making sure everything is in order to conduct possible search and rescue operations. Officials say the team's plan are being updated as new storm data is being released. And Ocala is not part of Marion County that's under a hurricane warning right now, but Denellen is.
Yeah, that's where West 2's Tony Atkins has been all day. And Tony, the conditions there have really deteriorated since we spoke with you about an hour ago.
Yeah, it really has. It's fluctuating. Like right now, at this very moment, the winds have picked up for now. But again, that could die down in just a few moments. I do want to show you, though, just live here. You're looking at how some of these winds have been coming through. At this point, the rain is pretty light. And also there's been just pretty steady traffic here. But it actually is pretty light as people are inside trying to, find shelter and stay away from this storm. Now, there is a grocery store right there at Publix, and there have been people running in and out trying to get what they need. It's pretty empty inside, and people in there, they told me that they're just getting what they need, get in, they're getting out, again, just trying to stay away from the storm. But right now, things are pretty light. The rain's pretty light. We have seen some stronger bursts of wind at this point, but for now, things seem to be okay here in Denellen, and we're going to stay on top of this as the storm continues to make its way through. I'm reporting live in Marion County. Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
Tony, last time I believe we spoke with you, you were at Swampy's Bar and Grill near the Rainbow River. There were a couple of people fishing behind you. Now, when you went from that location to this location, I know there are people going to the grocery store, but outside of that, were there a lot of people out and about?
Well, yeah, it's been pretty steady, especially before the rain began. So the rain, I would say, began at around 5 o'clock here in Denellen, and people were outside. They were fishing, and they literally called it the calm before the storm. And before we left Rainbow River, we did get an interview with the guy who said that the water was just so high that he had to come and see it for himself, just in case this was a very significant weather event. He just wanted to see the calm before the storm. But all those people there at Rainbow River, they left the second that this weather picked up for that moment. And again, out here further into the city, the traffic has been pretty light. So I think people, they get the message. They've been hearing from all the leaders here in Marion County, and they're getting what they need. This Publix is going to close pretty soon, and hopefully they're getting home and staying out of harm's way should this become a significant weather event.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Tony Atkins reporting for us from Marion County, one of the counties that we are expecting to have the most impact as Helene makes its way on shore.
Let's make our way to Sumter County now, where we find West Shoes tonight. Deborah Gettiga, she's at Lake Pennsauken, and tonight you're starting to see some damage where some of those winds came through and knocked a tree on top of a house.
Yeah, we spoke with a gentleman who lives nearby. He told us just before 6 o'clock this evening, he heard a crack and a boom. Didn't think too much of it until he walked out and saw this. It's much better now, but earlier the tree was blocking the road, and that's why they brought Public Works, Sumter County Fire, and EMS had to come out here as well just to make sure everything was okay. The good news is no one is hurt because this is a mobile home, and we're told that no one lives here. The downside, though, is that the owner apparently was working on remodeling this house, and now they just got more tasks on their job because you see the damage here. And this is part of the gusty winds. Public Works says that the trees, like earlier when it was light out, we saw the trees swaying. There's a bunch of palm fronds on the ground, and then tree limbs, branches all over here. Although it's dark, it's kind of hard to show you now. And there was a down power line right behind me over here. Thankfully, they shut it off, but that was the damage this tree caused. And again, no one is hurt. No one is experiencing outages as well, although this is a down line. So they're just telling people this is one example of what could possibly happen as the winds pick up later this evening.
And you could see some more winds picking up and more rainfall. What were the conditions like over the last hour or so since you've been out in that region tonight?
Well, we did feel some feeder bands earlier, and we kind of saw like a stop sign swaying, spinning. So the winds are definitely picking up, and thankfully the roads are empty. But it hasn't been too bad. It's just that they're telling people in those low-lying areas, to the floodline areas, just to be extra cautious and to utilize the shelters that the county has opened. There are 2 shelters, a Wildwood Community Center for people with special needs, as well as the fairgrounds, which is for the general population.
All right, tonight, Deborah is for us in Sumter County tonight. Thank you. We'll check with you a little later.
Helene has already triggered a number of tornado warnings across our state, including in Volusia County.
Yeah, there's a good chance we could see more before the night is over. West 2's Kristen Lago is live along the beach right now with an update on conditions there. We can hear it in the wind there.
Yeah, and the wind has definitely picked up here along the Daytona Beach coastline, even in the last hour since I last spoke with you both. I mean, I think I am perhaps the best visual representation for you of just how fast these winds are coming through. We're talking 25 to 35 mile per hour sustained winds, and then the risk of major gusts up to 60 miles per hour. The surf behind me, can't really see it as the sun sets, but it's getting higher and definitely creating some dangerous conditions for Volusia County residents, especially those that live along the coastline. So it doesn't matter that Hurricane Helene is coming up the western side of Florida. Volusia County officials telling me that residents here are definitely going to continue feeling impacts like this.
This storm is going down the west side of the state. It's going into the Big Bend area. This is a very large, fast-moving storm. The wind field on this is huge, and we're already seeing and have been seeing the effects actually since yesterday. So again, if you don't need to be out, don't be out. If you don't need to be on the beach, don't be on the beach, right? I mean, conditions are just hazardous right now, and we want everybody around after the storm to enjoy our beaches and our weather when it's nice out versus when it's not.
And so what have Volusia County officials done already? They've closed the driving lanes to the beaches. They've closed all of the public restrooms at the beaches and in the public parks that are along the inlets along the coastline. And then they're just encouraging pedestrians. Yes, these access points may be open. We've seen a few people come through trying to take video of this wind, video of the surf, but they are encouraging you to just stay inside tonight. It is not safe for you to be out here along the coastline. You can come back once the storm passes through. Live in Volusia County, Kristen Lago, West 2 News.
All right, Kristen, thank you. The Florida Department of Transportation says it has closed the Skyway Bridge in the St. Petersburg area due to high winds. Taking a live look right now at that bridge, and you can see the camera itself can't sit still.
I'm
so
shocked that one was closed already earlier.
We've seen a lot of low-lying bridges also been closed along the West Coast.
So.
FDOT did not say when the bridge will reopen.
That's crazy. You see
Some
the wind blowing
Floridians
that
have
camera.
reported instances of price gouging when it comes to fuel, water, and hotel rooms. That's according to the state attorney general's office. Officials remind you the price gouging hotline is currently active. Businesses may not drastically increase prices on essential items during a declared state of emergency.
If those prices are jacked up, we need you to let us know. We've already stopped some of these price increases in real time. That lets everybody get the supplies they need and be able to afford them.
Consumers whose fuel prices on essential items have been drastically increased in the past few days can contact the hotline listed there on your screen, 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. All right, coming up next, our team of meteorologists are still tracking Helene as it prepares for landfall in about 3.5 hours from now.
Plus, we go inside the storm with the hurricane hunters as this massive storm continues to gain strength.
Come back to me for a little bit. Like I said, guys, in about 15 minutes or so, we'll be heading outside and doing another walk around. You can see right here that nighttime has set in here in Orlando. You can see with the trees and on the shadow on the building over there on how breezy things are. We don't have that great of visibility as we did before, but definitely have a good idea what's going on. You can see there in the grass going on, also right by the tree, which they definitely need to cut around here because that's how much rain we've been having. It's been crazy with the amount of grass that's been growing around. Some of these people, the landscape companies, can barely keep up with it. So let me take a sip of this real quick. I apologize. I've been trying to neutralize the glare on the window that we're filming out of for the shot over here as well. And you can see my reflection in the glass. So, but yep, it's all right. Well, it's the best we can do. What are you, Leia? What are you boofing at? Okay, the puppy is around too. So, but we'll be going out there pretty soon. Oh, my neighbors just turned their lights on. Where are they going? This is this is kind of weird on my end that I'm able to see everything going on. But it's all right. So we should be back to the news here momentarily. For the next commercial break from the news, I think that's when I will head on outside and do our 8 o'clock walk around. So share it out, let people know that we will have a live outdoor Orlando feed here so you can hear what the wind is and if it's raining, things like that. So I don't think it's raining just yet, but we're back to the news broadcast and I'll be back.
Of Helene, NOAA just posted this video on social media not too long ago showing its hurricane hunters flying into the hurricane this morning. The aircraft named Miss Piggy helped collect data that will help improve intensity forecasts.
And take a look at this video from our crews at our sister station in Southwest Florida. This is Sanibel Island, which you may remember suffered catastrophic damage from Hurricane Ian almost 2 years ago, and that huge surf hitting them once again today. All right, we're also closely monitoring conditions here across Central Florida.
We are. Our team coverage continues with West 2's Luana Munoz in Flagler County. Luana.
Summer, the winds have really been sustained for the last couple of hours. Very strong. They're expecting 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts out here. But you can see, if you can see, the sun is now setting. Hard to see out there. Very choppy surf. They don't want anyone in the water. Fortunately, we've seen a lot of people backing away from the coast here. Earlier today, we saw a lot of people just taking pictures. They were out and about. A lot of businesses have shut down, but some have remained open. Right there is one business on the corner where we see people going in and out, trying to grab some food, have a bite to eat, and enjoy the evening. But certainly something that you don't want to be out and about in, just walking around, running around. You definitely want to be safe out here. Sheriff Rick Staley had mentioned that we were going to be seeing just 1 to 2 inches of rain, but it's really the wind gusts that are going to be quite a problem. This area of Flagler County is going to remain under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening. Earlier today, everything was shut down. Schools, all courtrooms, all government offices. And like I mentioned, some businesses here along the coast had also shut down or shut down early. Others are staying open, but still certainly something that you just don't want to be out and about in, just running around. So the name of the game is stay safe out there. We have been seeing some people out here. There's one guy over here filming us and chatting with us earlier, and we got to talk with some kids and parents that came out real quickly for a bite to eat. But now the sun is going down, it is setting, and it's certainly time to try and stay indoors. Bring in those items from outside of your home so that they do not get blown away. Reporting live in Flagler County, I'm Luana Munoz. Back to you.
All right, Luana. And
She's picked up on it. It's not really
much
raining
rain.
there.
Yeah, just heavy wind. We can hear it.
Kim
louder
and
than
I,
her.
we were talking about it a second ago. It's almost like Florida split directly in half, where it's rain showers, gusty winds out towards the west, closer to that eye. But out east, where Luana's at, was that Flagler?
Yeah, Flagler
County?
County.
It's dry, but
like
still
a tale
breezy.
Of two Floridas, like the West Coast versus the East Coast. But all of us dealing with gusty winds, though. And now, as we head into the evening, overnight hours, the threat for tornadoes. We actually have a tornado warning right now down to our south.
And that could be heading our direction, right? So let's take you guys out towards the west. Here we are in Marion County, where it is raining, and we've seen those consistent showers. Showers are moving in quick, though. Take a look at these sustained speeds, close to 30 miles per hour. And of course, you'll have those gusts, which do include tropical storm force winds upwards of 35, but 28 is still fast. The ground is slick, so if you're traveling right now, please be careful, but make sure you get inside your safe space as quickly as you can. 84 degrees with those showers coming in, but here's a look at the big picture. Our latest advisory at 7 o'clock did show that pressure decrease. It dropped down to 945 millibars, so there is still some real estate for Helene to strengthen before landfall. Sustained winds do show 130 miles per hour as it moves towards the north and the east, racing across the Gulf Coast at 23 mile per hour conditions. So it's a category 4. It could be a strong category 4 before landfall, but it's such an expansive storm, right? The actual storm field, the tropical storm field from the westernmost point to the easternmost point, it's about 400 miles, and well, Florida from north to south is also 400 miles. So that's why we are nearly all under some type of tropical alerts, advisory, or warning right now. And here's a look at some of the winds that we're picking up, the surface winds out towards, it looks like St. Pete. We had a gust of up to 70 miles per hour, and the winds are much faster towards that center of circulation. We'll turn on the storm relative velocity. Just a moment ago, we had speeds of 140 miles per hour. It looks like closer to the eye. What we're pinging is closer to 120. Now, that might be subject to change as Helene does continue to strengthen, but man, these winds are definitely one of the stronger impacts with Helene that we will see inland tonight. Here's a look traveling across the I-75 corridor, wind speeds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. There we go. We had a gust a moment ago of 76 out towards Clearwater. I think that's the fastest that we've seen. But Cam, as you were mentioning, we have seen multiple tornado warnings to our south. This one across DeSoto, also Charlotte counties, radar indicated tornadic signatures with those bands of rain still swirling. So these are likely rain-wrapped tornadoes, but they're moving in super fast across I-75. It's like one moment you got the rain, the next moment you don't, just because of the nature of these storms. And I do believe I'm starting to hear something in my ear. We might just have a tornado warning possible close to Polk County. So we're going to get an update on that pretty soon. But I do believe this is where we likely could see the chance for some rotation with those faster bands coming in close to that I-75 corridor. So also getting rain. We did mention the showers are out west, breezy conditions out west as well. And then towards the east, we're much drier here in central Florida, but those bands of rain moved across the I-4 corridor rather quickly. We'll continue to monitor these as time goes on, but it's across the Big Bend area that we've seen the most significant impacts, the strongest winds, also the heaviest rain. Out towards the Panhandle, we've seen almost 7+ inches, and with those training rain events, we could possibly wrap up the evening with another 2 or 3 inches of precipitation. So those are the impacts that we've seen here across the state of Florida. And with more, let's bring in meteorologist Cam Tran.
Hey, that's right. We've seen quite a bit of rain already. Here's a look at some of the rain amounts we've seen so far today. Horizon West, a little over 1.25 inches. Claremont, almost 1 inch, a little over 1.25 inches as well. Cocoa, more than 1 inch of rain. Winter Garden, you almost made it to 1 inch of rainfall so far today. And again, we are going to continue to see those bands moving in, increasing these rain amounts as we go through the evening.
It's weird.
Here's a look at how much
tornadoes
additional
right around
rainfall
those
we can expect as we go through the
we
worst of the
haven't
weather
really seen
between now and about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning here for Marion, Sumter, Lake, and Polk counties. We're talking about wind gusts as strong as 65 miles per hour for most of this area out into far western Marion County. I wouldn't be surprised to see a wind gust over 75, which is, of course, hurricane strength winds. Rainfall about additional 2 to 4 inches with isolated 5 inches on top of everything that we've seen. And I'm also watching the tornado threat for all of Central Florida through daybreak tomorrow because of these bands that are now moving in. Let's head out east towards the Orlando Metro, Orange, Osceola, as well as Seminole counties. We are expecting the worst of weather between now and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Wind gusts well over 50 to 55 miles per hour at times. Additional rainfall about 1 to 3 inches and an isolated 4 inches can't be ruled out. And again, watching that tornado threat through daybreak tomorrow. Out towards the east, Palm Coast down to Palm Bay, watching your weather here in Flagler, Brevard, and Volusia County. Daytona Beach, expect wind gusts around 60 miles per hour. Sustained winds closer to about 30 to 40, and we're looking at an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain on top of the 1 to 2 you've already picked up this morning from some of those rain bands that moved through earlier today. And of course, here we're watching that tornado threat. Here's a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. Helene will lift north by tomorrow. Still dealing some on and off rain showers tomorrow, though. Then you can notice those rain chances do gradually ease off as we go into early next week.
That was so good.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from West 2.
All schools were closed today due to Helene, and some have chosen to be closed again tomorrow.
West 2's Megan Milano joins us with the very latest status. Megan.
Yeah, every school in Central Florida was closed today, and we do have some that have chosen to stay closed tomorrow as well. Here's the list we have for tomorrow's closures: Florida Virtual School, Marion County Public Schools, Polk County Schools, and Sumter District Schools as well. As for colleges and universities closed tomorrow, College of Central Florida campuses, Eastern Florida State, Florida A&M University, FSU is closed through Sunday, Marion Technical College, Polk State College, and Santa Fe College as well. And we also wanted to note that in addition to those, students in Osceola County also have the day off tomorrow, not because of the weather, but because of a pre-scheduled student holiday, giving teachers a professional study day. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Next at 8 o'clock, we are waiting for the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
Our crews are spread out across Central Florida in those strong winds as we start to see some trees and power lines be knocked down. We'll leave you with the live look right now towards the eye at Icon Park. We're going to continue checking these conditions after the break.
Okay, so we're about to take you guys outside here, and let me switch everything over. It's a whole process. So bear with me for a second, and we'll head on out. All right, let's go. What, you want to come? Here we go. Hold on 1 second, guys. Bear with me. I think Leia wants to come with me. No. All right. Thank you, Jess, for putting that on her. All right. So we're going to head out.
You want to go out? No?
She doesn't want to go? Fine. I'm going. All right. So Leia doesn't want to go. We're going out. Let's go. Sounds pretty windy out here, too. Settings, camera.
You're watching continuing coverage
Let's
of
go
Helene
to that one.
from WESH 2.
All right, there we go.
Helene strengthening as it moves through the Gulf and
what we're
closer
dealing
to
with.
Florida.
Water coming ashore and leading to flooding in southwest Florida. Central Florida, Fort Myers, Key West. The storm visible from space.
The surf has picked up. The tides are higher. We're looking at extreme high tide.
At about 15, we're going to lose some boats.
It's pretty windy
West
out here.
is
Oh, I
tracking
feel
the storm
rain.
with team coverage from Central Florida to the Panhandle.
Hurricane Helene rapidly intensifying right now. It is a Category 4 storm and expected
Feel
to make
rain.
landfall in the Panhandle tonight. We want to give you
We're
a live
starting
look
to get
from
rain.
Southwest Florida. This is on Matt
Take it
Lachey,
slow,
and this
we need
is
a
in Lee
cloud.
County. Conditions
got
here
rain.
have been deteriorating very quickly as the wind has been picking up. The waves have been crashing into the shoreline and into the bridges
There's
there.
a lot
and the
of things
rainfall
going down out here.
down, but just the worst for us.
You barely
is
see
still
what's going
expected
on
later
out here,
tonight.
but
Exactly. Yeah, we've got our team of meteorologists who've been tracking this, guys. What's the very latest as we kind of reset here at the top of this 8 o'clock hour?
The 8 o'clock advisory came in. The pressure has dropped, but it has not been reflected in the winds yet. We're
breezy
still
out
talking
here.
about Category 4 hurricane. Winds of
Head
130
out to the
miles per
front
hour.
there.
There's still a little bit more time for it to strengthen, and I wouldn't be surprised with. We're doing hourly updates now. By the 9 o'clock, those winds.
hear
can
the
change, Tony.
light
About
pole over
three and
here
a half
shaking.
hours to landfall. So you're if you're dropping 3 to 4 millibars per hour, at some point the wind's got to go up even a little bit higher. So next 9 o'clock hours could be very interesting. I've got
Take
some
our
new
walk around
hurricane
the property.
info as well. We're flying in there again for special research purposes tonight, so it's going to be interesting to see what they.
It's pretty windy
Let's
out
look
here,
what's
guys.
going on right there up
pretty
towards
windy.
Marion County up towards the square there, looking pretty good tonight. We've had some rain and some wind. Just got a couple of emails from some folks up there saying they're ready for whatever Helene has. And there's the center of circulation. Look at that big burst of magenta.
You're back.
That is not a
Wonderful.
weakening
We're just
hurricane.
taking a
That is an
walk around the property
intensifying,
right now to see what's going
full-blown
on.
major hurricane.
Apparently
with
it
eyes
did
set
rain out
on
here for a
somewhere
little
right
bit.
up
The ground
here,
is wet.
just east of the Big Bend. And you take a look now at the cone. There's the center of circulation.
rained
It's
much,
right
but
on the eastern side, so
in the back of
likely
the
to make
cars.
landfall probably right about in here, just to the southeast
doing
of
anything right now.
Tallahassee. You saw the winds still at 130. Its forward speed is at 23 miles an hour to the northeast. What's amazing about this, it's such a large storm. Normally, we would be canceling those tropical storm warnings down to the south. Not with Helene. It is still quite windy down to the south, so we haven't lifted any of the tropical storm
Last time we
warnings
were
down
out
to
here,
the
this
south.
we had a lot
So
of stuff down.
you see right there, 90 miles from landfall. That's 3 hours and about 25 minutes or so. That's what we're dealing with the potential timing for landfall. The other thing we're watching here is these large bands now moving across the western side of our peninsula. We've had multiple tornado warnings with that band that's coming through just east of Port Charlotte. They were showing the tornado warning cell on that just a short time ago, just south of Fort Meade. All of this energy now is beginning to rotate.
That's weird because we've been
Interstate
basically all
75.
day
So we're
in this
going to
area
have to
without rain.
really literally babysit these cells until the whole storm lifts out of our hair. It's right in here that we were looking at a couple tornado warnings from Lakeland to Bartow to Fort Meade. Not seeing anything
going on
on
over
the
here?
radar that screams
By the
rotation
water
right
again.
now. So that's a bit of some good news. You can see the I-4 corridor about to get into a bit more rain, but the juicier stuff is right here. Just saw a couple peak wind gusts in and around Tampa Bay between about 70 and 76 miles an hour. Back towards Melbourne, we're quiet. Titusville, quiet. Sanford, quiet. A couple showers are going to be headed your way. And everything, as Cam and I have been telling you in Marquise, moving quickly from south to north at anywhere from 35 to 45 miles an hour.
Yes, so we are watching not only the squally weather, but embedded in these squalls, we could see some spin ups. In fact, the tornado watch that was scheduled to expire at 8 o'clock has now been extended.
As long as we
until
don't see
6
blue
a.m.
sparks up in the
tomorrow
air, we're
morning now
good.
for Central Florida. And that's because as Helene makes landfall, we could still see some of those squally bands produce a couple of spin ups and tornadoes. You can see the tornado
Especially
threat.
that way,
We are
that's
under
the
level
main
2 out of 4.
area
Meaning
around here.
several tornadoes could happen between now until daybreak tomorrow morning. But I want to hone in particular here along the coast in Flagler County. You're under a level 3 out of 4. So
I gotta tell you, it's pretty dark out here.
Coastal counties. Let me walk you through future casts to show you when we'll see really things completely go downhill there. And it's unfortunately going to be pretty late tonight in the overnight
more
hours,
down
likely while you're sleeping. So before you head to bed
Branches
tonight,
more
make sure
than it
you
was
download the
before. It was
West True
just
Weather
this
app or
one
have your
earlier.
normal
Now
weather
it's
radio
all
on,
this.
so it will alert you if any severe weather does head your way, so you can take and move to your safe spot. So 9 o'clock, you see these feeder bands into the storm could have some embedded spin ups in that.
The guy out
You
here
can
with
see
his
it's gonna
dog,
be
playing with his
along
dog in that
I-75
weather.
points eastward, and then as we
Ooh.
go into the overnight hours,
That's where you
11
stepped in the
o'clock to
dark.
midnight,
That's all I'm
look
telling
at
you.
these bands that move through the
Almost
dark reds,
fell on that.
indicating not only very heavy rain, but some fast moving storms that
Back
could
here.
have some brief rotation in them. Then as we go into around midnight to 1 a.m., it's still that squally weather around, tropical storm strength winds here all across Central Florida. Then as you wake up on Friday morning around 6 to 7 a.m., we start to ease
Keep
those showers
going.
and thunderstorms quite a bit. Those tropical storm strength winds also gradually die off as well. And
Wonder
that
if
is
they
when we'll
put
finally see some improvement as
all the
Helene
pool
lifts off
stuff,
to the north away from us. 12-hour
like,
planner
in
for
the pool or
tomorrow. So it's going to
something.
be pretty overcast and breezy still tomorrow morning.
Let's go
Winds will
find
ease
out.
through about midday and late day tomorrow. Still keeping the on and off rain shower chances though, because even as Helene lifts
Let's
off
go
to the
see what
north
they did.
away from us, still going to see some of those tropical moisture and bands associated with Helene still bring us some rain. Back to you guys.
Karen, thank you. Jesse, what a difference 2 hours makes. Remember that camera that we
Slide
were
all
showing
the
everyone from
numbers down.
Sanoki with the waves?
Yeah.
We would love to show you that camera right now from the Panhandle, but
They didn't put
unfortunately,
anything
the
in the
web
pool.
camera that we were using to show
Smart
you Cedar
move.
Key has gone down.
Yeah, just a
All right.
testament to the winds and the rain that's been happening there. Meantime, though, our Justin Checker is in Wakulla
Yeah, all
County
the
a little
umbrellas are
earlier.
lined
He
down
talked with a
close.
marina
All the
owner
backs of the
hunkering
chairs are
down.
down.
He's hoping his marina survives.
Here along the St. Marks River in Wakulla County, this boat ramp at a marina is already flooded. The rain is the strongest we've felt all day, and the wind is starting to pick up. Now, back in
I would
2018,
say
there was about a 10-foot storm surge during Hurricane
this is the
Michael.
hurricane, guys.
Officials along the Panhandle of Big Bend are warning of possible
This is really
20-foot
the
storm surge
hurricane.
that will be life-threatening. We did talk to the owner of this marina. He told me he's going to hunker down during the storm back home in Tallahassee.
Well, they're saying 20 feet. I don't think it'll be 20, but we had 10-foot surge during Michael. I'm thinking it may be probably 12. Yeah, if it gets any higher than about 15, we're going to lose some boats. Well, I'm not going to stay at a
Grounds
Cat
crew
3.
around here was
I've got
just
things
here
to do
earlier
tomorrow,
today, just cutting
besides
and
going to my
cleaning
own
the
funeral.
grass and stuff
So
like that.
I'm going to leave, but I'll be back
They're going to have
right
to come back.
after the danger leaves.
And late this afternoon, we heard from Governor Ron DeSantis. First responders are on
Right.
standby, but they won't be able to begin those search and rescue or potentially recovery operations till Hurricane Helene passes through. Reporting in McCullough County, Florida, I'm Justin Schecker.
Now, in the
Let's head
Panhandle, the
on
Taylor
back.
County Sheriff has a
Was a
grim
big old
request
branch
for
down
people
here.
who did not heed the mandatory evacuation orders.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this, but the sheriff's office says that the time to evacuate
literally
is now
getting blown
passed, and
sideways right now.
people, if they choose to stay, they're asking you to write your name, your birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker. That way you can be identified and your family can be notified if you drown in the up to 20 feet of storm surge that is predicted for that area.
Literally
It
getting
seems
blown
drastic,
sideways
but
right now.
that
That's
is
how
how they're trying to
strong
get the
this
message
wind is
across
right now.
now.
My goodness. And as
This is
Helene gets closer
crazy.
to making landfall, Miami
Things
Dade
falling down
fire
everywhere.
and rescue crews are staging in Ocala right now. The crews checking their
So,
supplies and boats so
we're
they
gonna
can
head
head
back
right out to
inside.
the impact zone as soon as the
It's hot
storm
out here.
passes. Now, it's not just the Panhandle that's worried about Helene. Many
It's
communities
hot.
in Central Florida are bracing for flooding.
Earlier
I
this
can't
month, Chopper
step
2 was up
anywhere
over
without
Astor as the
stepping on
St. Johns River
the-
overflowed its banks, flooding streets and carports. So now, with Helene expecting to dump even more rain, those flooding
Not big
concerns
ones, but
are
little
growing.
West
little
2's
twigs
Haley
and things,
Crumblehome
but
is in Astor right now,
still a
where
lot
the
of stuff.
same problem is already happening. Haley?
We're gonna head back in.
Yeah, that's right. They've had a really
We're right
wet
by the house.
September, Jesse. So even though we haven't seen a ton of rain yet today, there's already water here. You can see
Get
I'm
back
on a
to
patio just
what
off
we
of
were
the
doing.
canal, off of the river, and there
We'll
is
come
water
back out
here.
later
And
on.
I'm going to step carefully because
All right, guys.
it's been here so long. There are what look like little tadpoles in this. They've made a home here. The last 2 weeks been a lot of water, and this has actually receded some. If we walk over to this pool here,
back
I don't know if you can make it out in this light,
Keep
but
blowing
it's
it around
black.
everywhere.
That's because the water from the
Here we go.
canal
Let's
came
put
up
you around
into this pool.
officially.
Now, we haven't had the worst of the rain yet. It is picking up wind-wise here, but here in Astor, the main concern is always the flood. Just spitting a little bit rain-wise now. So as more rain comes in, people are getting a little bit concerned, but people here are typically prepared. It does flood here a lot. Some people not planning to ride out the storm here, but if they are, if anything happens, the county does have a high water team stationed in two ends of the county to help if it gets to that point. Live in Lake County, Haley Crumblehome, West 2 News.
All right, Haley, thank you. And gusty winds are already starting to impact Orange County. Power lines were knocked down tonight in Winter Garden. We have West 2's Darren Stoltzfus live for us, where the crews are trying to get things back up and running. Darren, how's it going out there?
Hey there, Michelle. We're just off Old Winter Garden Road here, and there are a little more than 2,000 people that have been without power. I'm going to step out. We're actually seeing some of the tree service trucks move out of the way, and this is the Duke Energy trucks getting to work trying to fix some power lines. It looks like a tree blew into them. We saw several limbs down, and they're over there. You probably can't see it through the dark. But there, when we arrived a little after 7 o'clock, there were probably 8, 9, 10 trucks here as they really dove in to try to get this thing going quickly and try to get the power back and restore. We talked to a little bit of people around here hanging out. They said, you know, it might be a while. There are a lot of processes they have to do. First, getting the tree removed off of the line, and then dealing with the power outage. So it looks like they're making some pretty good progress. But earlier today, we heard from a Duke official saying, look, this is going to happen. We know this is some of the secondary effects of Helene. We aren't going to get that primary hit, but we know there are going to be issues, and we're prepared.
We have 8,000 resources strategically placed throughout the state, 3,000 of them locally nearby in Ocala. ready to respond. And as the day progresses, we realize that the increased wind gusts will cause trees to fall, limbs to fall into our power lines, creating possible additional outages. These conditions are critical to our crews being able to restore power safely. As soon as the conditions are safe enough, we will be able to get out and start diligently restoring power.
Yeah, and that's one of the things to remember is treat every power line like it is live. You don't want to mess around with that. Also report it so somebody can get out here and fix it like these guys. Just in the short amount of time that we've been in Ocoee since we moved down here towards Winter Garden, the gusts of wind have really picked up. We've seen a little bit of rain, but nothing too terrible yet, nothing out of the norm for the situation we're in. We'll see what we have in store, or what Helene has in store for us over the next few hours. For now, live in Orange County, Darren Stoltzfus, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Darren, and just taking a quick look, it looks like Duke Energy has about 11,000 customers out in Orange County and OUC about 224.
Yeah, those power outages are starting to roll in. They said minimal earlier, but as we know, they could be going up. We'll be right back here on our continuous coverage here on Western News of Hurricane Helene as it reaches and gets closer to the Big Bend region. We'll be right back.
What if I'm back here? Let me know.
Guess who's back? Me. I'm back. The Kelly Clarkson Show. It's a new season. It's bright, it's fun, it's new. I like it. It's a new season.
When you need strong protection, I mean a very serious one, a powerful shield for your privacy online, you better take Surfshark, an easy way to stay private online.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from West 2.
One of the areas in Central Florida expected to take a harder hit from Helene is Western Maine.
Only coming for a hurricane now, and that's Tony Atkins, who is live in Denellen on the really.
Yeah, around 8:15, we started to see the rain. It was pretty much drizzle all throughout the day. Bands of rain making their way through as the storm surged north, but now it's starting to become a little more constant. Here we're seeing heavier wind gusts, and as you can see here, just the rain is finally coming down with some consistency. But I do want to show you just this area we're in here in Denellen. This is an area where there are a lot of businesses, and at this Publix here, we saw a lot of people coming in earlier today to get what they needed, and right now in the light. Now, there are, we did get updates from Marion County officials. They say a lot of these city offices, the county offices, like City Hall in Ocala, as well as their municipal buildings, those will be closed on Friday after the storm has made its way through. A lot of businesses and the government buildings have closed to allow the storm to pass through. They urge people to find shelter, get off the roads. And as far as that goes, here in Denellen, traffic has really pretty much been non-existent over the past hour. So people really heeding the warning to stay out of harm's way. But again, we're going to continue to stay out here and monitor the situation. This rain finally starting to come down. I was on the West 2 weather app taking a look at the radar. It appears potentially over maybe the next 45 minutes, we could start to see strong winds like what I see right here. So we definitely are going to be out here monitoring the weather condition. Now, if this storm gets really significant and you need a place to go, Westport High School, that is here in Marion County, that is a place where people here can go to find shelter should they lose power or if they need a place to go to ride out the storm. I'm reporting live in Denellen. Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. Bringing back our team of meteorologists to the desk. Cam, you were just saying 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Orlando?
Yeah, and there's a ground stop right now for some
Okay.
flights. You may want to double check your flights before you head out this evening. We'll have the latest on the flight boards coming up in the next half hour, but we're really seeing those winds begin to ramp up this evening, not just here in Central Florida, but along the coast as well. Have some look at those peak wind gusts in a second.
And this is the time, Tony. We said this was all going to start to really ramp up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be worse on the western side of the peninsula, but we'll watch some of these renegade cells that are starting to pop up very close to I-4. Hey, a lot of questions about how can a storm go from 5 to 6 miles an hour in the Caribbean to almost 30 miles an hour. And I got a graphic here I wanted to kind of show everybody at home. Real estate's important when you're buying properties. Real estate is also important when you're talking about the weather. And one of the things we talk about is the jet stream a lot. And we've got this upper low now to our north and our west. So we've got this high pressure here. So the tandem of high and low is what is helping to accelerate our Hurricane Helene as it's moving up towards the northeast. There's a buoy right there. And in the next, I would say probably 20 minutes or so, I'd be surprised if it's still there. Watch that. They go from 107 and went just to the east of that buoy right there. And you can see that now the center of the circulation is roughly about 85 to 90 miles from making landfall. So about 3 hours away from landfall, just east of the Panhandle, right around 11:20 this evening. That's when we're talking about the potential for landfall. What we need to now watch is this is moving to the northeast, multiple bands of heavy rain and gusty winds now coming across Polk County, and this is going to be lifting northward into our area. And we've seen a couple of pockets of rotation on the latest visible, not the visible, but the velocity product, and that's a pretty nasty band that is going to try to push into Polk County and then live northward and potentially move into Sumter, Lake, and Marion County over the next couple of hours. So we want to put you on the highest of alerts. I think the farther east you go, we'll watch for some renegade showers to develop, but by far and away, I think the worst of the weather the next couple of hours is going to be right here. Bartow, Polk City, up towards Lakeland, you start getting into this scraggly look right there. That's some pretty gusty winds. And then farther to the north now, you can see it pushing up to Bushnell, the Villages, Denellen, Ocala. We showed you that shot from the square. I think that's where the roughest weather is going to be. The eastern side of the peninsula is looking a little bit better for now. We'll have to wait and see how this evolves later on. Claremont, you've been pretty quiet, but that's about to change for you. And then farther north and east, Altoona, Salt Springs, and Shell Bluff, it is beginning to fill up with the rain right there. But Cam, as of right now, I think everything is going to be west of I-4.
Yeah, and speaking of west, here's a look at some of these wind gusts that we've picked up out towards our western counties. Right now, St. Petersburg, 76-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Clearwater Beach, 75 miles per hour, 71 in Clearwater International and Sarasota, gusts up to 64 there, 60 in Hollywood. These are look at the sustained winds in our neighborhood. Sustained winds coming out of the southeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour there. And this is going to continue to strengthen as we go through tonight. Here's a look at some of our peak wind gusts within the last hour. 51-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Leesburg, 58 in Orlando. In fact, There is a ground stop for arriving flights at Orlando International coming up in the 8:30 half hour. I'll show you the flight board to show you how that's impacting those flights out there. 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now on Palm Coast, but we've seen gusts well stronger than that. And just from the winds alone are likely. Look at the power outages already. 12,000 customers without power right now in Orange County, about 4,000 in Seminole. We're talking about, well, 300 in about Sumter County, 500 there in Osceola County. So you see the power outages are starting to build up. I wouldn't be surprised if those numbers continue to go up as we go into the overnight hours. Take a look at the forecast winds. This is when we'll see the worst of the weather in terms of the winds around 10, 11 o'clock midnight. You can see wind gusts around 70 in Ocala. Still looking at 50 to 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the Orlando metro, 60 there in Palm Coast. Notice as we go into around 1 to 2 a.m., still tropical storm strength winds here across the board. Finally, by daybreak tomorrow, winds are still pretty breezy out, but not as gusty as what we're expecting for tonight. Here's a look ahead at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. Conditions will gradually improve through the day tomorrow. Then the upcoming weekend, still pretty wet with some tropical moisture lingering around and starting to dry out for next week. Coming up in the next half hour, I'll show you the flight board and see how Helene is impacting those flights at OIA. Come here.
Here's a look at the very latest numbers of homes and businesses without power right now statewide. Nearly 437,000 customers. That's not people, but homes and businesses without power across the state.
Stay with us. We're coming right back.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
With Hurricane Helene bearing down on the Florida coast, many people listened to the warnings to evacuate.
Yeah, many are in temporary shelters hoping to ride out the storm.
I just felt like the storm was different. This gut feeling. It was just different. It's big, its size, the wind speed. I just felt like this was different. It was the best thing to do.
It's a good call. And of course, Florida State University is in the direct path of Helene.
NBC's Lorena Enklin is there seeing how students prepared for the storm.
With Tallahassee being a university town, there are a lot of students here who are from out of state and have never been through a hurricane before. That was one of the worries for the leaders here, hoping that those students would heed the warning and make sure to prepare ahead of Helene. We did speak to 2 students earlier today who will be sheltering on campus. Florida State University opening a conference center for the students there to shelter in place. That conference center is equipped with water, snacks. It is also equipped with a generator, so they are prepared there to stay safe. Storm. Other storm shelters are already up and running across the area for those who do not feel safe weathering the storm in their own homes. Meanwhile, Governor Ron DeSantis says 21,000 linemen are already on standby to help with power restoration once the storm passes. And we know that search and rescue crews are also on standby to be able to go into the most affected areas if a search and rescue mission is needed. Reporting from Tallahassee, Florida, Lorena Inclán, NBC News.
All right, we are going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene coming up after the break. We're going to show you some video from around the state.
Yeah, we will bring right back with all that and more on the other side of the break.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Welcome back. We want to give you a look at what it looks like in other parts of our state outside of Central Florida. This is the Sanibel Causeway. We keep showing you this shot because this is something that we all remember during past storms has been washed away. It's been flooded, this road. Tonight, people are being told to not go anywhere near this causeway. They don't want you driving on it because obviously the conditions are deteriorating as the waves are crashing into that street right there. Now, driving off of the barrier islands in Southwest Florida is also getting dangerous. And so we just want to show you, like, you can barely see anything. And look at these crashing waves. Jesse, this is an area you're very familiar with because you used to live down in Southwest Florida. You were kind of giving me the lay of the land here before about these barrier islands and the bridges that connect them.
Yeah, so the Sanibel Causeway is really pretty much the one way on and off Sanibel Island. When this causeway collapsed during the last hurricane that was down there that really ravaged the area, Ian, I believe it was, it really stranded quite a few people on Sanibel Island. Not to mention, then you had the surge coming in on the other end. So really just a devastating situation for people out there. So a lot of people were using this to get off the island, but as you can see right there, the time for that has kind of come and gone now.
Yeah.
And now, just a little while ago, our sister station on Fort Myers Beach watched FP&L trucks try to drive onto the island, but they couldn't because of the flooding. You see right there, the truck then drove away after it realized that it really wasn't going to be able to go anywhere. Now, other people not as thinking that way, going into the water and getting stuck.
Oh, no.
One person pushing a motorcycle through the knee-deep water. Cars also stalled out. One man pushing the car out of the floodwaters. Now, on the island, conditions are not much better. Fort Myers Beach, the Gulf is pouring into the streets, flooding buildings. That's another area that saw quite the storm surge during the last hurricane there.
And conditions deteriorating down south even hours after Helene has passed. And guys, we talk about this all the time when storms come through our area. Just because the storm has passed doesn't mean that you should be going out into the streets doing your normal business. That's some of the most dangerous times during a hurricane is after the storm.
A lot of times trees are down, they knock live power lines down, people don't know it, and that's where a lot of sometimes there are more injuries after the storm than during the storm. Surge is normally the #1 killer, but there's other things that can get you. You got to be really careful. Be smart about it.
Cam, what are you going to be looking at for us?
I'm looking at how these winds that are picking up. We have a wind gust of 58 miles per hour at Orlando International. Now we're seeing those flight delays. There's a ground stop right now at OIA for arriving flights. I'll show you the flight boards and the impacts in just a second.
Perfect.
And a lot of squalls now coming ashore along the western side of the peninsula. We're going to have to keep a real close eye on those between now and that brand new tornado watch that goes in effect until 6 a.m. for our northern communities. They have
I'll talk about that too.
Yeah, I was going to say, just want to make sure we get that at the top. That's new information. All right, here's Helene, 8 o'clock, winds now, 130 miles an hour around that core. The pressure is at 942 millibars. And, you take a look at what the hurricane hunters are doing. They are in there, and they just relayed some new information to us. Pressure 942. They found a peak wind gust at the elevation they were flying at of 110 miles an hour in that particular stretch through the storm. Let's take a look now at the 8 p.m. advisory. There's the cone. There's the storm, maybe on the right side of the cone. So likely to make landfall probably right in here. It's less than 90 miles now from landfall. I'm going to update this. The center should be right about in here. So I'd shave off about 15 miles and drop it down to about 2 hours and 45 minutes to landfall now. All right, let's take a look at the live radar. Look at these bands. 1, 2, 3. We're going to have to watch every single one of these until they pass our area. Any one of these could produce a quick spin-up tornado. We've seen that multiple times thus far tonight. Cam and I have been watching that very, very carefully. Look at the winds now. We're easily tropical storm force gust in many areas. Orlando's executive, Orlando International Airport, 54, 58, 40. That's some pretty good wind now coming up through the I-4 corridor, right through those buildings in downtown Orlando. We'll pop in a couple of cameras for you a little bit later on. There's Polk City. There's Lakeland, Winter Haven. You can see some gusty winds here. It was just pinging 55, 60 just south of Lakeland as that squall came on through. And this is a bigger shield of rain. When you start seeing that, that's a little bit better. However, when they're kind of on their own south of that shield, that's when we can get into trouble. Eastern side of the peninsula, Kenansville, over towards Melbourne, looking pretty good. Now the bands are approaching the I-4 corridor. So Altoona, Sorrento, Claremont, Groveland, Lake Apopka. Get ready. Here come the heavier bands. Some showers now stretching up towards Palm Coast. And then off towards the west, Citra, Ocala, Denellen, the Villages, Williston. The rain is coming in fast and furious, and there's going to be a lot of that going on tonight, Cam.
Yeah, that rain and those strong winds are really now starting to do some impacts for our flights here at Orlando International Airport. Here's the latest look at the flight board. On time, about 83 flights, but look at how many are delayed, 33. Canceled 21. So if you have some friends or family that you're expecting to arrive in town, make sure they double check their flights, and even those who are leaving. Now, some new information on this top of the hour. We are expecting a tornado watch to be extended. It actually was extended till 6 a.m. Friday. It was expected to be canceled around 8 o'clock tonight, but because that severe weather threat is going to stick around through the overnight hours. Unfortunately, that tornado watch has been extended for Central Florida. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So as Tony was mentioning earlier, as we get into those bands, especially some of the feeder bands into Helene, we could see some spin ups out there. Here's a look at the setup around 9 o'clock, especially for our far western counties. Any of these bands that roll through could have some embedded tornadoes with them. Here's a look around 11 o'clock to midnight, likely while you're sleeping. Look at how Helene is already pushing inland, making its landfall. We're still expecting it in some of these squally bands, some severe weather possible, and that will be the case even as we go into midnight to 1 a.m. And then as we finally get into 2 a.m., still looking at that severe weather threat. It's not until daybreak that we finally lower that risk for severe weather. Hence, that watch does expire then. Not only are we contending with the rain, the wind, but the waves. Look at this, 30-foot waves easily around Helene. But even on the
Hey
Atlantic
Donna, what's
side,
going
this
on? Thank
storm
you
is
for that.
so
We're
massive,
definitely
the
going
wind
to be
field
safe
so
for what we
extensive
got to do
that
here.
yes, we're even
Staying
seeing the
home.
wave heights build on the
Thanks for
Atlantic
joining
side.
the
Look at that,
stream, though.
offshore waters, about 11 to 12-foot waves out there, and that, of course, could cause some beach erosion. So
You
we're
guys be
monitoring
safe
that as
too.
well. Your 12-hour forecast, we are going to see conditions improve as we go past midday tomorrow. Still quite breezy in the morning, and then the winds will gradually subside through the day with mostly cloudy skies and on and off rain showers. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thank you. All of the waves that we've been seeing hitting the
If
coast
everybody
have
could
been
share
causing
that
some beach
stream and let everybody
erosion,
know
and
that we're
there's some
doing
being
this,
reported on our
please,
coastline right now. So these are pictures
help
from
us out
Cape
on that.
Canaveral. And if you've lived here for any amount of time, you know that this area is extremely vulnerable during storms. And we just had 2 storms that hit near this area just a
Thank you
couple of
for
years
that,
ago,
Donna.
Hurricanes
I
Ian
mean,
and
as you can
Nicole, and
see
there have been
outside our
some
window
efforts
here right
underway
now,
to
there's
try to
really not much
replenish our
going on.
shores so that they
Just
can withstand
wind
winds
and
and
stuff.
surf that we see during
So,
hurricanes almost
no
every
rain
year.
yet.
Just look at that
That
sheer
I,
drop right there. You can
hell yeah,
definitely
no
see the
rain
line.
yet. So
Over in Osceola County, the emergency management
we're
team is
hanging in there.
activated to a
We should be
level
good.
2, meaning they're partially activated as they monitor the weather.
West 2's Megan Mulatto is joining us live in studio. And Megan, you spoke with the director, and he says tornado threats are something that they're really keeping an eye on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So unlike previous storms where rainfall and flooding have been a top concern in Osceola County, the director, Bill Litton, says it's wind speeds and tornado threats that they're more worried about this time around. He says tornado threats are, of course, concerning at all hours of the day, but even more so overnight when you can't really see them building up. Any potential tornado, he says, would likely be short-lived, but it doesn't take much time for one to cause significant damage to your home. He's advising residents, if it's safe to do so where you're at, to bring in patio furniture or any other items that are still left outside.
Sorry,
Another
guys, I'm
tip
trying to get
from
the
Litton, he says, stay home. He says there
camera
are
on
way more people out on the
you
roadways
guys
than he
here.
would like to see.
We were very surprised the amount of traffic that was on the road today with, you know, the government closures and the school closures. There was a lot of people on the road. So that was
There
one of
I am,
our
back.
big things,
I'm back
takeaways,
up.
just encouraging people just to stay
Yeah.
home, especially overnight.
Mute that here for a second. All right, yeah, guys. We're all staying safe here. We're good. As you can see from outside this window here, there's really nothing going on. Thank you again, Donna, for being here and joining us. My mother's has been in and out of the stream as well. My mother is actually driving from New York down to Florida, and they're making stops in between, but they're actually moving from today. So one hell of a time to make a move. But yeah, Donna, it's good to see you again in the stream. Like we had a fun time hanging out with you guys in Universal when you guys were down here. We definitely got to do that again. Yeah, Donna, exactly. Now, yeah, 100%. And I told them too. I go, you guys are gonna be. I gotta turn this light off for a second. Hold on. Oh, look at that. Reflection is gone. Yeah, now exactly. It's when they are moving. So there we go. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Turn that off. Yep, there we go. That works. That's perfect. Perfect. So I'm sitting here tonight doing this with you guys and also editing videos and stuff, and kind of keeping everybody informed on what's going on with the storm and stuff. So why not hang out with us and do this? So, but here in the Orlando area, Universal, Disney area, and stuff like that, yeah, nothing major's going on right now. So That's what Scott's doing it right now. He's editing. I could imagine he's editing, drawing and editing probably, but that's always fun. We've been working on a cool series. I don't know if any of you guys. The parks are not closed. Actually, they did close down tonight for Mickey's Not So Scary, and they closed down for Halloween Horror Nights. Other than that, yeah, they're still open for business as usual. Jess, I'm talking to Donna. Jess said hi. She's busy doing Cinderella stuff right now. I appreciate that, Jess. Thank you. Yeah, wow. Like my opinion on them closing the parks right now is if you close down for HHN and Mickey's Not So Scary, you close those parks at that time. You should have closed everything down at that time. Like Disney, you should have closed down Epcot and Hollywood Studios and everything else at the same time. But they didn't. Whatever. I guess they know better than what I'm saying. So I mean, whatever. But I mean, yeah. So I don't know if anybody's actually seen the whole series of stuff that we've been putting out. It's been kind of cool what we've been doing. We've been doing a lot of mashup stuff, but we've also like today we did we did a whole video with all old Disney World commercials, and then we did Tales from the Crypt. Tales from the Crypt series is about to start here. So what we're doing is taking some of the not some, we're taking all of the seasons and the opening and the closing scenes from Tales from the Crypt and putting them into one video for you guys and breaking it down by season. And we have other plans with other stuff to do that with as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's actually been a lot of fun to edit for myself. Why is it so hot in here, Jess? I don't know. It is really warm in here. You have it on 74 degrees here in Florida during a hurricane. Oh man, what are we gonna do with you, Jess? Well, yesterday it was cold. Donna's laughing at us. She knows this. She knows this struggle because she goes through it with Scott. What? She said, "I'm short." Oh man. But yeah, we got the Hotels from the Crypt stuff coming out. We have a bunch of mashups that we got out. So if you guys can go and watch those too, because they need some love right now because they're not showing any love. Nobody's showing them love, and there's a lot of work that goes into these videos. So I mean, I'm sure you all don't know that already, but we're trying to get more original content out to everybody. So if there's any suggestions anybody watching has for us, just let us know because we're more than willing to step outside of elements. We're going to keep theme park stuff in, but we're trying to incorporate other stuff. I mean, we are the two Real Geeks, so there's no reason why we can't bring everything that we like into this channel, and that's kind of what we're doing. Oh, thanks, Donna. I mean, look. I mean, we better be doing good because it's been over 3 years. Honestly, if you guys have noticed, like the change in our videos and stuff like that, we've been adding like a little more element into the video, like a little more effort into the videos recently that we do, and that's why it's a little frustrating that really nobody's watching them that much. So I'm sure, you guys all are aware who make these videos and what it is. So I don't know. Like today, the first Tales from the Crypt came out. So if you guys get a chance, go watch that. It was a lot of fun too. We cut out all the story in between and just put the Crypt Keeper in. That's all you're getting is the Crypt Keeper. So Donna, are you guys under any kind of watch or anything where you are? Like, I know it's coming up pretty north there, so I hope you guys aren't, because it's crazy right now. Well, I mean, I can't really say crazy. It's not that crazy for us right now. I mean, you can see the stream going, so. Supposed to hit Nashville tomorrow night. Yeah, it's apparently it's moving westward pretty fast. So hopefully by tomorrow everything should be clear enough for everybody. Just literally clean up going on for people, but it is what it is. It's better than cleaning snow up, I'll tell you that much. We usually get thunderstorms and tornado watches. Yeah, we're actually under a tornado watch right now. I'll tell you, I know that. I got the notifications on that one a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's like it literally, this thing is covering the whole state of Florida. There's Jess, Donna. Hi. I hate snow so much. Yep. Thank you, Jess. Sorry, I don't like snow. I'm over snow. I'm so over it. Jess, Donna just said hi, so yeah, Jess doesn't like that I don't like snow, so I used to like snow. It's just I'm done with it. Donna, we do that all the time with things. Like, don't feel bad. Like, Jess will sit here and she'll yell at a TV show, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, they can't hear you, right? Yeah, it's definitely a thing. It's amazing how many people actually watch this live stream tonight, and we definitely appreciate it, like 100%. Also, if you guys haven't, go check out Donna's page and go check out Scott as well, because they're amazing. And their family. Had to throw that one in there. So I don't know. Like, honestly, this has been a long stream so far, 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we do that for family. Thanks, Donna. You guys are awesome too, though. Honestly, you're really 100% awesome. Like, we definitely need to see each other. And honestly, Donna, you and me, we're birthday buddies. I mean, come on, we're birthday buddies here. Got the same birthday. Like, less than a month away here. Come on. It was so much fun with you guys too. Right? Like, see? I mean, sorry, I got multiple things going on all over this computer right now. I'm surprised this thing's even keeping up with me. Yeah. I mean, but it's still the same day, though. I mean, come on, it's fine. It's fine. What do they say? Age is just an experience, right? I'll catch up with experience soon. I mean, that's how you can look at it. I mean, some people, I guess it doesn't go for everybody though. Oh man, what are you doing? Jess is checking out the situation like she's gonna do anything about the storm. Oh, we get to age the yeah, you know, I mean, exactly. Leia's awesome. Where is Leia, Jess? Leia's on her bed. So, oh wait, never mind. She's here. Wait. Here, there's a puppy. Say hello, puppy. Okay, not your butt. No, she did not. Yeah, she's just hanging out and doing her thing as business as usual. Business as usual. What's it doing out there now? Nothing. You know, is she afraid of storms? No, not really. She doesn't mind thunderstorms and stuff like that. But if we're talking fireworks, no. No, she don't like that, but she don't mind thunderstorms and stuff. She's fine with it. She actually likes it. She'll go sit outside on the patio and sit out there and watch the whole storm. She's definitely not your normal dog. Let me tell you, looking at these Tales from the Crypt episodes that I have to do, man, they did a lot of these shows. They did a lot. And the next series that we're going to be doing, I'm in for it. Oh, Donna, I appreciate it. I didn't even realize they were on. I thought we had those off. See, all right. So here's the thing: is we normally don't put ads into anything. So like we to have ads in a live stream is very weird. We normally don't do these live stream things either. So I got to see if I can turn those off. I guess. I mean, I know we get paid for them, but it's something like this. It's just more education, informative. So yeah, I know YouTube puts them in now, and is it yeah, whether or not you turn them off, yeah, that's I don't know. I wish YouTube wouldn't put them into a live stream, but yeah, I know. This honestly this has been probably the most interaction that I've had in the 4 hours doing this. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys understand what I'm saying though. It's like I don't like in my videos, I don't like to put the ads in because it takes away from your viewing experience, and I don't like it. I don't like watching videos with ads myself, so I don't do it because I don't like it. Like 9 out of 10 times, you watch a video and you're going to turn the video off as soon as the ad gets there, and you're like, "Well, that's it. I'm done. The ad came." Yeah, exactly. Like I think it's a real cheap way to get paid through YouTube. Like if you get the views, then you deserve the money. But I don't think you need to get them with the ads, in my opinion. That's me though. No, it's okay. I mean, look, I get it. Like I'm there's nothing wrong against him hating them as well. You know, because honestly, the only one really benefiting from ads in YouTube is YouTube themselves. Like I do, I don't know if anybody else you notice, but we put the ad in the beginning of the video. We say yes, we're going to monetize the video, but then we say you can only put the ad in the beginning of the video. We don't want the ad during the video. Do not do that, and they haven't been doing it. So we just do it that way. This way we get something on it. And honestly, like as a creator, we've noticed that we get more watch time with it because, like I said, with me personally, you have an ad pop up, I'm done. I'm gone. It's just what it is. Like I hate ads, and then how many more ads are you going to put into your video if you have that one? So, especially if it's a longer video, like, and then if you put an ad within the first like minute or so of your video, I'm done. It could have been the best video in the world. I'm not watching it. Like, I better be really invested into watching that video for me to sit through your ad. Or either I got to really know you personally, know you to sit through your ad as well. That's the only way. Exactly, no ads. It's like Edna Mode with the capes. No capes, no ads. Yes, that's what it is. We're like the Edna Mode of YouTube. No ads. Donna got a kick out of that one, Jess. Oh my gosh. Like, you guys, you're used to doing longer streams too, Donna. You guys have done longer streams before with Scott and his art and stuff. I see you guys are actually getting back into the live streams too. That's awesome. That's fun to see. Too bad I'm working most of the time when you guys are live streaming. So, have you guys thought about doing later live streams? So, like, people here in the United States that are working during those times can like actually watch also, or yours have been 90 minutes at sometimes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't say that this has been the longest one. Actually, there was one I think that I did was probably close to 10. You have done them at night sometimes, and okay, Scott's a lightweight. Okay, I get it. I get it. Like, look, honestly, doing live streams, it's hard to please everybody because you got people from especially you guys. You guys get people from all over the world watching you guys. He's in bed by 9. Are you serious? So he's in bed right now. That's Well, you know what? Honestly, if I could be in bed by 9, probably would be too. But 9 out of 10 times, I'm usually stuck editing something. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to make everybody happy. 9 p.m. is your time. Yeah, okay. She's telling me that Scott's in bed by 9 usually. She just said, "Oh boy." Yeah, that's right. You are an hour behind us. I forgot. Right, like we are nocturnal.
Very opposite from.
Mm-hmm. He's up at 6 a.m. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, look, Jess. What time do I get up around 6:30. Well, yeah, my alarm goes off at 6:30. Can't say that I get up, and then. But what most days I go to bed at what like 1 o'clock in the morning though. I go to bed whenever the heck I want, really, yeah. But I it's usually pretty late though. I normally like honestly I guess I'll sleep when I'm dead. I don't know. That's how I see it, I guess. You can turn that light on if you want, if you need light. It's not an issue. As long as you turn it off when you're done. because it's all the glare is gone. Here, turn the damn light on. Look, see? Now you can see. The glare will be fine for a little bit. What are you looking for? She's look. You don't know? Okay, I can't help you if you don't know. Did you used to be night owls? What switched with him then? You seem to be more the night owl than him. Wait, let me guess. You're gonna say kids. That's what it's gonna tell me. That's everybody's answer. I never knew what I'm looking for either. Apparently, Donna's the same way as you. She never knows what she's looking for. Like, if you see this right now, she's literally just staring into a closet full of stuff right now. You know there's mac and cheese in there, right? We have way too many hurricane snacks. Oh, well, you know. I don't know what to say. Donna said, I'm more social, louder, and etc. We have hurricane food, Donna. Trust me. I went out and bought so much hurricane snacks. Probably things that make no sense either. Like mac and cheese. Why I got mac and cheese when the power goes out is beyond me, you know? Or if we had a gas stove, it would be different, but favorite snacks? Whatever we have in the house. I like chips. Chicken and a biscuit. I almost bought that too. Yep. You can't go wrong with chicken and a biscuit. She's looking for snacks and she pulls out cereal. That's breakfast. Donna said, hey, those crackers are good. They are. That's the problem, is they're so good. Jess didn't know what they were the first time I got it. She was like, what the hell is this? She's like, what is this? Why did you bring this into that? I'm like, just shut up and try it. And she's like, oh my God, they are actually good. She's like, all right. Now whenever I bring them in, who's eating them? Not me. I can eat an entire box myself too, Donna. Why are you shaking your head? Oh, that's right, because you have ate my chicken and biscuits before. Don't eat my biscuits. And I am not talking British for cookies. Or Bluey language here. Jess, you're a bin chicken. I wish I was. Jess, I would be a manatee if I could. What? I almost am? So wait, what would be better, being a manatee or a Disney duck? I think a Disney duck. You get free food all the time, and you live right in front of a castle in a moat. You got the life, exactly. It's crackers. Yeah, I know there's a new Disney manatee. They the one in Epcot, they relocated one of them and to another like rescue thing, and then they moved another one in. They also moved some of the dolphins out too. Yeah. Right? I mean, look, manatees really have the life. They live here in Florida, and, like, just hang out, do nothing all day, just float around, and people come and watch them. They're protected too, so it's like, yeah. The only issue with the manatee is they're dumb. They will just float right on up to a boat and like, hey, boat, what's going on? And get hit by the propeller, and yeah, not good. I was just going to ask if they were, yeah, they're protected down here. They can touch you, but you can't touch them. So they are 100% protected here. Like, manatees are awesome. I mean, come on, they're better than like turtles and stuff. They're like, oh, I'll be a turtle. No, be a manatee. Live your life like a manatee, honestly. Like, I mean, come on. Just lay back and enjoying everything in the warm waters of Florida. So if they touch you, you can't pet them back. You can like kind of push yourself off of them. I mean, if you just like you put your hand out and like kind of like graze it, not like they don't want you to be like, oh look, there's a manatee, I'm gonna go touch it. Like, no, not it's not like that. But like if they initiated the action, I guess you can kind of be like, okay, Mr. Manatee. Like, yeah, you get it. Didn't I tell her if when she is done to turn the light off? Watch this. I had to do it. Consent is key. Yes. Yes. If a manatee says no, no means no. 100% manatee consents. But that's not the point, Donna. That is not the point. Like, when you're done, turn the light off, please. Okay. And then she walks out. You know what? You're right, Donna. You're right. That's really what it would be. I'm 100% wrong about it. I admit it. I 100% admit it. It's what it would be. It's what it would come down to. Sorry, not sorry. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, what is it doing out there now? Nothing. I think they're starting to lie about this hurricane, honestly, guys. I mean, it's like it's going everywhere but Orlando. It's like here's Orlando, and it's just like, no, we're avoiding you. Going around. What's up, Scott? How are you? Hey, did you guys see I put that video out from Universal as well, and I tagged you guys in it. I don't know if you guys saw it because I tagged both your channels as well. That video was actually a lot of fun to edit. A lot of laughing and smiling going on through that. You've been in a meeting. Like, the video went out. When did it go out? I'll tell you right now. Hold on. Let me pull something up here. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Videos. The video went out on the 15th of this month and has 90 views and 2 comments. I believe one of the comments in there was actually from one of your fans as well. I'm checking right now. No. I had a comment though somewhere, I forget where it was recently, that said that they were a fan of you and that they were surprised that we knew you guys. I was like, well, they're family, so I don't know what you want me to say. How you how you're so surprised? Yeah. So let me do this. Copy. Here's I'm gonna drop this here. That's the link to the video. And like I said, I did tag you guys in it. So feel free to share it or whatever, wherever you guys see fit. Have fun with it. What are you giving her? You. Donna's saying I'm going to be wrong for what I'm going to say anyways. What you forget? Mm-hmm. I said when you're done in the kitchen to do what?
I didn't turn the light on.
I can't win. Oh my god. Oh my! I asked you to turn it off though, didn't I?
I'm sorry. Do I not have enough to do?
You're just a flipping a switch.
Flip something.
What? Donna, I had to. I really had to. Oh man. He was yapping at you. Oh, that one yaps at me all the time, so he can yap at you all the time, so it's fine. Oh man, it is so humid out. Exactly. It's just like opposite of you guys, though. John, how are you? Yep. Beers. Don't tell them that. It's you know what it is. It's something on their side of the family. I think they just gotta be the one, the talkative one. But then they want to be like that. They don't talk. Like I tell her all the time. I go, you need to talk as much outside the house than you do inside the house. Oh man. John, how are you tonight? Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us. You know what's weird? It looks like the wind kind of died down out there. Yeah, right. It is generic, generic. Wow, where did I get that from? Can't. It's all right. It's what makes them them. Oh, I'm sure the wind will return. And trust me, it's been all night. You can see right now in the stream over here and in the camera over here that the everything's nice and calm right now. But like I said, the rain should be coming too. We haven't had any rain here all day in Orlando, so it'll come. It'll come because this thing's supposed to make landfall around 11 o'clock or so. So imagining within the next hour and a half or so, things out here are going to start going crazy. In fact, let me look out the door real quick. Let me see what's going on. Hold on. I'll be right here. Okay, never mind about that wind. It's still going. I think it might be lightly raining as well. But it's all good. We're here for the long haul on this one. Been 5 hours into this, so it's been the 5 hour calm before the storm. Tallahassee is gonna feel this more than we are anyway, so I'm alright with that. We got a lot of debris down around us, so but John, I hope you're staying safe as well too, wherever you are. All right. I'm going to go and take myself off of this stream here, and I'm going to push you guys back to the news update. So, thank you for everyone for joining us tonight. We're still in this, so I should be taking you guys outside again here pretty soon. Probably, maybe at the 10 o'clock hour, we'll go back out, and maybe at 11. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe once this thing starts getting ramping up more, we'll go out. But definitely 10 o'clock we'll go out. So and do another walk around and see what's actually going on. But let me get you guys back to this news. Bye, Donna. Thank you for joining, Donna. I appreciate it. I just kind of need a break in between these talking sessions here. I'm sure you understand. At least. All right, guys. Here we go. Back to the news.
You know, this is such a large wind field
Yeah.
that normally by now the tropical storm warnings across the Florida southern.
Love you
peninsula
guys
and
too,
the Keys,
Donna.
it would
Justin
be
and I love you
lifted out
guys
by
too.
now, but this is a unique
Thanks
storm,
for joining
very
it.
large wind field. It also means that the wind field is going to linger tomorrow morning in our northern communities. And I think you have some new information, right?
Yeah, so Flagler County schools just declared no school tomorrow there. So they were one of the counties that had canceled, obviously, for today. We're kind of on the fence about tomorrow, and they just came out again at 9:18. Our producer came into the studio to tell us that Flagler County, no school tomorrow.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it has to do with power outages as well, because I do have a power outage map, and those numbers are really increasing.
It's remarkable how many people have no power right now.
A lot of people are without power, and again, these winds are going to continue to ramp up through the overnight hours. So I'm expecting those numbers to go up. So I'll show you those numbers in just one.
Yeah,
one
buses and high winds though, that's not a good combination.
No, it's
so
not.
it's more of a safety issue. I've got to believe. All right, up towards the square right now. Let me show you what it looks like. You can see we've got some water coming down up there in Marion County, and we'll continue to watch these bands kind of build off from the southwest to the northeast through Marion County. The eye of the storm is not that far from Ocala, probably about I'd say 100, 125 miles due west. There's the center of the circulation. Of course, Ocala is right about in here. You can see the core of the strongest winds are going to be well west of there, thankfully. But we've had some really good wind tonight along the west coast. Cam and I have been looking at some of the readings out of the Tampa Bay area, Clearwater, in that 70 to 80 mile an hour range. And you can see all the way down to the Keys, all the way up towards Jacksonville. We have tropical storm warnings, and where we think the landfall is, that's where we have those hurricane warnings still in play. Look at this very, very, very large wind field. In the yellow, that's where we are talking about tropical storm force, at least gust anyway, reaching 40 miles an hour. That goes all the way down to almost Miami. It is beginning to lift up to the north. So I think with the 11 o'clock advisory that comes in later on, that we may see some lifting of those tropical storm warnings well down to the south. Now, here's one thing that I was looking at. I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to show this. Look at the number of lightning strikes. And in a tropical system, you don't normally get a whole lot of lightning, but there's a big burst of lightning. Remember, when we talk about severe weather, when we see an uptick in lightning, sometimes that's a signature that there could be a tornado with the afternoon thunderstorms. But in this case, that correlates very, very nicely with an intensifying hurricane upon landfall. Look at these squall bands. This is the nastiest one I've seen all night, really coming together. And guess where it's headed? Kissimmee, Disney, downtown Orlando. When we show you those cams here a little bit later on, it's going to look like a monsoon is coming on through downtown Orlando. Bushnell, Leesburg, the Villages, more heavy
That's the
rain
wave
coming up
of
from the
rain
south
we've
to
all
the
been
north for
waiting
you.
for, ladies
And
and
as these
gentlemen.
continue
So
to
it's
move
headed
your
our
way,
way.
the winds indeed are picking on up. Everybody tonight in that 35, 55 mile an hour range. So there's that next corridor that we're watching coming up from Polk County on into downtown Orlando. The eastern side of the peninsula, you had the fun this morning. You're getting a bit of a break tonight, at least for the time being. Point Siena, Kissimmee, very heavy rain. All of this is building north towards Sorrento, Altoona, and then eventually also will make some more impacts here up in eastern Marion County, western Flagler County, and northwestern Volusia County. So a lot of angles we're watching, Cam.
Yeah, we are watching one thing in particular, the winds. They are ramping up. You talked about it earlier, Tony. These are a look at our sustained winds. Winds between 35 to 45 miles per hour sustained. So right now in Orlando, we're registering winds around 38, 30 right now in Sanford, and 36 in Kissimmee. These are sustained winds. Now let's take a look at some of the current wind gusts that we picked up over the last hour or so. And those wind gusts have definitely picked up as well. So we're seeing those winds really ramp up as we head into the evening. Taking a look at those wind speeds, current recent wind speeds, about 35 right there in Ocala. A little bit stronger though. Here's a closer look at some of those current wind gusts within the last hour here. We're talking about 56 mile per hour wind gusts, 45 in Kissimmee, 45 in Sanford. But again, easily wind gusts have topped over around 55 throughout the day today, and that's having big impacts over at Orlando International. On time, definitely about 70 flights, delayed about 28, cancellation about 19. We do have a ground stop in place out at OIA. What's more impressive, the power outages. Look at this, 14,000 customers without power in Orange County, 16 out in Polk, 24,000 folks or customers without power there in Sumter County, 14,000 in Marion County. So the biggest impacts will be out west. And again, we still have several hours where we're actually going to see this wind increase by about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. I'm expecting winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour, 70 to 75 out west in Ocala. Look at this, even in the Orlando Metro, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, 60 up in Palm Coast. As we go into around 3 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, still tropical storm strength winds here across the board. It's not until we get into around daybreak tomorrow. Look at that, 7 to 8 o'clock, we start to see those winds. They're still going to be breezy out, but not as gusty. Winds will be more about 15 to 25 miles per hour and then gradually subsiding through the day. So you break down the timeline with Helene. The worst of the weather is now through about early tomorrow morning with fast moving storms and tornadoes possible overnight tonight, dealing with tropical storm strength winds and also still the possibility of severe weather in terms of tornado. And then tomorrow morning, winds will gradually ease and we'll track out a few rain showers. Coming up in the 9:30 half hour, I'll go county by county to see how much additional rainfall you can expect from Helene coming up at 9:30.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Despite the weather getting worse, people are still outside at this hour. You're taking a look. This is Key West, the southernmost point, and just seconds before we came on the air, there were 4 people taking pictures of these huge waves that are crashing into the shoreline here. Jesse, this happens every
That
time
live
we get a
stream
hurricane.
right there
People
from the
want a
Key
picture
West
in
that they
this
have up
iconic
there.
spot.
You can
Yeah,
watch that
people,
online.
you know,
You see some
presumably
really
whatever
interesting
the
what's
reason is
happening
for
down
being
there.
out there, but it's dangerous.
just
You
so
see
you
the
guys
waves
know
getting out
that
there.
I
Yes,
just
it's a
took the
tourist
dog out
attraction,
and
but
it's
maybe
literally starting
now
to
not the
rain
best
now.
time to be out there.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they walked away. Hopefully they got somewhere safe. Now, Helene has certainly passed the Keys, but you can see it is not stopping the waves. They are crashing into the shore. And, you know, Jesse, we're still getting updates from officials on the hurricane.
Yeah, we are. In the last 10 minutes, Governor DeSantis announced he will give a live update on Helene at 11 o'clock tonight.
Okay, so that's right around the time Helene is expected to make landfall. Stay with us. Our team coverage is continuing in just 2 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like I said just before, it officially starting raining right now because I took the dog out and it's raining. It is raining. So it's a matter of time before that band of monsoon rain that they were just talking about coming through Kissimmee and the Disney area and stuff gets to us. It's pushing through really quick right now. So bear with me here because I'm actually doing some editing and things like that as well. So
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. I'm Jesse Pagan.
And I'm Michelle Imparato. We're joined by Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi and meteorologist Cam Tran. You guys have been poring over this data so closely. We keep getting updates every single hour, and we're watching those wind gusts. Tony, even in our local areas, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts?
60 plus, yeah. I'm going to show you some of the velocity winds, and we're getting reports left and right. In fact, we're getting reports of some trees down up in Palm Coast. So we're
And
going to
in
have to
Sumter
watch that.
County. So it's they're starting to come in.
Yeah,
Like we're in the thick of it, guys, right now in terms of the winds, and they're going to increase throughout the evening. It's also having some big impacts at the airport. So if you have some friends and family flying in or trying to fly out, we'll have a look at those OIA delays in just a few minutes.
Okay, so you just said something. We're in the thick of it. So 9:31 right now, Thursday evening. Is this kind of the thick of it that we were talking about, that we were expecting was coming?
Yes, and the timing
Okay.
is pretty on point. We were talking about it's going to be pretty late in the evening, likely as you're heading to bed. So, but this is just the start of being in the thick of it.
Yep.
You know, it's going to continue through the overnight hours. We actually had the tornado watch that was expected to expire this evening. Now been extended till daybreak tomorrow now.
Okay.
So think of it from now through about 2 a.m. here in the
Mhm.
metro areas. Think of it about 2 a.m. to about 8 a.m., 7 o'clock. You know, tornado warning watch expires at 6 o'clock, but it may go a little bit longer than
And
that.
that's to the north of
That's
us.
to the north,
Okay.
yes, north of us. So that's probably a big reason why schools are closing up in our northern counties.
Mhm.
Hey, some pictures here downtown Orlando. We're gonna watch this because I tell you what, it is about to get really wet and really windy with this squall that is just south of Orlando, down towards Kissimmee for our friends watching us over there, over towards St. Cloud, over towards Celebration, Point Siena. Boy, you guys have been in it now, and that is what's coming up from the south to north very, very quickly. There's the eye of the storm. We've been kind of saying it right around 11 o'clock. Right now, we've got about 9:33, so that's going to be probably pretty close, within a half an hour for sure, either side. And again, a Category 4, winds are 130 to 156. As you saw, we're at 140. But here's the thing. You look at a Category 4
may not be
hurricane
going outside for
versus
this
a
10 o'clock
Category
walk,
1
I
hurricane.
guess.
A Category 4
We'll
is
see. See
way
what happens.
more damaging than a Category 1 and 250 times more powerful because it's exponential than a
I
Category
think
1.
either
It's
way, what we'll
unbelievable
do
the
is
kind of
we'll still
damage
go
that's gonna be
outside, but
going
we're
on
not gonna.
up near
We'll stay in
landfall there.
shelter
And the
and
cone
see what
over
happens that way
top
and
of
watch
the,
it from out there that
the
way.
eye right there, pinpoint perfect. The guys have done a good job at the Hurricane Center. Now, there it is, about 2 hours out, probably a little bit less than that now. I'll redo that because I want this point to be right here in the middle. So it's probably about 40 miles out now at 24 miles an hour, looking at about an hour and a half to about an hour 45. Look at these winds Ken was just talking about. 62 at the airport in Orlando, even towards the coast, 52, Kennedy Space Center. Big burst of wind energy right here. There's Kissimmee. Look at this. Point Siena, Kissimmee, over towards Celebration, 34, 43. 57. We head a little bit farther north into the metro areas now. There's Claremont. There's Orlando. Look at these winds, 36, 38. But you saw what's coming up from the south, so it's going to pick up here for you. And then a lot of rain here in Citra, Ocala, and Salt Springs. But Cam, so far, so good from the tornado standpoint. I don't want to jinx us.
Yeah, please don't
Now's the
jinx us.
time
Right
if
now,
you
they're
guys are in
behaving.
the
We're not seeing
Orlando
that
area
rotation for now,
to get
but we are under
inside,
that tornado
get
threat
safe,
though through
hunker
early
down,
tomorrow morning until 6 a.m.
because
This was
it's going to
originally
start
set to
getting real
expire around 8
here
to 9 o'clock tonight, but now
anytime
it's been
soon.
extended till 6 a.m. because as those
As
feeder
you're
bands
seeing here
continue
on
to
these
move
maps,
into
it's
central
pushing
Florida,
up.
we
It's
could see
pushing up
some
quick
spin
right
ups
now
from that,
to
and
us
even a
within the
couple
next
of
half
spring
hour.
cells as well could cause
Orlando,
some
be
tornadic
prepared.
activity. So keep in
Just be
mind,
safe.
if you're
Be
heading to
smart.
bed right now, you're watching us, you're getting ready to go to sleep, make sure you download the Wesh 2 app and we will notify you for any severe weather alerts. Here's a look at the setup. So around 11 o'clock to midnight, look at these squally bands that move in. This is where we could run into some trouble here. Embedded in these bands, we could see some rotation. This is around 11 o'clock to midnight. And then as we go into around 2 to 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, still looking at some of those feeder bands rolling in that could produce some heavy rain and some squally weather and also rotating cells within those. And unfortunately, they're going to be rain wraps. So even though it's at overnight hours, we wouldn't see it anyways, but it makes it really hard to track. And then as we go into 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, notice how conditions improve. I talked to you earlier about some of the delays that we're seeing at the airports now due to the stronger winds. There's a ground stop for arriving flights. Here's a look at the flight board I just promised you. On time flights about 61, delayed though, look at that 28, canceled 16. So if you have any flights in or out of OIA, make sure you double check those flights. In terms of your forecast for tomorrow, conditions will improve. It'll still be pretty overcast though, very sticky out, highs in the upper 80s with on and off rain showers. Nothing strong or severe expected tomorrow though, but it's just lingering moisture from Helene. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cam. Now, Volusia County has had its share of severe weather today.
Yeah, a couple of tornado warnings throughout the day already, but thankfully no injuries or anything else to report up until this point. We have West 2's Kristen Lago. She has been checking in with emergency officials all day. And Kristen, what is the biggest threat that county officials are worried about? Also, I'm glad to see it's calmed down where you are right now.
Yeah, since we last talked to you, you've moved about 10 miles inland, and I have to say the wind definitely different once you go inland versus being out there on the coastline right on the water, the wind whipping about. So it's definitely calmed down over here, but the emergency management team here in Volusia County will be camped inside the building, so to speak. They're staying overnight at the EOC just to continue monitoring the storm's progress and any potential impacts that the county might see here in Volusia. And then officials telling me that they will be bringing in subject matter weather expert teams tomorrow morning just to assess any damage that might come in the overnight hours. That's when they're really expecting these wind gusts to pick up, but you can see it. I mean, they come and go, and they are pretty heavy even inland here.
Come out of nowhere, pick up out of nowhere. Kristen, thank you very much. Stay safe out there tonight. Now, we want to move on to this one. This has to be one of the most visual examples of the power of storm surge and the dangers of driving as the hurricane approaches. This was earlier today along the Howard Franklin Bridge. That's the bridge that connects Tampa to Pinellas County, to St. Pete, over Old Tampa Bay. We were showing you live pictures earlier this afternoon and early evening about that water starting to hit, people trying to cross over. But in those videos and in those live pictures from back then, from those traffic cameras, you could still see the road. You could see the markings on it and everything. Here, that's just definitely more water, more slamming, more wind. The camera's shaking a lot more as well.
And this is exactly why they have now shut down that bridge, as well as several others in that area, because they do not want to see people doing this and taking their lives into their own hands, really putting their lives at risk. Back here in our area over in Osceola County, the emergency management team is now activated to a level 2, meaning they are only partially activated as they monitor the weather.
At West 2's Megan Mulatto joining us live in studio. Megan, you talked with the director earlier tonight. He says tornado threats are something they're still keeping an eye on right now.
Yeah, so unlike previous storms where rainfall and flooding has been a top concern in Osceola County, the director, Bill Litton, says it's wind speeds and tornado threats that they're more worried about this time around. He says tornado threats are, of course, concerning at all hours of the day, but even more so overnight when you can't really see them building up. Any potential tornado, he says, would likely be short-lived, but it doesn't take much time for one to cause significant damage to your home. He's advising residents, if it's safe to do so where you are, to bring in patio furniture or any other items that you may have left outside. Another tip from Litton, please stay home. He says there were way more people out on the roadways today than he would have liked to see.
We were very, very surprised the amount of traffic that was on the road today with, the government closures and the school closures. There was a lot of people on the road. So that was one of our big things, takeaways. Just encouraging people just to stay home, especially overnight now that we know that we're going to go into some more wind period and more squall lines. Just stay put, stay with your families, and just ride out the rest of this event.
Osceola County's sandbag site had been closed today. Schools were also closed today, and they're closed tomorrow as well, not due to the weather, but because of a pre-scheduled student holiday, giving teachers a day to get things done. So that just worked out nicely timing-wise. Litton says the plans at the Emergency Management Center are to staff down tomorrow as things start to reopen. He says you can always sign up for Alert Osceola for the latest updates. Details on how to do so are on our website, wesh.com. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Now let's go back live to the coast as the conditions are just deteriorating there. This is live pictures again from Cedar Key again, when you can see down tree limbs scattered across the road there. Earlier, we saw floodwaters pushing up against some buildings there, and we're still more than an hour away from landfall along the Big Bend.
All right, stay with us. We're coming right back with more continuous coverage of Hurricane Helene.
So I don't know if you guys can see it right there on the screen, but we do have some moderate rain right now going on out there. I mean, it's nothing record breaking or anything like that right now, but you can see that in that puddle there, it's in front of the garages. It's starting to accumulate a little more, so you can actually see. Well, now it actually just started picking up a little more too, so you can see that. So it's getting to hurricane status out there, or tropical storm or whatever. So I mean, it has been, I guess. So, but yep, there you go. We got something going here.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
We're keeping an eye on our eastern counties as well. Flagler County has seen its share of squally weather tonight.
And we have WESH 2's Luana Munoz joining us live from that area. So, Luana, when we saw you last, the winds were gusting. We can hear them still through your microphone. How have the conditions been over the last few hours?
I feel like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz right now. I may not be standing here in a few more seconds. The winds have definitely picked up, as you guys have noticed in the last hour or so since we last spoken to you. Definitely much stronger, and we've been hearing from Cam Tran and from Tony that they are going to pick up throughout the evening. We're certainly feeling that. They said wind gusts hitting at the high about 50 miles per hour, but we heard Tony mention 60 miles per hour. That feels much more believable out here along the coastline. Rain really isn't the concern, and they're only expecting about 1 to 2 inches over the course of the weekend. It really is the wind gust. So, of course, bring all of those items that you have outside indoors. People out here in Flagler, they are very familiar when it comes to hurricanes. They dealt with Nicole and Ian, something that really brought in a lot of flooding. But again, this is bringing those high winds. We heard from Sheriff Rick Staley earlier today saying that even though this hurricane is nowhere near us, we are definitely feeling the effects of it because it is very spread out, very far and wide. So we were originally having a tornado watch that was supposed to be lifted at 10 p.m. We have since had that extended to 6 o'clock Friday morning. Schools are supposed to resume Friday as well. That has also changed. Schools have been canceled, likely because of those tornado watches that are remaining in effect until early tomorrow morning. But for now, I'm hoping I'd stay here, feet on the ground. Thankfully, I haven't blown away. Ron has not blown away, our photographer as well. But we will see you guys in the next hour. Reporting live in Flagler County, I'm Luana Munoz. Send it back to you.
All right, Luana, thank you. Go ahead and take some cover. We also saw a trooper, a police officer, sheriff's deputy behind Luana kind of patrolling around. So that happening there as well in Flagler. All right, let's go back live out to the coast one more time. The conditions getting worse. This is a Cedar Key live pictures. Again, you could see one more time tree limbs on the ground, more tree limbs on the ground this time in this shot than we were seeing the past time. The shot, not just last one that we showed you, but the one before. This is a similar shot where the water was flooding. You could see right up in the middle.
Okay, obviously in our area, we're concerned about the same sort of situation, the tree lines coming down because of all the winds. We were talking about 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And guys, this storm is so big, and we were saying that it has 140-mile-per-hour winds. We tend to focus a lot on category 4, category 5, whatever it may be. This is a strong Cat 4. It really doesn't matter at this point, does it, Tony?
No, you got 140-mile-an-hour winds, especially if it's an older home. There's going to be a lot of problems. Newer homes are built better. You know, the windows are better, the foundation's better. The way we build them is different.
It was like 2004 or 2006, something like that.
Well, Andrew was the first phase.
Okay.
Then Charlie helped her, kind of build it up even more. So, if you look at the building codes, Florida has some of the best building codes in the world because of where we live and what we've gone through. But we were looking at the winds here. Right? I mean, 65-mile-an-hour winds, pretty darn close to I-4 tonight.
Yeah, we are seeing some reports of trees down already, and the power outages are really going up. I'll actually show you the numbers of power outages across Central Florida in a second. And Tone, you're looking at the squally weather moving in, and thankfully so far, I don't want to jinx things. Yeah. It's okay. They're behaving for the most in terms of rotation.
I think down south, where there's those little like spokes, those lines, those are the ones you have to watch. When you have this big shield of rain, it's a little bit more difficult to spin something up because it's a bigger blob. When it's thin like that and you're rotating it around a big storm, it's easier to create more and generate more torque.
Interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, let's begin. Take a look outside. It is getting a bit nastier downtown right now. It's going to be blowing around. Not as much as Luana is, though. But I tell you what, it's going to be picking on up through the downtown Orlando area. Look at that eye. About an hour away from landfall here, just east of the Big Bend, just southeast of Tallahassee. Again, the center of this storm, the eye wall, this is where the most intense winds are, that 120, 140 range. And when you look at the satellite presentation, look at the magentas shrinking just a little bit, but a huge burst on that northwest side. This is not weakening. This is intensifying on approach to landfall. And you can see the eye right there on the eastern side of the cone. This should be coming ashore here probably an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes from now. I just put a new ETA on that. But look at the hurricane force winds there in the red. That's that zone of power outages Property loss right there in that darker shade of red, right around that core of the storm. 1 hour and 13 minutes. The thing that's very impressive to me with this particular storm is the amount of lightning in the eye wall. That is a very huge amount of lightning with a hurricane. Normally, we don't see that amount of lightning. You get them in rare instances, and tonight's one of those instances with the eye, especially on the north side where that core of the strongest energy is. And that, when you look at the lightning increase like that, it's a real good indication that you have a strengthening storm system. And when that happens, you generate more wind here. 62, 56, 45 at the airports here in Orange County. Big shield of rain blowing up now from Kissimmee on into Point Siena, the Four Corners area. Winds here 25, 35, 45, 50 miles an hour in a very, very narrow ribbon. And look at the rain expanding now. Groveland, Claremont, Lake Apopka, get ready for that. There's Orlando, 65-mile-an-hour gust with a little heavier squall northwest of Sorrento. And in between here, we're probably punching about 35 to 50 miles an hour over towards the attractions. There's Citra, there's Ocala, Salt Springs, some good rain here. And the sustained winds now, Cam, look at that. They are going up 25, 35, close to 40 miles an hour sustained. That's not the gust in downtown Orlando.
Yeah, and it's having impact on our power outages. Look at the map here. 12,000 folks or customers without power right now in Orange County, 16 in Marion County, 16,000, excuse me, about 7,000 in Lake County, and 2,500 customers without power there in Seminole County. We are expecting these numbers to increasingly go up over the next several hours as we continue to be seeing really the brunt of the winds with Helene over the next several hours as it gets ready to make landfall. So this is probably the last time I get to use the county by county maps because we're in the thick of it, guys, already. So the worst of the weather from now until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Gusts of 75 miles per hour plus out west in Marion County. But then most of Lake, Sumter, and Polk counties, we're expecting wind gusts around 65 miles per hour plus. An additional 2 to 4 inches of rainfall expected, especially if we get in some of those feeder bands that Tony was mentioning earlier as that system makes landfall. Sustained winds easily of 40 to 50 miles per hour. As we head farther east into the Orlando metro, Seminole, Orange, Osceola County, we're talking about additional 1 to 3 inches of rain. So as we take a look at this system, I'm not too overly concerned about flooding anymore, with the exception of our friends and neighbors out west. I think if we do see some flooding, it's going to be west of the Orlando metro. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but now that these showers and thunderstorms are rolling through so quickly, we're not going to see that torrential rainfall that's just going to sit over one particular area for a long time. Winds sustained about 30 to 40 miles per hour. The worst of the weather between now and about 5 a.m. tomorrow. And then out east, as we take a look towards Flagler, Volusia, and also Brevard counties, an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain with isolated 3 inches or more. And we are going to see the worst of weather between now and about 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. And all across central Florida, we're watching for that tornado threat. We are all under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then after that, that severe weather threat does go away. Here's a look ahead at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. Pretty overcast skies still tomorrow. That impact icon is again for early in the morning. Once we get past daybreak tomorrow, conditions will gradually improve. Still a bit breezy out though, but we will see improving conditions, especially for the upcoming weekend into early next week as we lower those rain chances. We'll have more news for you coming up on the other side of the break.
Okay, guys, I don't know if you can see it now, but literally it is pouring out there right now. Pouring. You definitely see it on the screen now. Here, let me pull that up just on its own. Let me turn that down for you. I mean, you can definitely see it's pouring.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from Wesh 2.
As we've seen over the last 2 days, emergency officials across Florida have been warning everyone to take Helene seriously.
Now that warning is coming straight from the top in Washington. President Biden urges everyone in the path from Florida north to do everything they can to prepare and protect their loved ones.
Everyone needs to take it seriously, extremely seriously. The potential storm surges well beyond the immediate path of the hurricane could be significant and deadly. You know, for you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders when told to do so.
After Helene pushes out of Florida, Georgia is next. Right now, emergency teams in White County, which is northeast of Atlanta, are closely monitoring the storm. That's in the area of the Chattahoochee National Forest, which could pose a major risk of flooding.
You know that up here in the northeast Georgia mountains, there are several flood-prone areas. The Chattahoochee River actually starts in Helen, Georgia. The Chattahoochee River does not typically fluctuate that much, but in a tropical situation like this, it certainly can.
There are already reports of power outages and downed trees across parts of Georgia.
And look at this. Helene is so big, it's already impacting portions of North Carolina. This is video just in from Asheville, where some of that early tropical moisture from Helene has already reached the state. And as you can see, it is making life just a mess for the drivers. That is knee-deep water this guy is walking in. Obviously, his car is now stuck through a flooded street that he tried to drive through, which is not recommended.
Yeah, our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues into the night.
Landfall is still set to happen in just about an hour from now. Our team of reporters are scattered across the state to bring you the very latest conditions. We're coming back in just a couple of minutes. We're going to leave you with this picture of the Courtney Campbell Causeway. This is over in Tampa. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
We're expecting a catastrophic storm. Winds and flooding throughout the southeast, starting in Florida right now.
The Panhandle is bracing for Helene tonight as the hurricane is poised to make landfall very soon.
So please do not drive, do not go out.
But the storm has already been wreaking havoc as far south as Key West, causing dramatic flooding on Fort Myers Beach and closing bridges in the Tampa Bay area.
The storm visible from space.
This one has got catastrophic wind damage, widespread power outages, the 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, which is catastrophic.
We have team coverage tonight with crews throughout Central Florida and all the way in the Panhandle as Helene gets ready to come ashore.
Right now at 10, Hurricane Helene about to make landfall in about an hour or so. This massive storm has had wide-reaching impacts, and now the worst of it is about to reach the Big Bend.
Right now, a live look down south, though, in Key West at the southernmost point where we have seen people go and touch that big barrier right there several times, that buoy, as those waves have been crashing on shore. Also, take a look at the severe flooding the storm surge has already caused. This is in Cedar Key, Florida, earlier today. No matter where you are in Florida, Hurricane Helene has had some kind of impact on your weather.
Yes, it has. Our first warning weather team joins us at the desk now. So what should we be expecting before landfall?
We're expecting those winds in our local areas to increase and unfortunately, we're also expecting that severe weather threat to increase as well as we start to get some of those feeder bands from Helene working its way, especially into our western counties. So we could see a couple more tornado warnings. I wouldn't be surprised before daybreak tomorrow.
The other big piece of information coming down right now, the northern eye wall is beginning to make landfall. It's trying to come ashore. So we're about an hour away, as you said, but there's an extreme wind warning now for the northern eye wall for several counties. Valdosta, Georgia, could have 100+ mile-an-hour winds that far north.
That's 40 miles inland.
That's just going to say, because it's moving so fast. It takes time for this thing to wind down. So that's why I think we're going to see some problems in Georgia. And then up in Atlanta, they're going to have tropical storm force winds as this thing winds down.
And flooding in the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking about
huge.
the huge flooding in the Appalachian Mountains.
It went from 130 miles per hour to 140 miles per hour in almost like an hour and a half.
We're not surprised by that, though, because we were showing the hurricane hunters and the pressure was dropping. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the winds to respond to that pressure drop. And I think that's what we saw tonight. Yeah. So.
All right.
Maybe take you back outside. I want to show you what it looks like as we're watching these bands of rain come ashore. Cam is going to have a little bit more on that high wind warning up to the north there in just a couple minutes. A live look in over towards the hotel district. Windy and breezy. No doubt about that out there right now across many areas in central Florida. We take a look at Helene. 10 o'clock now, 140. Pressure continues to drop. 939 millibars. Would not be surprised if this makes 145 prior to landfall, moving north-northeast now at 24 miles an hour. The eye is right there on the right side of the cone. It's coming ashore. Once the center is on shore, they'll call the landfall. But because of the eye wall coming on shore, there's a high wind, extreme high wind warning now in effect over towards the east of the bay there in Appalachia Bay in the Big Bend area. All of central Florida now experiencing strong gusty winds tonight, well removed from the center. That's how large a storm this is. You can see it closing in on landfall. 63-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Orlando's Executive Airport, down at OIA, 56, 45 Kissimmee, even back towards Tampa Bay, 58, 68-mile-an-hour winds. What Cam and I are focusing in on is not just the eye, but all of these bands coming up from the south, producing some significant wind and rain in a very short period of time. And we're watching these very carefully to see if there's any spin. So far, so good, but a lot of wind with these. There's Orlando, Sorrento, Sanford beginning to fill in here. Also, a lot of wind, 35, 45, 55-mile-an-hour winds I was pinging just a couple of minutes ago. And then you go from Salt Springs back towards Citra and Ocala. The rain is filling in here, but the heaviest of the rain extends from Williston over towards Denell, with more on Helene as it's intensifying at landfall. Here's Cam Tran.
Yeah, we were talking about the extreme wind warning here. So these are the counties in the Big Bend region that are under that warning. What does this mean? It means catastrophic and life-threatening damage could occur here. So this is not something that the National Weather Service issues very often. So you can kind of get some perspective of how dangerous Helene is. And these are the counties, again, the Big Bend counties are under that warning right now. Back here at home, we are watching the threat for tornadoes for tonight through the overnight hours. All of Central Florida under that threat because of the squally bands that are expected to move through late tonight into the overnight hours. Any of these bands that roll through, we could see an occasional spin up with that. Notice that we get some improvement as we go into daybreak tomorrow morning, but that tornado threat does last through the early morning hours, overnight hours into early morning hours to around 6 a.m. So just be mindful, make sure you have ways to get weather alerts. We're also seeing the impacts of Helene on our local airport. Here's a look at the flight board. 25 delayed flights, 12 canceled. I'll have a look at the power outages coming up next time when I see you.
All right, Kim, thank you. Our crews are spread out throughout the state, getting the very latest as Hurricane Helene approaches landfall.
Watch 2's Justin Shecker joins us now from Tallahassee. Justin, you actually went about 20 minutes inland because of those warnings. What are you observing now?
Hey, good evening to you both. Yeah, we are back at our hotel here in the state capital of Tallahassee. We spent most of our day down by the water in St. Mark's, and we talked to the marina owner there. He's actually already moved back inland ahead of the storm. You can see we have a steady rainfall coming down at this hour. For photographer Garrett Campana, the trees are occasional gust has them blowing. We know the worst is still to come. The good news is this is a main road here that goes kind of down a hill towards the state capitol building. In the last 20 minutes, I've seen very few cars on the road. So now is the time in the Tallahassee region, in the Big Bend, to hunker down if you have not yet evacuated. But I know the worst is still to come here. Again, officials across this region are warning about the potential for that catastrophic storm surge down by the Gulf. Further inland, we know Tallahassee has so many beautiful trees that could get toppled over with the ground being already saturated. The other big concern, widespread power outages. Thankfully, our hotel over here still has power. We're good so far. But again, just take a live look here at the conditions. The rain coming down at a pretty steady rate. The wind occasionally picking up, but so far, not the worst of it yet. As we know, this storm is barreling toward the Big Bend. It'll make its way up here towards Tallahassee. So we are going to stand by here, provide our viewers back in the Orlando area just the images of this powerful Cat 4 hurricane making its way up through the capital region. But so far, still relatively calm, but we know the worst is yet to come. Reporting live in Tallahassee, I'm Justin Shecker, WESH 2 News.
And Justin, they can turn very fast. There's a lot of trees up that direction. Stay safe, guys. All right, many communities here in Central Florida are bracing for flooding from Helene. Along the St. Johns River, the community of Astor already dealt with some flooding earlier this month thanks to days and days of rainfall. WESH 2's Haley Crumblehome joins us now from Astor, where the same flooding problem is already happening. Haley.
Yeah, flooding is usually the big issue here in Astor, but I will say in the last couple of hours, we've had a lot more wind than rain here. Rain is starting to come down, but the wind has caused some fairly small debris. You can see this road behind me here has some of it just scattered across there. And here in Astor, people do seem to have power, but we're pretty close to the Volusia County line. And if you take a look further into the county, we are getting reports of some power outages there. When I last checked in with the county, they said more than 7,000 are without power. Places like Tavares seem to be without it right now. And so if you don't have power, you want a place. They have opened up a shelter at Leesburg Elementary School. At last check, the county did tell me there were dozens of people there at this point, and we're just now getting into the worst of it. There are some spots of road flooding here in Astor, and with that rain starting to come down, it could get worse. We'll give you another look at the water coming up in about the next hour or so. Live in Lake County, Haley Crumblehome, WESH 2 News.
All right, Haley, thank you. All right, imagine being stuck on a cruise ship. Well, that's exactly the case. Travelers on board the MSC Seashore that was heading from Nassau to Port Canaveral are stuck on board until it's safe for the ship to dock. WESH 2's Megan Mulatto joins us live in studio right now. Megan, you spoke with someone on that ship. What are they saying?
Yeah, Rebecca Roth is on board with her son and her sister. She says it's her very first cruise and it has been a rocky one. She says the trip began Sunday, the 22nd. She and her family were supposed to get off this morning, but due to the weather, the cruise line extended the trip an extra day. Roth says right now she's somewhere in the Atlantic and that the additional day was given to them for free given the circumstances. She says the cruise line also opened up the Wi-Fi so people can notify loved ones of their situation. She had to make calls to extend pet care. Her sister had to make a call letting her workplace know she won't be making it.
That's
it's a big deal. Like we wanted to go home by now. We actually pretty much stayed in our room all day today just because the ocean has been so rough and it's been making the ship rock. So it's, been a little queasy. So we haven't been doing much.
Officials with the port say they're hoping to reopen first thing tomorrow morning. That would happen after the Coast Guard has a chance to inspect the water and the docks to make sure both are safe. We're told by port officials that the ship that Roth and her family are on is set to be the first one back since it's been the one that's been out the longest. Now, we also reached out to officials with MSC for comment, but haven't yet heard back. Guys, back to you.
It's one of those rough situations where people who were started off on a great Caribbean vacation now dealing with this on their way back.
Yeah, but at least they're safe. They've been able to, make arrangements. So it kind of is what it is sometimes, right?
All right, next at 10. Right now, over 436,000 people are without power in our state.
And of course, that includes many here in Central Florida. Coming up, our crews are live where strong winds have already brought power lines down.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Welcome back. Let's head a little bit west of where the storm is about to make landfall now in Panama City Beach, where you can still see the rough surface starting to hit that area. This is on the other side of the storm, so a lot of this water will be pushed out at certain points. We're going to check in with our team of meteorologists coming up in just a few moments for the very latest as the storm is about to make landfall. Meanwhile, gusty winds are already starting to impact Orange County. Power lines were knocked down earlier tonight in Winter Garden.
WESH 2's Aaron Solsfitz is live where crews just finished getting those lines restored.
Yeah, hey there, Summer and Stu. We arrived here off of Old Winter Garden Road at about a little after 7 o'clock. Then by 9 p.m., not only was the power back on, but crews were off the scene. It was cleared and everybody was happy, right? So take a look behind me. These trees had just fallen into this power line. And of course, that shut down power to probably around more than 2,000 people out here in this area. Now, quickly, they were able to get in, get out. That's because Duke and OUC were both very prepared for this moment. Despite not expecting that direct hit from Helene, they were prepared for what would come on the backside, which was good for their customers.
We have 8,000 resources strategically placed throughout the state 3,000 of them locally nearby in Ocala, ready to respond. And as the day progresses, we realize that the increased wind gusts will cause trees to fall, limbs to fall into our power lines, creating possible additional outages. These conditions are critical to our crews being able to restore power safely. As soon as the conditions are safe enough, we will be able to get out and start diligently restoring power. In addition, with the heavy rainfall, we ask residents and visitors of Orange County to stay away, as down power lines could be hidden underneath all of the debris. Consider all lines energized, as well as tree limbs and anything in contact with the lines. Remember, electricity and water do not mix. And please report all power line hazards to Duke Energy or 911.
So it's important to remember, treat every down power line as if it is live, because it could be. Now, the rain is coming and going, but these gusts are pretty strong, so wouldn't be shocking to see more power outages. We've seen some businesses, some dark areas. We come to several red lights that have been out in this Ocoee Winter Garden area, but it looks like they're trying to keep a pretty good tab on what's going on. Just make sure if something is down, you do report it so they can know to fix it. For now, live in Orange County, Darren Stoltzis, we'll send it back to you.
Absolutely. All right, Darren, a quick question for you, though. So we're trying to look ahead. We're still waiting for Helene to make landfall, but you got an update earlier on Orange County Public Schools today as far as tomorrow. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's the good news for everybody right now. Orange County Public Schools will be open tomorrow, barring some sort of extra development tonight that would make it unsafe to do so. But they also said extracurricular activities tomorrow will go on as scheduled. Hey, I'm the sports guy. That's exciting. That means Friday night football is on as scheduled. But if each school does feel like it's unsafe or they need to cancel for any reason, they can. But as of now, Orange County as a whole is going back to normal operating procedures tomorrow. I also talked to a coach in Seminole County. They expect to play as well, again, barring any extra developments or some strange things that happen that make things a little worse conditions-wise here in Central Florida.
Darren Stoltzis joining us live in Orange County. Darren, thank you. Let's talk now again about the storm as it's about to start to make landfall.
Yeah, what we're seeing in some areas, it looks dry, but you can really hear and see the wind.
Yeah, the winds are really ramping up, and we're also watching the possibility of severe weather as we go through tonight in the overnight hours. So the northern eye wall is actually moving inland. That's not technically landfall yet.
Okay.
It's when the center of the eye moves overland, which we are expecting to happen likely within the next 15 to 20 minutes, Tony.
Yeah, so right around 10:30, 10:40, somewhere in there, we think we'll have the official landfall. Hey, but listen, with landfall, we have an extreme wind warning. These are very rarely put out. And when you see these, you know there's going to be catastrophic damage. We're talking about wind speeds that are well in excess of 100 miles an hour. We think at landfall, probably looking at 115, 120, maybe 125, with gusts in the range there of at least south of I-10, could be close to 125, 140. And then as you go further north into Valdosta, there will be a slackening off, so to speak, of the winds. Let me show you something here real quickly. You can take a live look at Helene. You can see this one has charged on, and it's moving just as quick now, if not even a little bit quicker than Charlie came up the I-4 corridor. Just to kind of put this into perspective, the center of circulation still offshore. That eye wall, though, is about to make that landfall, and that's why there's that extreme wind warning through midnight as it continues to lift to the northeast, north of 10. And then on approach to Valdosta, if you do the extrapolation, there could be 100 plus mile an hour winds even that far north. There's the eye, and notice the eye is behaving right as forecasted and is going to be just east of Tallahassee. Tallahassee is going to have some damaging winds. There's no doubt about that. But the brunt of it is going to be just east of Tallahassee by literally 10 miles, and then it's going to go from there into South Georgia. Look at the size of that wind field. Unbelievable. Fort Myers, Savannah, we're talking about tropical storm force winds and gusts right now, and a tremendous amount of lightning here beginning to wind down. I like seeing that. I'm hoping that this has peaked. And here in Central Florida, coming closer to home now. Look at the winds here along the eastern side of the peninsula, well removed from the center, still looking at 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. And then over towards the airports here, Executive 63, OIA 59, over towards Kissimmee 45, 55 mile an hour wind gusts with that band as it came on through. So as we take a look now at the live radar, You can see the eastern extent of that big, massive rainmaker and windshield here, pushing through western Marion County. Other bands well outside of the main core, coming up through Lake Wales. Very interesting looking cell there. And as frostproof, we'll watch that as it rotates into Point Siena and Kissimmee a little bit later on. Winds down here are behaving. They're gusty, no doubt about that. We'll keep an eye on that little area right there, northwest of frostproof. From there, we head to Orlando. Sanford, DeLand, wind and rain picking up with this cluster, at pinging some winds here, northwest Orange County on the north side of Lake Apopka, right around 54 miles an hour. And then farther north and east up towards the west side of Daytona and Palm Coast, the winds are picking up there. And when you take a look now at all of the LSRs, the local storm reports, I've counted at least 30 of them, Cam. 30 LSRs, all for wind today.
Yeah, wind is a huge factor. Look at these sustained winds around 35 to 45 miles per hour. Tropical storm strength winds. Again, this is sustained now. Look at this, 39-mile-per-hour winds right now in the city. Beautiful. 33 in DeLand. We're talking about 35 in Titusville. But these are, look at the recent wind gusts. Winds as strong as 60 miles per hour across our area within the last hour. And that is causing some damage out there with downed trees and power lines, causing outages and also delays at the airport. Here's a look at OIA reports. About 20 flights have been delayed. 12 have been canceled. At least 51 are on time. And look at the power outages. We're now up to 16,000 customers in Orange County without power, 7,000 in Seminole County. That literally doubled in the last hour. About 12,000 Sumter County, 16,000 folks without power there in Marion County. And that will continue to go up as we go into the overnight hours. So the worst of the winds will be between now and about just after midnight tonight. Around 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts still in Ocala. We're still talking about wind gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour, even in the overnight hours. Tropical storm strength winds continue to early tomorrow morning, but then by 8 to 9 o'clock, they do gradually subside. So that is the good news. And taking a look at your extended weather forecast, we're also going to see improvement in terms of the rain as well. Only a 50% chance of rain tomorrow, even lower rain chances for the upcoming weekend. And look at that, only a 30% chance of rain as we head into early next week. Landfall with Helene just minutes away. We'll let you know when it officially makes landfall over the Big Bend region coming up.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from West 2.
Welcome back. We want to get you right out to West 2's Greg Fox, who is live for us in Seminole County.
Yeah, Greg, a lot of people have been without power tonight, well before the worst of Helene.
Yeah, I just checked a couple of minutes ago. About an hour ago, there were about 23,000 homeowners in Central Florida without power. Now they're up to about 45,000, and that's from Ocala, stretching on down to the southern part of Osceola County. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see just a little bit how the wind's blowing now. It's calmed down. That tree was really going wildly here a second ago, and the rain has calmed down just for a second. But we're in this parking lot and not near where we were with trees down on power lines earlier, because this is safer. Nothing overhead, no lightning outside. And of course, not only power was a problem today, but repair and maintenance crews had other issues as well. For much of the night, they looked more like lumberjacks than power company workers. But with tree limbs, big and small, blown into the lines, several came down and had to be cleared before the electricity to more than 100 apartment units along Lorraine Drive could be restored. I talked with one of these Duke Energy workers, and he tells me that homeowners, business owners, for the next few days to possibly a couple of weeks, have to be very patient because this is going to be replayed over and over.
The cutout door and the fuse blows, of course.
Bert Bocharski showed us the blown fuses down the block that acted as a safety valve to protect the rest of this neighborhood off Douglas Avenue and Altamont Springs from going dark.
I've been doing it for 34 years, and it's just one of the things we do every day.
It was a busy Thursday of troubleshooting across Seminole County. Around midday, a blown transformer knocked out power to 5 railroad crossings from Altamont to Longwood, including these near State Road 434 and Ronald Reagan Boulevard. It caused traffic delays and detours through the afternoon and into early evening.
Take this seriously, even if you're in Orlando.
The Federal Emergency Management Agency is urging people to take no chances. Protect yourselves first, and if possible, gather important papers like insurance, utility bills, and other documents to use for potential damage and recovery claims following the hurricane.
We want people to be safe, first and foremost. Then if you can gather and make sure that your paperwork is in order, because that's going to be critical after the storm when you have to prove residency and ownership and those kinds of things.
And local emergency managers tell us today that barring any setbacks overnight from the wind or the rain, any other issues regarding power, schools and government offices will be operating normally. Live in Seminole County, Greg Fox, West 2 News.
And as Hurricane Helene approaches landfall, our first warning weather team continues to track it step by step and all the impacts here at home.
We'll check in with Chief Meteorologist Raymond Alfie and meteorologist Cam Tran coming up after the break.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from Wesh 2.
And right now at 10:30, Hurricane Helene has brought tornado warnings, powerful winds, dangerous surf, and power outages to Central Florida.
And now the storm is less than an hour away from landfall, could be in the next 30 minutes. It's reached Category 4 strength, and the National Hurricane Center says it could be catastrophic for the Big Bend.
Our first warning weather team joins us now with Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi and Meteorologist Cam Tran. Guys, I want to take you outside and show you what it looks like right now in Tallahassee, where the beginning of the eye wall, at least the northwestern part of the eye wall, is starting to approach Leon County. This area is under what you said, Tony, was an extreme wind warning.
Yep. And, I just put together a graphic on that. I think in Tallahassee, they're going to probably be in the 110 range, I think, for there. You go just east of there, though, I think it's going to be 110 to 120. So, and then once it gets into Valdosta, it'll fall down to 100. As it's over land, doesn't have that energy source, the ocean. But these are pretty rare. And they usually lead to a lot of power outages and a lot of property damage.
And we're already seeing some power outages.
The direct quote actually from that excessive wind warning is, this is expected to bring life-threatening and dangerous conditions in exclamation mark. That is a direct quote for the National Weather Service from Tallahassee, which monitors that area. So just to give you some perspective, we're about a half an hour, I would say, so from landfall. And so
we've really done some measurements here. And I'm going to show that to you here in a second. Let me take it back outside as we get this moving along here for you. Every hour now, of course, as you know, we are getting an update. You can see the pressure keeps dropping, 939 millibars there. As the pressure goes down, the storm winds go up 140. That's a right in the middle there. Category 4 hurricane, 130 to 156 Cat 4. That eye is within about 25, 30 minutes away from making landfall there, southeast of Tallahassee. And those hurricane force winds do extend out a good ways from the center. And we've been showing that to you many different ways through the radar. And you can see there's the cone going just on the east side there of Tallahassee. We've been monitoring the bands here. And so far, we've been fortunate, but we've got a long way to go to write this one off when it comes to that severe weather threat. Extreme wind warning now for eastern Leon County, just south of Valdosta, right over I-10. I think winds here are going to be 100 to 120 with some gusts even higher than that. And how do we know that? Well, you take a look at the Tallahassee radar, and you can see that eye wrapping around this center point is where we will call the landfall. When this component is over land, that's when you have your landfall. It is about 15.3 miles. It's from the coast down, so it's about 25 to 35 minutes from making that landfall. I just pinged some of these winds, 118, 101. So that's a pretty intense landfalling major hurricane for sure. The other big story is the wind field all the way down towards South Florida. For me, I'm going to be watching that. And these bands, we've been talking about this all night. We got to continue to babysit them, but an incredible amount of wind across Central Florida tonight. With more on that, here's Cam.
You talked about the winds. That's been really the biggest impacts for us here in Central Florida. So this is a wide perspective of all the storm reports from Helene. And you can see these gusts that indicates local wind reports up to the north and west in the Big Bend region and down in Southwest Florida. Those are all the flood reports. So again, as Tony mentioned earlier, winds have really been the biggest impacts here for us. And I want to hone in a little closer. A lot of these strong wind gusts have been along the coast, where we've seen wind reports well over 60 miles per hour. Right now, winds sustained across our area about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So easily tropical storm strength winds mixed into this. This is sustained winds now. Gusts well above that, and definitely in the tropical storm strength category. Now, one thing of note, we were under a tornado watch that was set to expire in the evening. Now it's been extended till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning because, as Tony mentioned earlier, as those bands continue to move onshore and move over Central Florida, we could see some spin-ups with that. And of course, that could fire up some tornado warnings. Unfortunately, some of it could be in the overnight hours, likely while you're sleeping. Let's take a look at futurecasts around 11 o'clock to midnight. See these bands that roll in, the dark reds. That's indicating not only a very heavy rain, but also a couple of severe thunderstorms possible. So we're continuing to monitor that in the overnight hours for you. Here's a look at 1 to 2 a.m. Still expecting squally weather that could see embedded rotation with it. Then as we go into daybreak tomorrow morning, notice how Helene lifts off to the north away from us, and we start to see that severe weather threat improve, no longer under the risk for tornadoes. I'll take a look at some of the wind reports that we have left for you coming up.
All right, Cam, thank you. One of our counties feeling the biggest effects from Helene is Sumter County. We've already seen heavy rain and strong winds, also some downed trees. West News Tonight, Gabriel Geddes is live for us in Wildwood right now. Tonight, there are several shelters open in the county tonight. Are people taking advantage of this? As we can see, the wind is whipping you around some.
Yeah, it's been picking up and it's getting cooler outside. And I was trying to use this towel to show you guys an example of how strong the wind is. Now it's kind of giving us a break, of course, when we go live. But like you mentioned, the shelters here, 2 of them are in Sumter County, open to people who need a place to stay while Helene passes. This one is the Wildwood Community Center. And yes, people are taking advantage of them. The other one is at the fairgrounds. So that's good news. That means people are not taking chances and they are trying to play things safe. And the good thing is crews across the county are on standby. They are ready to help because they are expecting to see downed trees and power outages. Thousands of line workers and power trucks all on standby for Hurricane Helene. Duke Energy's largest storm yard in the state is in Sumter County. The crews had final preps on Thursday afternoon before landfall.
We have protocols in place where, we are not going to start work or start restoring power until conditions allow us to. So we know with a Category 3 or Category 4 hurricane, you're seeing trees down, lines down, flooding, and things like that, extreme wind.
The spokesperson says they will deploy resources to the areas that get hit the hardest and will open more staging sites near them. Over in Panisofsky, the winds are so strong it blew over a tree that fell on top of a mobile home.
We're sitting there in the living room and we heard a bunch of crinking noise and the boom.
This neighbor thankful that no one was hurt. Public Works telling us the mobile home was vacant when the tree toppled over, but crews had to come to clear the road.
We're probably like 200-300 yards from right here, so luckily that we still got power right now. Everyone else got power, but the main thing is that nobody got hurt. So.
Right, and that is good news. Now with Hurricane Helene on the way, is there anything you're doing to protect yourself and your home?
All I really did is just trim up some trees back, put some stuff in the shed, anchor it down, hook it up, and then strap down some things that I needed. Felt that they went airborne. At least I tried. That's the main part, is trying. So strapped everything down and pray for the rest.
David Casto, Sumter County's emergency manager, is hoping residents will stay indoors to ride out the storm. Reports of downed power lines came pouring in throughout the day as the county dealt with gusty winds and sporadic showers. At times, they were heavy downpours.
A new concern that I haven't really dealt with before is the Withlacoochee River is a north-running river that goes through Citrus County into Levy County, and it exits into the Gulf of Mexico. With that storm surge that they're predicting, I have a little concern that that's going to prevent people from, prevent the water from draining out quickly. So it's a slow-moving river as it is.
Now I'm told more than a dozen people at this shelter and then more than 30 people are at the county fairgrounds. Now just remember, schools will remain closed tomorrow, but government offices in the county will open. We're now reporting live in Sumter County. Sneha Rodriguez, West 2 News.
All right, Sneha, thank you. You can really hear that wind starting to pick up there. Meanwhile, another area that has felt the most impacts of Helene is Marion County, especially the western portion of the county, which is still under a hurricane warning right now. West News' Tony Atkins has been live in Denellen for us all night. And so, Tony, how are things there? It looks pretty calm behind you so far.
Well, yeah, things are pretty calm, but we saw bands of rain coming in throughout the night, all throughout these hours, and the wind has been strong. And one thing I just want to show you quickly is just how much debris has fallen in this spot here. This is one of the main thoroughfares here in Denellen, and you can just see from when we started doing live shots earlier today before the business is closed. But look at how much shrubbery has fallen. Now, here across the county, I did just hear from the Marion County Sheriff's Office. They say they have begun experiencing effects from this hurricane. They have reports of trees and power lines down, some of them even blocking roadways. They say crews are working around the clock to clear the hazards, and they say if you see the crews working, just try to find an alternative, right? I do want to show you also some video that we got throughout the day as some of that heavier rain came down today. We were also near the Rainbow River where the water levels were pretty high, and that was even before the storm made its way through. So obviously it's just a lot of rain that came through this area. We're going to continue to stay in contact with the Sheriff's Office to see if there are any more reports of damage, and if as soon as we find out exactly where those where those events are. We'll be sure to have more information as it comes in. For now, reporting live in Denellen, Tony Atkins, West 2 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. Let's take you now to Volusia County, where Kristen Lago has been watching those winds pick up. Even though that area has not seen a ton of rain, we've seen her live shots as some of the windiest we have seen.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you still have your hat on.
I am as well. I'm surprised I haven't lost it. And it's funny you say there hasn't been a lot of rain. Of course, as we set up for this live shot, it starts to rain and the wind is really pushing it towards us right now. But yes, rain definitely not the main concern here in Volusia County. It has absolutely been the wind. And even inland, we've moved about 10 miles from the coastline. We are still feeling these big wind gusts come in. They sort of come in without warning. And that's what the team here at the EOC is really paying attention to, urging all of the residents who live in Volusia County to pay attention to, stay inside, because they are expecting the wind to worsen into the evening and overnight hours. You can feel it, and you can definitely hear it. Tropical storm force gusts whipping through the Volusia County shoreline.
The surf has picked up. The tides are higher. We're looking at extreme high tide conditions.
Helene hundreds of miles away, and yet her impact still being felt from coast to coast.
This storm is going down the west side of the state. It's going into the Big Bend area. This is a very large, fast-moving storm. The wind field on this is huge, and we're already seeing and have been seeing the effects actually since yesterday. So again, if you don't need to be out, don't be out.
The National Weather Service predicting 25 to 35 mile per hour winds, with some gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Beach driving closed, public restrooms closed, and yet some residents taking a chance, wanting to get a better feel for the storm.
It's windy. I mean, it's just, you don't want to mess around out here.
The message from officials, though, no matter how far away the storm may seem, it's better to save that beach day for another day.
We are going into a weekend where that surf is going to die down and the rip currents are going to be very hazardous.
Now, damage response teams will be standing by all night long here at the Emergency Operations Center in Volusia County. They will respond if needed and if it is safe to do so. Live in Volusia County, I'm Kristen Lago. We'll have more from our coverage of Hurricane Helene coming up after the break.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from Wesh 2.
Tens of millions of people are under watches and warnings as Hurricane Helene approaches the Florida coast.
Angela Rozier joins us live from Tallahassee. Angela, we spoke with you this afternoon. You've been in the Panhandle for the past few days. What are the conditions like right now, and how fast are they starting to change?
Well, Stuart and Summer, I'll tell you, I'm going to show you the video right now. We're going to punch up the camera. You can see right now the conditions here. Well, it has definitely changed within the last 24 hours. Hey, within the last 5 hours since we've been here in downtown Tallahassee, the wind has picked up. We're getting rain. We're getting gusts of wind. We can see the trees swaying back and forth, and no cars, hardly any traffic here on the roadway at this time. Emergency managers have been warning folks about these conditions all week long. Residents have heeded that warning. Most of them have boarded up. Most of them are already secured in their homes. They have their boards up. They have their sandbags. Some people decided to stay. Some people decided to evacuate. But I don't know if you can see the wind here. It's starting to pick up again. And we understand that landfall is nearly here. We are still in downtown Tallahassee. We're going to make our way a little bit further from here after this live shot. But I can tell you that people who have been out here today, we see some folks taking some pictures, and we do not recommend that. But I can also tell you that the governor talked earlier today, and he had concerns about this. He says once this storm passes over, he wants people to be careful because they're expecting a lot of
Thank you for that. We're
trees
kind of
to
glad
fall
that
here
it's
in
not
the
hitting
roadway
us
as
either.
well as down power lines.
I mean,
So I want to
with,
make sure before people head outside,
you know,
it's safe. Back to you.
it is what it is.
Be
A lot
safe
of
as
people
well. Angela
weren't putting
Rozier
anything
joining us
out
live
about
from Tallahassee,
Orlando,
so
so
thank
we
you.
figured
Yeah,
let's
all
do a
right.
live
So
stream,
we are
throw
almost to
some
11
information
o'clock,
up
and it's
there,
about to be go time.
and
Yeah, we're gonna get another
we'll go
update
with
from the
it.
Hurricane Center here. I think this is going to be
Sitting
the
here
last time. If there's any
at
chance for
home,
this to get stronger, I think this is going to be
doing
the last
nothing.
chance for it because after 11 o'clock,
At least we got power still. We got internet. We're still good.
Gulf of
Still
Mexico
good
is
to
playing
go.
game.
Yeah, we're seeing some impacts from
Almost
this
7
already
hours
with
until
landfall
live
and all.
stream
We're
here, guys.
seeing
Almost
tens of
7.
thousands of people without power. I'll show you our
I go
power outage
with
maps in a second. It's
full
also
screen
affecting our
here.
flights out of OIA as well. And I'll show you some of the wind gusts. We're
See,
seeing tropical
we
storm
do
strength
got
winds
rain going on out
sustained
here.
right
So,
now, not the gusts,
but I
just
appreciate
sustained
each
winds
and every one of
right
you
now,
guys
well in
stopping in
tropical storm
tonight
strength winds.
And
and
let's show
watching
folks
this
there
with
right
us.
now that satellite presentation there, Cam. You're right. Big storm, big winds, large wind field, and a lot of moving parts here. Extreme wind warning, as we mentioned now, up towards and including Tallahassee tonight into Valdosta, Georgia there in anticipation of a big battering. You can see that eye coming ashore. The center of it, though, has to come ashore. And even though it looks like it on the satellite presentation, here's the actual radar presentation, and this is what matters. So once this part right here comes ashore here, which is going to be within probably the next 10 to 15 minutes, then they'll likely call the landfall. The winds here we've been pinging 100 to 125 miles an hour. So you can see, I need to update that. I didn't do that there, but roughly about 15 to 20 minutes from now, we'll have landfall up there. Farther to the south, here we go. Big band of rain now scraping along the west coast. Big band of wind and rain right now. So far, so good behaving, but we'll have to watch just the next couple of hours. Kissimmee, Point Siena, down towards Frostproof. I was pinging winds here in the 35, 45, 55 mile an hour range. Other areas on just outside of that main core, 25 to about 41. And then you get into Orlando here, just had a big burst of wind and storms come on through. Now it's inching up I-4 towards Sanford and then back towards Oak Hill. A little bit stronger in that corridor, 38 to as high as 58 miles an hour into northern portions there of Brevard County. Energy now building up towards Shell Bluff, Palm Coast, over towards DeLand, Stetson University. Here comes the rain your way, and it is continuing to add on up. These are the sustained wind speeds out there right now. And I'm telling you, 39 in Orlando, that is very, very impressive with more in the storm. Here's meteorologist Cam Tran.
Yeah, so those sustained winds are tropical storm strength already. So we are looking at very, very gusty wind conditions. Look at this, 39 mile per hour winds right now in the city. Beautiful. We're talking about 28 mile per hour winds in New Smyrna Beach, 32 right now in Sanford. So at 39, again, tropical storm strength winds. The gusts much, much higher than that. Here's a look at some of the recent wind gusts within the last hour. We're talking about nearly 60 mile per hour winds at OIA. 51 in Leesburg, and about 48 mile per hour winds in Palm Coast. And speaking of OIA, we have a ground stop for arriving flights there. Right now, on-time flights about 49. Delays about 17, cancellation about 8. So it's actually lower than what we had earlier. So thankfully that's improving. But what's not improving are the power outages. Here is a look at our outage map. 24,000 customers in Marion County without power right now, 22 in Orange County, roughly 6,500 folks without power there in Seminole County, 12,000 in Volusia County, and roughly about 4,500 or 4,500, excuse me, in Brevard County. So a lot of folks without power right now. And unfortunately, the winds have to subside quite a bit before the line folks can get out there and repair some of this. Here's a look at Futurecast. So we're going to continue to see those tropical storm strength
Say this tomorrow, it's going to
through
be a
tonight
mess
into
around
the overnight
Orlando, though.
hours.
It'll
Here's
be
a
a
look
mess
around
everywhere
1
here
to
in
2 a.m.
Florida.
Again, winds of about 50 to 60
You're here in
miles per
Florida
hour.
traveling or
Still, even
anything,
in the Orlando metro, tropical storm strength
tomorrow's going to
winds.
be your
And
rough
finally,
day.
as we go
After
to
that, everything should
daybreak
be
tomorrow,
fine.
we start to see those winds subside. So with those winds gradually easing as Helene races inland, that should calm down enough for the line folks to get out and hopefully make some of the repairs and get those tens of thousands of folks without power back online again. Here's a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. A 50% chance of rain showers tomorrow, but that's mostly going to be the early part of the day. We'll dry out as we go into the latter half of the day. Saturday and Sunday, 40% shot of rain, and much drier air works its way in for early next week. Our continuing coverage of Helene moves in after the break.
Thank you guys all for watching with us here tonight. It's pretty rough out there. I'll tell you that right now. It just started up, really. So within the past hour or so is when all this rain started hitting Orlando. So.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Hurricane Helene is still churning in the Gulf of Mexico, about to make landfall, but its outer bands are still impacting areas along the East Coast.
WESH 2's Luana Munoz is live for us in Flagler County. Luana, schools will be closed again tomorrow in Flagler.
Absolutely. Right now, we are in a neighborhood in Flagler County. We were hearing reports of downed tree limbs. We're not seeing that. We're mostly seeing a lot of branches like this and scattered debris across the area. But as I mentioned, wind is the major issue here. And you're absolutely right, Stuart. That means that schools tomorrow in Flagler County are going to be shut down. As Hurricane Helene inches closer and closer to Florida, areas along the coast were feeling her wrath, even as far as Flagler County. Sheriff Rick Staley advised residents Thursday they'd be spared from the brunt of Helene, but to remain cautious.
Expect about 1 to 2 inches of rain through Saturday. Coastal areas may even see elevated tides up to 3 feet above normal, especially during high tide.
That didn't stop people from heading to the beach.
Thanks,
to take
Donna.
a
You
look
know
at
we
the
will be.
choppy waters
We'll
and
be
high
fine.
winds,
I don't
and
think
maybe
it's much
even
of an
snag a
issue.
few treasures along the sand.
Realistically, we still got power and stuff, so I don't foresee any major
What made
things coming out of this.
I'm here for shells, but so far I just did bottle
I
caps.
think they want to
While
hype
wind
this up
gusts
more
got as
than it
high
really
as
was,
50 miles an
honestly.
hour, most locals remember
think
hurricanes Ian and Nicole just a few
Outside of
years ago.
Florida
They said
and
getting out in
like
this was nothing.
Georgia, the Atlanta area, is going to see
We
more.
were walking on the beach. This right now is nothing. Yeah, typically we get lots of rain, lots of flooding, losing power, but this shouldn't be bad for us.
And those wind gusts are very high. Again, the tornado watch that was supposed to be lifted at 10 p.m. has now been extended until Friday at 6 a.m. And just once again, a reminder that all schools in Flagler
I
County
guarantee those
will be
tornado
closed
watches are going to
Friday
be
tomorrow as well.
all
Reporting live in
here in
Flagler
Florida.
County tonight, I'm Luana Munoz. Back to you.
All right, Luana, thank you. And as Helene moves along the Florida coast, we are starting to get some new videos showing the storm's devastation.
And remember, this storm still has not officially made landfall yet, but look at some of these conditions. That's the sound of crashing waves hitting the roads as drivers try and get by and leave Sanibel Island. The storm already causing damage to roadways and leaving debris behind.
And now we want to show you Fort Myers Beach. You can hear the wind blowing, but if you look carefully, that's a man pushing his motorcycle through floodwaters in Fort Myers Beach. You can see the water was above his knees as he struggles to get to drier land. Meanwhile, our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene continues. We still expect the storm to make landfall in the next hour.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Tonight, Florida and the southeastern United States bracing for Helene. We are just moments away from the storm's anticipated landfall in the Panhandle.
Could get up to that near 20 feet of inundation somewhere in this area here in the Big Bend coastline. That's really not a survivable situation.
They'll go into some more wind period and more squall lines. Just stay put, stay with your families, and just ride out the rest of this event.
But the storm is already making its impact, causing dramatic flooding in Fort Myers Beach, dangerous conditions in Tampa Bay, and leaving hundreds of thousands of customers in the dark going into the night.
As soon as the conditions are safe enough, we will be able to get out and start diligently restoring power.
West 2 has team coverage with crews throughout Central Florida and all the way up into the Panhandle as we wait for Helene to come ashore.
And any moment now, Hurricane Helene is expected to officially make landfall as a Category 4 storm. On the bottom left, there's a look at the satellite image of the storm. On the right is a live look outside at the Courtney Campbell Causeway in Tampa.
And we have been tracking Helene as it moves up Florida's west coast from strong winds in Fort Myers Beach to the choppy waves and storm surge in Tampa. It has all led up to the anticipated landfall on the Panhandle that we are expecting at any moment. Meanwhile, also at any moment, we are expecting Governor DeSantis to speak. We are monitoring it, and once he does, we will bring it to you live. Also breaking right now, Flagler schools will be closed tomorrow because of the forecast.
We have team coverage all throughout tonight, starting with our team of first 20 meteorologists. The 11 p.m. advisory was just released. Did we learn anything new right before the storm makes landfall?
Still a powerful hurricane. And, we got that extreme wind warnings too up there in the Panhandle there, including the eastern side of Tallahassee, an area you're very, very familiar with. There's going to be catastrophic power outages and loss of property up there, no doubt about it. I just hope people listen, even in Tallahassee.
It's something they don't really issue very often, Tony, that extreme wind warning. And literally directly from the National Weather Service there, it says life-threatening and dangerous conditions in extreme bold letters. Like that is direct quote from them. Locally here at home, we're seeing tens of thousands of folks without power. Because
I do want to show you the 11 o'clock advisory. Yes. It's very important there. And so here are the numbers. And you can see now north-northeast at 24. Pressure's down another millibar. I think from here in on, it starts to weaken. I think we're done. We're basically on land for the most part. We just got to get that core, that middle part, that center pointed. It looks like it's already on shore here from the satellite perspective, but the core is tilted. So when you look at the satellite imagery versus the radar imagery, it's a little bit different. Now I'll show you what I mean when I switch it over here. There's the extreme wind warning right now, especially on the eastern side of Tallahassee up towards Valdosta, Georgia. So that center point, it's now, literally any second, Cam will yell at me, but that's very close to landfall. And this is the wind component. If I stop it, just wanted to show you some of the ping winds, 118, 183, 57, 112. Stu was asking me, well, it says 140. Why don't I see 140 here? You do. It's just an incredibly thin ribbon around that eye wall. And as it comes ashore, it instantly begins to weaken. So you get that for a very small period of time, thankfully. Now, the winds well outside that core are continuing to be very large and very wide up towards Savannah. Tropical storm force winds finally looking like the winds are slackening on off down across South Florida and Miami. The thing that Cam and I are watching, these bands down on the southeast side, as these continue to scroll up towards the north and east, any one of these bands could produce not only strong gusty winds, but the chance now for an isolated tornado. And that is what we are going to be watching now right through 6 a.m. in the morning. Not seeing any twisting now. Some of the winds here, 35, 45 miles an hour. Orlando up towards the land. Another big, huge punch of wind and rain. Look at that, 58, 43, 27. That looks a little bit high in northwestern Brevard and southern Volusia, but it's probably not too far from that number, Cam.
Yeah, so officially it has not made landfall.
Thank you, Donna. Have a good night.
Extremely close. I would say within the next 10 minutes, we probably should get an update or two. But right now, it has technically not made landfall yet, but it is extremely close. Tony, please shout at me if it changes within this weather hit. I want to show you the local storm reports associated with Helene out in the Big Bend region. Lots of flood reports there and also in Southwest Florida. But here here at home in Central Florida, really the biggest impacts we've seen other than squally weather has been the winds. You can see every little dot you see there was a wind report reported today with winds over 60 miles per hour. Now, all of Central Florida is still under a tornado watch, though, through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, because as Helene makes landfall, which is expected to do momentarily or fairly soon, it is going to bring in those squally bands, which embedded in those bands could see a spin up or two. So we're continuing to watch that severe weather threat even through the overnight hours. So if you're getting ready to head to bed tonight, just make sure you download the Wesh 2 weather app or have the NOAA weather radio handy. It will notify you if any severe storms head into your neighborhood. Here's a look at the setup around midnight to 1 a.m. Look at those feeder bands. Here's Helene already inland. We could see some embedded in those bands, some squally weather as well as some rotation. Then as we go around 2 to 3 o'clock, still on and off rain showers with Helene. Then by daybreak tomorrow, we do get some improvement. You can see by around 7 and 8 o'clock, mostly cloudy skies and isolated rain shower or two on and off, but things will be improving through the day tomorrow. So here's a look at your day planner for your Friday. It's going to be cloudy. It's still going to be rather breezy tomorrow morning. No official landfall yet, but of course, we will let you know the second that Helene officially, the center of the eye, makes landfall, but it is very close to doing so, according to the National Hurricane Center, and it will be accompanied by catastrophic storm surge and life-threatening winds. Back to you guys.
Guys, thank you. Tallahassee, just to the northwest of the spot where Helene is expected to make that landfall.
Yeah, and people there have been told they need to seek shelter now. West 2's Justin Shecker joins us live. Justin, does it appear people are heeding that warning?
They are. I've seen very few cars on the road as one truck actually zips by. Before, I only saw one Tallahassee police officer on the roads here. In the last 30 minutes or so, the wind gusts and the rain have started to intensify. For a photographer can pan up, we've been keeping an eye on these palm tree and the stars and stripes just whipping around here in the wind. We were at our hotel in Tallahassee, about a mile east of the state capitol. So we're about 20, 25 miles inland from the coast, where they're warning about that catastrophic, life-threatening storm surge. Again, intermittently, the wind gusts are starting to pick up. I just saw some lightning out there in the distance. So really, in the last 20 minutes or so, I can see the sky is lighting up behind our photographer in the distance there. So really, conditions are starting to deteriorate here in the state capitol. We know they're warning about widespread, another flash of light in the sky. They're warning about power outages. We know there are a lot of pine and oak trees here in Tallahassee, so we'll be watching to see if those trees end up toppling over, knocking down power lines. So we're going to stand by here in the next hour or so after this hurricane makes landfall, and we'll see just what the effects are here in the Capitol. But again, very few cars on the road at this hour. It is time to shelter in place here in the Big Bend in the Capital Region as Helene is starting to make its mark in this part of our state. Live in Tallahassee, I'm Justin Shecker, Wesh 2 News.
So thank you. Be safe out there, please. In Lake County, we continue to closely monitor the St. Johns River. The river often floods, we know, damaging homes during big storms.
But we also saw some wind damage out there earlier tonight from West 2's Haley Crummer Home live shot. She joins us live along the river over in Astor. Haley, what's the conditions like right now outside?
So I will say we've actually seen a little bit of progress, at least flooding wise. We were last here a couple of hours ago. This road was a lot more covered in water. It's still not great. You can see this driveway here still very much covered in water, but rain is continuing to come down. So things could obviously continue to rise here. Now, we've been driving around Astor, talking with folks, and we have seen a few roads that look like this, but we've also seen some debris on the roadways. And we've talked with people, they mostly seem to have power here, but the winds are pretty strong. And we are on the Volusia County line. So when you take a look further into the county, places like Tavares, they are having some power outages at this point. These are some strong winds. When I last checked in with the county in the last hour or so, they said more than 7,000 were without power. And at this point, dozens of people have taken shelter at Leesburg Elementary School. So that is a place for you to go. If you lose power, you want somewhere to stay. And if we do see the water levels rise as we continue to see some rainfall, the county did tell me they have high water people stationed on both ends of the county to jump in to help if it does reach that point. Live in Lake County, Haley Crumble Home, Wesh 2 News.
Thank you. Still ahead, we'll check in with our team of first warning weather meteorologists as Hurricane Helene bears down on Florida.
Plus, our team coverage continues. We will take you live to Live Oak in North Florida.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
We've been talking about the sheer size of this storm. Here's a live look right now at Tampa, where our team of meteorologists have been looking at the waves that have been coming on shore, closing a couple of bridges, but it's pitch black for a reason. Power is out to thousands across this state.
Yeah, and right now we are just waiting to hear from you guys. Tony and Cam have been tracking Helene, and any moment now expecting it to make landfall in the Big Bend.
Yeah, it looks like it just came on shore. So literally, Cam is going to run back over there. We'll let you know if you've got it, but we're there. And I just think that they'll just give us the location here. The extreme wind warning is now up into Georgia, past Valdosta, because this has intensified. But now that it's moving on shore, it should begin to weaken. But it's going to take a long time when you have something that's that strong.
And we're also seeing those winds really causing tens of thousands of us to be without power tonight. And unfortunately, it's going to take a bit for those winds to die down for us. It's going to be daybreak before likely the line folks can get out and fix some of these issues out. I'll show you hour by hour when the winds will gradually subside. And we still have the threat for severe weather through the overnight hours, Tony.
We do. We've been lucky thus far, but with any of these bands down to the south that I'm about to show you on the radar, you'll know why we're still concerned. Let me show you what it looks like now outside. And you can see the wind and the rain. Look at the Old Glory blowing in the wind right now outside there. And we've got sustained winds in many areas in that 30 to 39 mile an hour range. And we've had many wind gusts this evening well north of that value. So there's what's going on in that right front quadrant. That right front quadrant now, that's where you start to get the risk for severe weather. Not as much in the southeast, which is where we are now, but we'll continue to watch the trends there. There's that extreme wind warning. Valdosta, I-10, parts of 75 going up towards Georgia. There's likely going to be some very powerful winds even in Atlanta. And speaking of that, how about that? Front right quadrant. There it is. Another tornado warning now right over I-10. You can see the center point of the storm is now over land. So literally any second we'll get the call from the Hurricane Center. Good winds around that core right there. Devastating winds. Kind of switched it over to a different color table for the velocity product just to kind of ping some of the strongest winds. 113, 116 on the northeast side. Back towards the west-southwest side. 98, 105, but near 110. So this is a powerful storm that's now coming ashore. And we're on the southeast side of it. You can see the wind field continuing to lift northward. When I get off the set here, I'm going to see if they've lifted some of those tropical storm warnings down to the south. But I want to show you what's going on here closer to the home. North of Gainesville, we've got a tornado warning. Now a storm is coming ashore. Big-time bands of rain now. Denellen getting hit hard. Ocala, you're about to get into this round right here. And as we head a little bit farther to the south, Tampa Bay, there's another squall. Look at this big feeder band. Sebring, near Kenansville. East Orlando, soon to be Titusville. We're going to be watching that. And that streaks all the way up now, just south of Daytona. And this is all building quickly now to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Kenansville, the Turnpike, not a good time to be on the roads there. 32, 50 mile an hour winds there as that next big slug of wind and rain is coming north. There's Orlando over towards Dallas Boulevard, the beach line. Very heavy rain ongoing there. Some of the latest wind speeds here, 30, 45, and 65. Getting reports now of some power outages over in East Orlando, Cypress Springs on the western side with more in the wind. And that severe weather threat, here's Cam.
So, Tony, if no official landfall as of yet, but we are expecting that momentarily now. Wind speeds, Tony mentioned earlier, sustained very, very gusty out this evening. We're seeing those winds coming out of the southeast sustain at about 35 to about 45 miles per hour. And unfortunately, that is causing a lot of power outages here across central Florida. But some of the recent wind gusts have been well over 50 miles per hour. Look at this. Sanford, you registered wind gusts within the last hour of 51, Leesburg 52, and Wildwood 46 mile per hour winds. So the ground stop that was in place at OIA has since just been lifted. We have 14 delayed flights, 8 of which have been canceled. And in terms of power outages, still a lot of power outages across the state. In fact, here's Governor DeSantis about
the fatality on the roadway. Car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at Southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down, but you have these 140-mile-an-hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County. And that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done, and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there. And just please, please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass. And when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling. And that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places. And you could have down power lines. You could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so to commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations. and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the state assistance information line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close to Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the backside momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential down lines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead. You can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line. 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm, but it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate. But it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing that the storm hit Taylor County after we've had Adalia and Debbie also hit Taylor County?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think Kevin and I were talking. I think their EM director resigned going in when they saw this storm could come to the big, because it's going to do 3 storms in a little over a year. What is it, 13, 14 months basically? And this one is, I think, hit landfall stronger than Adalia did. And Adalia was a major hurricane. Debbie was not as strong, but Debbie left a lot of water in its wake. And so you have relatively under-resourced community that is having to do that. Now, we're going to be there. We're going to be helping. But it isn't easy when you work hard to recover from Adalia, then you get Debbie, and it's like, oh, man. And then you get another big one come right on top of you. So it's not going to be easy, but we'll be there. We'll get through it.
I know you mentioned the one fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of. But as I said, we wake up tomorrow morning, the chances are there will likely have been more fatalities. It's just when a storm is this big and this strong, there's so many different things that can happen. This one was some car driving on the roadway and something falls on you. We aren't going to have trees falling. We're going to potentially have people, maybe against advice, go out on the roadways. We may have some more road, and you may have had folks get caught up in storm surge. I mean, we don't know, but I think it's likely that one or some of those things will have happened by tomorrow. But no, we don't have any reports of any fatalities other than the one traffic fatality. But I would imagine that will likely change as we get more and more reports through the wee hours of the night and into tomorrow morning.
done substantial damage to infrastructure. I know, like there's that one bridge that runs to St. George, and there were a lot of concerns about some of the bridges, things moving up the coast.
We don't yet, but I think for sure when we wake up in the morning, the storm will have moved through the state. I think some of the storm surge that we've seen on the Florida Peninsula on the West Coast, some of that may have dissipated by then. And so, we're not necessarily capturing in real time the full extent of that just because it's late and it's dark out and people aren't about that. But I would imagine that, you're going to see a lot of wind damage probably in the northern part of the state. I think most of the damage in the rest of the state, I do think there'll be some wind damage because the gusts were out, but I don't think it's going to be like we saw with Ian or Michael for places that weren't in the eye of the storm in terms of that level of wind damage. Now here in the Big Bend area, 140 miles an hour, that's real deal. That's not quite what Michael was. That's not quite what Hurricane Andrew was and some of the other big ones that we've known in Florida. But that's packing a big punch. So we'll have a better sense of that, I think, tomorrow morning. But no, we have not gotten any reports of things like after Hurricane Ian or within like an hour, you saw Sanibel Causeway, you saw Pine Island Bridge washed out, basically. We have not gotten those reports yet. It doesn't mean it can't happen and it won't happen, but not to our knowledge yet. Okay, we will be back tomorrow morning.
All right, you've been listening in from Tallahassee as the governor, and emergency officials have been giving us a rundown. They did announce that one death, that person who was killed by a sign falling on I-4 over in the Tampa region, and they expect more deaths as daylight breaks tomorrow because of the sheer size and the power of the storm that's now come on shore.
Yeah, right now, the governor just urging everyone to treat this like a tornado, hunker down, stay in place, and just try and wait it out. He's assuring everyone that state resources are in place, so as soon as it's safe to do so, they will deploy all of the resources that have been mobilized. But again, just try and treat this as a tornado. Ultimately, he was reminding everyone just of the basics. Once it's passed through, don't go outside in standing water. You want to avoid that, and you also want to avoid down power lines, of course.
And Chief Meteorologist Tony Manolfi joins us now. You've been tracking this system, Tony. It's finally on shore, but it's going to be a long night for those folks living up in the Panhandle.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many videos I've seen from up there of power transformers being blown out because of the storm tonight, Stu. We've got landfall that happened here at about 10 minutes after the 11 o'clock hour, 10 miles southwest of Perry, Florida there. As a Category 4, the winds were 140 miles an hour, and the pressure dropped down to 938 millibars. From here on, the pressure is going to go up, and the wind's going to come down. The center of circulation now is almost due east of Tallahassee, and in that corridor right there, these are pretty rare. This is an extreme wind warning now that is in play east of Tallahassee up towards Valdosta. And the winds, as we showed you on the radar, are pretty intense, anywhere from 110 to about 130. And the other remarkable statistic here is two things, actually. We've got tropical storm warnings still in play all the way down towards the Keys and then up towards Atlanta. Just south of Atlanta, we have a hurricane warning. So it's not for the city of Atlanta, but it's pretty close. Let's take a look now at I-10. There's the eye of the storm right there. Let me show you some of the winds. 120 mile an hour winds now approaching I-10. You don't see that every day. And then on the backside of it, still punching 85 to about 100 mile an hour winds. Closer to home here, wanted to show you the wind field. There's a good reason why we have tropical storm warning still in play down south. Huge wind field here. We've been talking about that down the last couple of days. We had a tornado warning, was just lifted for us. Here's what we're watching now. Some of these big feeder bands, and these are all lifting up to the northeast. Campbell, have more on that and the risk for the winds overnight tonight, right down.
We're still dealing with some pretty substantial winds out there. Here is a look at some of those sustained winds that we are contending with out this evening. Sustained winds coming out of the southeast at about 25 to 40 miles per hour. They're coming out of the southeast, pretty strong out. These are a look at the sustained winds. Now let's take a look at the recent wind gusts. So gusts over the last hour, you can see 51 mile per hour wind gusts in Sanford, 52 in Leesburg, winds of 47 miles per hour in Melbourne. And that, of course, has delayed a couple of flights here at OIA. Delayed flights about 10, canceled flights about 8 On time, though, 37. Thankfully, they have lifted that ground stop out at OI8. In terms of power outages, though, tens of thousands of folks without power. Look at this, 38,000 folks in Marion County are customers without power. There, 18,000 in Orange County, 6,000 in Seminole County, and Volusia, double that of Seminole, about 12,000 folks without power there. Now, unfortunately, we're going to continue to see these tropical storm strength winds overnight tonight. Here's a look around midnight to 1 a.m. Still looking at winds of around 50 to 60 miles per hour, but notice they do gradually die on down. These are wind gusts now. They do gradually ease off as Helene lifts north away from us. So by the time we get into daybreak tomorrow morning, winds about sustain about 15 to 25 miles per hour. And then as we go into late tomorrow evening, look how the winds are just nice and a lot slower, about 10 to 20 mile per hour wind gusts as we go into tomorrow evening. So improving conditions there. So right now is the worst of the weather with fast moving showers and thunderstorms, tornadoes. Unfortunately, that threat is still possible through the overnight hours. Still dealing with tropical storm strength winds overnight. And then tomorrow morning, winds will gradually ease and a few rain showers still linger around the morning, drying out by the afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thank you. Our team coverage continues now with the conditions in Seminole County.
West 2's Greg Fox is live for us in Altamont Springs. Greg, you are in a neighborhood right now where the power is out.
Yeah, it's the Spring Oaks subdivision and quite possibly the River Run South subdivision, which is across the street. That's why you can't see any lights there. And you can also not see the traffic signal behind me, which is out. And so we've actually seen a lot of cars zipping on through here, and that has not been good. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, but we can tell you right in this neighborhood, about 2,000 customers of Duke Energy are out of power, and approximately 50,000 Duke customers going all the way up to Ocala are out. And earlier tonight in another part of Altamont Springs, we saw them getting on the job. For much of the night, they look more like lumberjacks than power company workers. But with tree limbs, big and small, blown into the lines, several came down and had to be cleared before the electricity to more than 100 apartment units along Lorraine Drive could be restored. I talked with one of these Duke Energy workers, and he tells me that homeowners, business owners, for the next few days to possibly a couple of weeks, have to be very patient because this is going to be replayed over and over.
The cutout door and the fuse blows, of course.
Bert Bocharski showed us the blown fuses down the block that acted as a safety valve to protect the rest of this neighborhood off Douglas Avenue in Altamont Springs from going dark.
I've been doing it for 34 years, and it's just one of the things we do every day.
It was a busy Thursday of troubleshooting across Seminole County. Around midday, a blown transformer knocked out power to 5 railroad crossings from Altamont to Longwood, including these near State Road 434 and Ronald Reagan Boulevard. It caused traffic delays and detours through the afternoon and into early evening.
Take this seriously, even if you're in Orlando.
The Federal Emergency Management Agency is urging people to take no chances. Protect yourselves first, and if possible, gather important papers like insurance, utility bills, and other documents to use for potential damage and recovery claims following the hurricane.
We want people to be safe, first and foremost. Then if you can gather and make sure that your paperwork is in order, because that's going to be critical after the storm when you have to prove residency and ownership and those kinds of things.
And we are live once again along Montgomery Road at the entrance to Spring Oaks subdivision, where you can see that the power is out to that signal. That's going to be a repeated situation around Greater Orlando and Central Florida. And remember, when you get to an intersection where the lights are out, you have to treat it like a four-way stop. Just everybody come to a stop and then let the person on your right go first and go around a circle like that. You just want to slow down a bit, especially in the next 24 to 48 hours as power crews try to get all these lights working again and the lights on in this neighborhood right here along Montgomery. Live in Altamont Springs, Seminole County, Greg Fox, West 2 News.
Constant Dad giving us a driving tip at 11:40 at night. Greg, thank you. One of our counties feeling the biggest effects from Helene is Sumter County. We've already seen heavy rain and strong winds and also down trees.
West 2's tonight, Gabrielis is live in Wildwood right now, and tonight there are several shelters open in the county tonight, and people seem to be taking advantage.
Yeah, right behind us is Wildwood Community Center. This one is for people with special needs. And we're told that at least a dozen folks are sleeping here tonight. And then over at the fairgrounds, about more than 30 people are sleeping there, which is for the general population. And crews across the county are on standby, ready to help because they are expected to see downed trees and power outages. Thousands of line workers and power trucks all on standby for Hurricane Helene. Duke Energy's largest storm yard in the state is in Sumter County. The crews had final preps on Thursday afternoon before landfall.
We have protocols in place where, we are not going to start work or start restoring power until conditions allow us to. So we know with a category 3 or category 4 hurricane, you're seeing trees down, lines down, flooding, and things like that, extreme wind.
The spokesperson says they will deploy resources to the areas that get hit the hardest and will open more staging sites near them. Over in Panisofsky, the winds so strong it blew over a tree that fell on top of a mobile home.
We're sitting there in the living room and we heard a bunch of crinking noise and the boom.
This neighbor thankful that no one was hurt. Public Works telling us the mobile home was vacant when the tree toppled over, but crews had to come to clear the road.
We're probably like 200-300 yards from right here. So luckily that we still got power right now. Everyone else got power, but the main thing is that nobody got hurt. So.
And that is good news. Now, with Hurricane Helene on the way, is there anything you're doing to protect yourself and your home?
All I really did is just trim up some trees back, put some stuff in the shed, anchor it down, hook it up, and then strap down some things that I needed, felt that they went airborne. At least I tried. That's the main part, is trying. So strapped everything down and pray for the rest.
David Casto, Sumter County's emergency manager, is hoping residents will stay indoors to ride out the storm. Reports of downed power lines came pouring in throughout the day as the county dealt with gusty winds and sporadic showers. At times, they were heavy downpours.
A new concern that I haven't really dealt with before is the Withlacoochee River is a north running river that goes through Citrus County into Levy County and it exits into the Gulf of Mexico. With that storm surge that they're predicting, I have a little concern that that's going to prevent people from prevent the water from draining out quickly. So it's a slow moving river as it is.
Government offices will reopen tomorrow, but schools will remain closed. Much more on our team coverage of Hurricane Helene coming up after the break.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Welcome back. The U.S. Coast Guard has been conducting rescues during the storm. The air station Clearwater actually saved a man and his dog. That man was on a sailboat that then became disabled and took on water during the storm. This happened about 25 miles off of Sanibel Island, and the question marks on the faces of you three tells the story. Why are you on the boat? I get it. A lot of people are, that's where they live. But in this type of situation, it's just so dangerous. You got to look for land options, right, Tony?
I don't know what he was thinking. I can't even believe that somebody would think about going out there when you have such a large storm coming your way. It's just I don't get it.
So dangerous.
Yeah.
What should we be expecting right now that we've made landfall? And what should we be expecting locally?
So the storm is going to start winding down, but it's going to take a long process because it was such a strong, powerful storm. We're still watching the bands here. I know we've been focusing on the landfall, but we're still, Cam and I, still focusing on the wind. A lot of it out there.
Yep.
There's still a severe weather risk. Remember, we're under a tornado watch until 6 o'clock in the morning. And the amazing thing to me is we still have tropical storm warnings all the way down to the Florida Keys because of the wind field.
Because of how large Helene is, we're seeing tropical storm strength winds now. And the wind field was about 300 miles wide in terms of the tropical storm strength winds. So we're going to continue to see these tropical storm strength winds really batter us until the overnight hours. Finally, the winds will gradually subside as we go into daybreak tomorrow morning. So we're still in the thick of it for the next several hours, I think, Tony.
One more note. We were talking about that extreme wind warning up there in along I-10. I was just pinging some winds along I-10. I showed Stu that and you guys, but 119. Can you imagine if you're a tractor trailer, you don't know what's going on, you run into that? And the other question,
they do know what's 20 going on,
miles
though.
inland.
Yeah.
They think they're safe, but you're not. I mean, that's the thing. It was such a large storm, and I'm just curious to see if they're going to extend it. That wind warning goes into effect until
it goes
midnight.
into South Georgia. Actually, they extended into South Georgia.
They may have to extend that a little bit deeper in time. All right, let's get this puppy rolling here. I want to show you the official landfall here. Happened at 11:10. As a Category 4, the pressure did drop down to 938 millibars. Here in about 12 minutes, we'll get the midnight update, and then you'll start to see things going back in the opposite direction, the better direction, weaker. There's Tallahassee. You can see that core still well intact now, approaching the Florida-Georgia line. There's that extreme wind warning until 12 a.m. Again, based upon what we're seeing with the velocity winds, I wouldn't be surprised if that's extended a little bit later than that. You can see the incredible thing for me, we have a hurricane warning now, almost to Hartsfield International Airport, not quite to Atlanta, but Hartsfield International Airport appears to be in that, and then all the way down to the Florida Keys. We have, again, tropical storm warnings. Thursday is a big cruise day, too, so it's going to be interesting to see what the state of the ocean and the Gulf of Mexico, what the cruise industry is going to be doing with rerouting those 4-day weekend cruises. They usually go out on Thursday or head out on the weekend. Back to the eye, there it is right there. Interstate 10 is right here. 119-mile-an-hour winds between Monticello and Madison. And we actually have a little bit of rotation just northwest of Dowling Park. They actually reported a wind gust of 89 miles an hour. There's Gainesville down towards Ocala. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any reports of power outages over towards the campus of the University of Florida. Cedar Key down towards the Villages. Impressive rain bands coming ashore here. The band here appears to be weakening. So I'm very happy to report that for folks there on the eastern side of the peninsula. You take a look at the window, that has not gone down yet. In fact, it's still pretty impressive. These are the gusts, still in that 35 to 55 mile an hour range. So the first batch of instability, now that feeder band there weakening, but this is an impressive one now coming ashore up towards Marion County, Kenansville, back towards Port St. John, Titusville, Oak Hill. Get ready for some of that rain. And then as we shoot now more towards the north and west, this is pretty impressive looking here near Citra, over towards Ocala and the Villages. We'll have to keep tabs on this as it continues to lift up towards the northeast. With more on Helene, here's Cam.
So Tony mentioned earlier that severe weather risk, and unfortunately, we are still watching that possibility through the overnight hours. We're all under a tornado watch till about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we are still expecting, especially some of the feeder bands of Helene, a couple of spin-ups are still possible through about daybreak. So please make sure you have ways to get your WESH 2 weather alerts. Look at these winds. These are sustained winds coming out of the south-southeast now, about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So just under the cusp of tropical storm strength, but the wind gusts definitely tropical storm strength winds. Look at this 54-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now in Palm Coast. We are now up to 46 in Orlando, 51 in Sanford. Enough. These winds are strong enough that we could see more power outages, unfortunately, as we go through the next several hours. And speaking of those power outages, tens of thousands of folks in Central Florida are already without power. Look at this. Marion County taking the largest numbers there, 42,000 customers without power. There are 16 in Orange County, 8,500 in Lake County, and 12,000 folks or customers without power there in Volusia County. And we are going to see these tropical storm strength winds continue through the overnight hours before gradually subsiding through the day tomorrow. Here's a look at 1 a.m. Still tropical storm strength, about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. By 7 o'clock, we gradually start to ease off those winds. As Tony mentioned earlier, this is such a powerful storm system. It's going to take time to wind down. So even pretty breezy as you wake up tomorrow morning. Finally, as we go into about midday tomorrow, the winds do calm down, and that should provide opportunities for those line folks to get out and hopefully fix some of those lines that are down out this evening. Here's a look at your Central Florida certified most accurate forecast. So we're still going to see some impact weather through about early morning there, but then we are going to see improving conditions by the afternoon. Some lingering tropical moisture from Helene will keep those rain chances around 40% coverage for the upcoming weekend, but drier air does move in for next week. Coming up next time I see you, I'll talk more about the dangerous marine conditions Helene's producing coming up.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from WESH 2.
Hurricane Helene bearing down on Florida after making landfall not too long ago as a Category 4 hurricane. That's exactly what we're expecting here as a live look out of Lee County tonight. This is exactly where we do not want people. They should not be on the roadway.
It actually looks better than what
Yeah,
we saw it look like
does.
earlier tonight when the winds was really whipping some of the ocean waters over. The wind's still shaking that camera pretty violently. We're going to stay on top of this image and more throughout the state. WESH 2 is also staying on the air throughout the evening and until Hurricane Helene officially leaves Florida.
Yeah, coming up next, another check with our team of expert first warning meteorologists on the impacts to Central Florida tonight.
And remember, you can always get the latest news online at WESH.com and by downloading the free West 2 News mobile app. We'll be right back.
You're watching continuing coverage of Helene from West 2.
Helene comes ashore, making landfall in Florida's Big Bend as a powerful Category 4 storm.
We have had a report of a fatality that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there.
That's after Helene caused mayhem across the state all day. Water rescues unfolding in southwest Florida, flooding in Fort Myers Beach, and dangerous conditions in Tampa Bay.
Just encouraging people just to stay home, especially overnight.
We have team coverage tonight with crews throughout Central Florida and all the way in the Panhandle as Helene comes ashore.
Hurricane Helene is over land now, making landfall as a Category 4 storm at 11:10 Thursday night. Now it's moving over the Panhandle toward Tallahassee and Georgia.
The max winds reaching 140 miles an hour around the eye of the storm, and the exact landfall about 10 miles southwest of Perry. Governor DeSantis just finished a press conference in the last hour, and he confirmed one person has died in this storm. It happened in Hillsborough County when a highway sign fell on top of a car. This was on I-4 near Ybor City.
And 2 people were killed during a tornado in southeast Georgia after winds picked up a home and blew it into a peanut field. This is a live look from Savannah, which is already feeling the outer bands. You can see the camera shaking a bit there.
And these are all things that we've been warning about ahead of the storm, and now we are finally truly in it. The people up in the Panhandle, they are dealing with unimaginable conditions tonight, Tony.
First light tomorrow morning, you're going to see some scenes that we're very familiar with major Category 3, 4, and 5 hurricanes. It's just that from near Perry, east of Tallahassee, there's going to be devastation. We were just looking at winds over I-10, 119 miles an hour.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
incredible.
good ways in.
and even here locally, we're seeing lots of impacts, tens of thousands of folks without power. Really, the biggest impacts in Central Florida over the next 6 to 7 hours, I would say, is going to be the severe weather threat, as well as those tropical storm strength winds. As Tony mentioned earlier, this is such a powerful system. It's going to take a bit of time to wind down, even though it's made landfall already. So, folks, I think by daybreak, we'll start to get some improvement. Winds will die off as we go into the afternoon tomorrow.
All right, Tony, show us where it is now and what's happening.
Yeah, let me take you up towards Ocala because they have the strongest wind and rain right now. But when we take a look now at the latest advisory, there's the 12 a.m. They just got it right there. They've kept the winds at 140, still moving northeast to 24, and the pressure is 938 millibars. So it's kind of maintained itself here. But by 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, it'll start to come down. And that's why we were looking at winds up towards I-10 east of Tallahassee, where there's an extreme wind warning that, again, will continue. I now believe this is going to be stretched out a little bit. We're at midnight. We're still seeing it on that. So I'll ping this here in a second and let you know what the new time is on that extreme wind warning. But the live radar does show the velocity winds there still right around 110 to 120 over I-10. And that's why when you look at that, it's going to take a long time for this system to wind down. We have hurricane warnings all the way north, just south of Atlanta, on to the Hartsfield Airport. And then down to the south, we have tropical storm warnings all the way into the Keys. This just shows you the enormity, the size of this particular storm system. We can see the swirl right there. There it is right over I-10. These are the winds, 103 now, starting to come down. South side of it here, 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds there. Out towards the eastern side now, we do have these bands of rain. We're not in the front right quadrant anymore where you get the greatest risk for tornadoes, but you can still get a tornado or two in some of these long squall bands, and that's where we are going to continue to monitor. As you can see one coming right through the Tampa Bay area between now and about 6 a.m. Cam was doing a great job updating the peak wind gusts, and you can see that we have some really good winds still ongoing. That is going to be with us here, I think, right through daybreak, and that's why they've canceled school up there in Flagler County. Buses, wind, not a good combination. Big spoke of energy now from Ocala, the Villages, southwestward on into Bushnell. A couple of heavier downpours just blew through Kenansville en route to central and northern Brevard County. There's Port St. John and Titusville, and then further to the north and the east. Daytona, Palm Coast, you're in a lull for now. Don't be fooled by that. This is going to rotate your way a little bit later on.
Yeah, so the National Hurricane Center kept the intensity the same, but I just got a report in from the Perry Airport there in the Big Bend region with reports of 99-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So very strong in the Big Bend region, but we're dealing with a lot of wind reports here as well. You see all these blue dots indicating all the local storm reports that we've had over the last several hours with wind gusts well over 60 miles per hour. On top of those tropical storm strength winds, we are under that severe weather threat through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. A tornado watch in effect. It was expected to expire tonight, but it was extended later in this evening into 6 a.m. Now, here's the reason why. As Tony mentioned earlier, it's going to take time for this system to wind on down. And as it does so, we are going to get some of these bands, these feeder bands that are going to move in. And embedded in these bands could be some spin-ups. You can see around 1 to 2 a.m. watching for some of those gusty squall lines, squally weather moving through by 3 to 4 o'clock, on and off rain showers and thunderstorms. Thankfully, though, by the time you have to head into work tomorrow morning, here's a look around 6, 7 o'clock. We start to see things improve. It's not going to be dry, but at least the worst of the squally weather will be done by daybreak, and then we'll start to gradually dry out in the afternoon with those wind speeds also beginning to taper off as well. But one of the other things that will be a bit more long lasting are the wave heights here, or the marine impacts. So wave heights around Helene about 16 foot. Now, this is not storm surge. These are wave heights here. Again, storm surge is a different factor, but even on the Atlantic side, offshore waters hovering about 14 feet. So that could cause a bit of beach erosion, even on our Atlantic side, because again, this is such a wide and big system that the wind field extends out so far that we are going to expect some pretty rough marine conditions, even on the Atlantic side, which will be a concern for coastal flooding. So wrapping it all up in the next 12 hours for you, we're going to see those overcast skies, on and off rain showers through about daybreak tomorrow. Once we get into the afternoon, still mostly cloudy, very tropical-like, warm and muggy conditions, but at least those rain showers do ease, as well as those winds. Back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thank you. Take a look at this. We brought you these pictures live earlier in the night from Cedar Key. This is up in the Panhandle. So this was taken a couple of hours ago before landfall. Storm surge and flooding streets. This is common in this area. So this is actually south of where the storm did make landfall. And as you can see, there are tree limbs down, traffic cones, trash cans, all floating in the road. And this is something that is going to require a huge cleanup in that area. And in the Big Bend area of our state, the river levels have been rising and the rain has just been pouring down.
Yeah, we've been watching it for hours. West 2's Justin Schecker there live. Justin, we can hear the rain. We see the wind behind you.
The conditions continue to deteriorate here in Tallahassee. Our photographer pan up all night long. We keep an eye on these stars and stripes that have been whipping around in the wind. We've seen this palm tree here rocking back and forth. This is the heaviest rain we have felt so far here at our hotel. We're about a mile east of the state capitol as another strong wind gust blows in. I'm going to walk over to the other side of the awning here. If Gary can follow us. Gary, can pan up to the lottery sign there. There have been 2 spotlights shining on this great day to play sign. Those have gone out here in the last 30 minutes. Luckily, the shopping plaza across the street still has power. We pan on down, you can see some of the debris from the palm trees scattered in the parking lot here of our hotel in Tallahassee. Now we wake up tomorrow and the sun rises. We'll be keeping an eye on more down trees and down power lines here in the capital region. We know further south by the coast where we spent most of the last 2 days, they're bracing for that catastrophic storm surge as this Category 4 hurricane has moved into the Big Bend area. But right now it's the pan up that way too. You can see these trees are whipping around in the wind right now. And the rain, this is the heaviest rain we felt falling on us all night long here. But again, the good news is the power is still on. I have seen a few cars still out on this main roadway here that leads down to the Capitol building. Again, anyone in the Tallahassee area should be home right now, hunkering down. And I'm just thinking about the people we met further south and what they're going to be dealing with that catastrophic storm surge. And we actually met 2 gentlemen earlier over at the marina in St. Mark's. They planned to ride out this storm down there. We know landfall was about 45 miles east of us in Perry. But again, anywhere along the coast that we deal with that storm surge. That's why our West 2 crew relocated back to our hotel. So we're just dealing with a steady dose of rainfall, the occasional strong wind gust. And again, if we pan on down here, there's some tree debris in the roadway here outside the hotel entrance. But we're expecting the next 30 minutes or so. Here comes probably the strongest wind gusts we have felt here in our state capital as this Category 4 storm moves further inland. So we are safe. We're doing all right here. We have our hotel if it does get worse to go inside. But again, Tallahassee, the Big Bend, feeling this hurricane packing its punch. And again, can only imagine what it looks like just further east of us in the Perry area where this storm made landfall earlier today. So we're going to stand by, keep an eye on the conditions. Again, it's that occasional wind gust. You feel it just hitting you in the face. But we are safe here right now. The power is still on. And you can see a lightning flash behind me. And the good news, very few cars out on the roadways tonight. Actually, we see one driver coming down right now. You heard from Governor DeSantis. Now is not the time to be driving around here in Tallahassee. We know there are a lot of oak trees and pine trees that the ground could be saturated. They could come down. And after the storm passes through, we know the next big concern will be those down power lines. So again, everyone needs to stay safe here in the capital region as Hurricane Helene makes its way through. Reporting live in Tallahassee, I'm Justin Schecker, West 2 News.
All right, Justin, thank you. Helene expecting to dump more rain on Lake County, increasing flooding concerns in a lot of neighborhoods there.
Yeah, because even though the storm made landfall up north, the bands are still hitting us here. People have been dealing with flooding there all month from just afternoon storms. West 2's Haley Crumbleholm is in Astor right now, where the same problem is already happening with the flooded streets. Haley, how is it out there?
So I will say a little bit of the flooding on this street that we've popped in and out of throughout the day has gotten a little bit better. The waters receded a little bit, but we've had rain on and off, so it could go back up. Right now, just in the last hour or so, it's the wind that's really gotten a lot worse here. You can see there's just some light debris on this road here in Astor, and just beyond that, there is a flooded road. It's going right up into the driveway of that home just at the end of the road here. And right now the river is at moderate flood stage. So people are telling me it's actually looked like this for more than a week now here in Astor, but going behind some of these homes, you can really see how high the water level is, but this wind is getting pretty strong. Now here in Astor, we've been driving around, we've seen some flooded roads, but people we've talked to do seem to still have power, but we're close to the Volusia County line. And if you head deeper into the county, places like Tavares, they are having some power outages. Last I checked with the county, they said more than 7,000 without power. Now, some of those people will be, my hat has come off. That's how strong the wind is right now. So some of those people have taken shelter at the Leesburg Elementary School. We're told dozens have decided to stay there. If you're without power, that is an option for you. Leesburg Elementary School. And if there were to be an issue with water, if it were to rise to a certain level, the county assures me they have high rescue, high water teams stationed on two different ends of the county that can go out to help people if it were to reach that point. Reporting live in Lake County, Haley Crumpleholm, WESH 2 News.
All right, Haley, thank you. Right now I am seeing about 5,400 outages in Lake County. Stuck on a cruise ship, travelers on board the MSC Seashore that was heading from Nassau to Port Canaveral are stuck on board until it is safe for the ship to dock. WESH 2's Megan Mulatto is joining us live in studio. And Megan, you just spoke with someone on that ship. What are they saying?
Yeah, so I spoke with Rebecca Roth. She's on board with her son and her sister. She says it's her very first cruise and it has been a rocky one. She says the trip began Sunday, the 22nd. She and her family were supposed to get off this morning, but due to the weather, the cruise line extended the trip an extra day. Roth says right now she's somewhere in the Atlantic and that the additional day was given to them for free given the circumstances. She says the cruise line also opened up the Wi-Fi so people could contact their loved ones and notify them of their situations. She had to make calls to extend pet care. Her sister had to make a call letting her workplace know that she won't be making it.
It's a big deal. Like, we wanted to go home by now. We actually pretty much stayed in our room all day today just because the ocean has been so rough and it's been making the ship rock. So it's, been a little queasy. So we haven't been doing much.
MSC Cruises released a statement saying our top priority is the safety of our guests and crew, along with minimizing the weather impact on guests' vacation plans. Now, officials with the port say they're hoping to reopen first thing tomorrow morning. That would happen after the Coast Guard has a chance to inspect the water and the docks to make sure both are safe. We're told by port officials that the ship that Roth and her family are on is set to be the first one back since it's been out the longest. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Hopefully everyone makes it back safely and soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety a big thing at this point. Our continuing coverage continues tonight in the next hour, just after the break here at midnight on WESH 2 News, tracking Hurricane Helene now over land. We'll be right back.